formerly known as Mid-Manhattan.
All right, we are now streaming live on YouTube. So I am going to introduce myself. I am Derek Tarson, and this is the instant Shakespeare reading of George Bernard Shaw's Man and Superman, including Don Juan and Hell, the whole thing. And today is July 24th, 2021. And I would just like to introduce everyone. I will call you your name, and if you can just say your name and the characters you're playing. So let's start with Angus.
Angus Hepburn playing Roebuck Ramsden, and some capitalist, no, some socialist or something.
Sean.
Hi, I'm Sean Coffey, and I'm going to be playing Octavius Robbins.
Tony.
Tony Scheinman playing John Jack Tanner.
Alana.
Hello, I'm Elena Rader playing Anne Whitefield.
Vicky.
Hi, Vicky Devaney, Mrs. Whitefield, an anarchist.
Okay. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Mialeray, I'll be playing Miss Ramsden and a rowdy social democrat.
Shannon.
Hi, I'm Shannon. I'll be playing Violet.
My name is Derek. I'll be playing Henry Straker and the Devil. Trevor.
Hey, my name is Trevor. I'll be reading Hector Malone Jr.
Okay. Jonathan.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Brahms. I will be reading Mendoza and the Statue of Limitation.
Roger.
Of Limitation.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Roger, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Roger Lipson, and I'll be reading Hector Malone Sr.
Okay. John?
Howdy, I'm John L. Peacock, and I will be Don Juan.
Okay. Marin?
Hello, I'm Marin Sugarman, and I will be Donna Anna.
And Eleanor?
Hello, I'm Eleanor Elizabeth Foreman, and I am going to be reading a truncated version of the stage directions, which are actually the thoughts of Bernard Shaw, the playwright himself.
All right. And with that, let's turn off your videos, anyone who's not on screen. And Elizabeth, let's start.
Aren't you going to have me start off announcing it?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. I said the wrong name.
Yes,
Eleanor, please.
There's an actual Elizabeth here, even though I'm used to sometimes being called out of my name. I do not wish to respond when Ms. Ramsden is meant.
Okay. Eleanor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Man and Superman, a comedy and a philosophy by Bernard Shaw. Act 1, 1903. Roebuck Ramsden is in his study opening the morning letters. The study, handsomely and solidly furnished, proclaims the man of means. Not a speck of dust is visible. A parlor maid enters with a visitor's card. Roebuck takes it and nods, pleased, evidently a welcome caller.
Show him up.
The parlor maid goes out and returns with the visitor. Mr. Robinson. The parlor maid exits.
Well, Octavius.
The young man approaches him with sorrow in his face as well as in his black clothes. The old man rises and shakes his hand across it without a word, a long, affectionate shake, which tells the story of a recent sorrow common to both.
Well, Octavius, it's the common lot. We must all face it someday. Sit down.
Octavius takes the visitor's chair. Ramsden replaces himself in his own.
Yes, we must face it, Mr. Ramsden, but I owed him a great deal. He did everything for me that my father could have done if he had lived.
Well, he had no son of his own, you see.
Oh, but he had daughters, and yet he was as good to my sister as to me. And his death was so sudden. I had always intended to thank him, to let him know that I had not taken all of his care of me as a matter of course, as any boy takes his father's care. Oh, but I waited for an opportunity, and now he's dead, dropped without a moment's warning. Oh, he will never know what I felt. Oh.
Well, how do we know that, Octavius? He may know it. I cannot tell. I cannot tell. I've lost the place. Don't grieve. That's right. Now, let me tell you something to console you. The last time I saw him, it was in this very room, he said to me, "Tavy is a generous lad and the soul of honour." And when I see how little consideration other men get from their sons, I realise how much better than a son he's been to me. There. Oh, doesn't that do you good?
Oh, Mr. Ramsden, he used to say to me that he had met only one man in the world who was the soul of honour, and that was Roebuck Ramsden.
Oh, that was his partiality. We were very old friends, you know. But there was something else he used to say about you. I wonder whether I ought to tell you or not.
Oh, you know best.
It was something about his daughter.
Oh, about Anne. Do tell me that, Mr. Ramsden.
Well, he said he was glad after all that you were not his son, because he thought that someday Annie and you... Well, perhaps I shouldn't have told you, but he was in earnest.
Oh, if only I thought I had a chance. Oh, you know, Mr. Ramsden, I don't care about money or about what people call position, and I can't bring myself to take an interest in the business of struggling for them. Well, Anne has a most exquisite nature, but she's so accustomed to be in the thick of that sort of thing that she thinks a man's character is incomplete if he is not ambitious. Oh, she knows that if she married me, she would have to reason herself out of being ashamed of me for not being a big success of some kind.
Oh, nonsense, my boy, nonsense. Now, you're too modest. What does she know about the real value of men at her age? Besides, she's a wonderfully dutiful girl. Her father's wish would be sacred to her. You know that since she grew up to years of discretion, I don't think she has ever once given her own wish as a reason for doing anything or not doing it. It's always, "Father wishes me to," or "Mother wouldn't like it." It's really almost a fault in her. I've often told her she must learn to think for herself.
Well, I couldn't ask her to marry me because her father wished it, Mr. Ramsden.
Yeah, perhaps not. No, of course not. I see that. No, you certainly couldn't. But when you win her on your own merits, it'll be a great happiness to her to fulfill her father's desire as well as her own, eh? Come, you'll ask her, won't you?
Oh, at all events, I promise you, I shall never ask anyone else.
Oh, you shan't need to. She'll accept you, my boy. Although... Well, you have one great drawback.
Oh, what drawback is that, Mr. Ramsden? No, I should say, rather, which of my many drawbacks?
Well, I'll tell you, Octavius. I have in my hand the most infamous, the most scandalous, the most mischievous, the most blackguardly book that ever escaped burning at the hands of the common hangman. Now, I have not read it. I would not soil my mind with such filth, but I have read what the papers say of it. The title is quite enough for me. The Revolutionist's Handbook and Pocket Companion by John Tanner, M-I-R-C, member of the ideal rich class.
Oh, but Jack...
Oh, for goodness sake, don't call him Jack under my roof. Now, Octavius, I know that my dead friend was right when he said you were a generous lad. I know that this man was your schoolfellow, and you feel bound to stand by him because there was a boyish friendship between you. But I ask you to consider the altered circumstances. You were treated as a son in my friend's house. You lived there, and your friends could not be turned from the door. This Tanner was in and out there on your account almost from his childhood. He addresses Annie by her Christian name as freely as you do. Oh, well, while her father was alive, that was her father's business, not mine. This man Tanner was only a boy to him. His opinions were something to be laughed at, like a man's hat on a child's head. But now Tanner is a grown man and Annie a grown woman, and her father is gone. Well, we don't as yet know the exact terms of his will, but he often talked it over with me, and I have no more doubt than I have that you're sitting there that the will appoints me Annie's trustee and guardian. Now, I tell you, once and for all, I can't and I won't have Annie placed in such a position that she must, out of regard for you, suffer the intimacy of this fellow Tanner. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not kind. Now, what are you going to do about it?
But Anne herself has told Jack that whatever his opinions are, he will always be welcome, because he knew her dear father.
That girl's mad about her duty to her parents. Oh, excuse me, Octavius, but there are limits to social toleration. You know that I am not a bigoted or prejudiced man. You know that I am plain Roebuck Ramsden, when other men have done less, have got handles to their names, because I have stood for equality and liberty of conscience, while they were truckling to the church and to the aristocracy. Whitefield and I lost chance after chance through our advanced opinions, but I draw the line at anarchism and free love and that sort of thing. If I am to be Annie's guardian, she will have to learn that she has a duty to me. I won't have it. I will not have it. She must forbid John Tanner the house, and so must you.
But,
Just shut. Well?
The maid, Mr. Tanner wishes to see you.
The parlor maid returns.
You've got a line.
Yeah.
We
went on to say the man's line.
Wishes to see you, sir.
Mr. Tanner?
Jack?
How dare Mr. Tanner call on me? Say I cannot see him.
Well, I'm sorry you are turning my friend from your door like that.
He's not at the door, sir. He's upstairs in the drawing room with Miss Ramsden. He came in with Mrs. Whitefield and Miss Anne and Miss Robinson, sir.
Oh, well, that's very like Jack, Mr. Ramsden. You must see him, even if it is only to turn him out.
Go upstairs and ask Mr. Tanner to be good enough to step down here.
The parlour maid goes out.
I must say that of all the confounded pieces of impertinence, well, if these are anarchist manners, I hope you like 'em. And Annie with him? Annie? Annie?
Yes, that's what surprises me. He's so desperately afraid of Anne that there must be something the matter.
Mr. John Tanner suddenly opens the door and enters. He is now in the panic-stricken phase, and he walked straight up to Ramsden as if with the fixed intention of shooting him on his own hearthrug. He pulls from his breast pocket a foolscap document, which he thrusts under the indignant nose of Ramsden.
Ramsden, do you know what this is?
No, sir.
It's a copy of Whitefield's will. Anne got it this morning.
When you say Anne, I presume I mean Miss Whitefield.
I mean our Anne, your Anne, Tavy's Anne, and now, heaven help me, my Anne.
What? What do you mean?
Mean? Do you know who's appointed Anne's guardian by this will?
I believe I am.
You? You and I, man. I, both of us.
You? Impossible.
It's only too hideously true. Ramsden, get me out of it somehow. You don't know Anne as well as I do. She'll commit every crime a respectable woman can, and she'll justify every one of them by saying that it was the wish of her guardians. She'll put everything on me, and we shall have no more control over her than a couple of mice over a cat.
Oh, Jack, I wish you wouldn't talk like that about Anne.
This chap's in love with her. That's another complication. Well, she'll either jilt him and say I didn't approve of him, or marry him and say you ordered her to. I tell you, this is the most staggering blow that has ever fallen on a man of my age and temperament.
Let me see that will, sir. I cannot believe that my old friend Whitefield would have shown such a want of confidence in me as to associate me with...
It's all my own doing. That's the horrible irony of it. He told me one day that you were to be Anne's guardian, and like a fool, I began arguing with him about the folly of leaving a young woman under the control of an old man with obsolete ideas.
The ideas obsolete?
Totally. I just finished an essay called Down with Government by the Grey-Haired, and it was full of arguments and illustrations. I said the proper thing was to combine the experience of an old hand with the vitality of a young one. Hang me if he didn't take me at my word and alter his will. It's dated only a fortnight after that conversation, appointing me as joint guardian with you.
I shall refuse to act.
What's the good of that? I've been refusing all the way from Richmond, but Anne keeps on saying that, of course, she's only an orphan and that she can't expect the people who are glad to come to the house in her father's time to trouble much about her now. That's the latest game. An orphan! It's like hearing an ironclad talk about being at the mercy of the wind and waves.
Oh, but that's not fair, Jack. She is an orphan, and you ought to stand by her.
Stand by her? What danger is she in? She has the law on her side. She has popular sentiment on her side. She has plenty of money and no conscience. All she wants with me is to load up all her moral responsibilities on me and do as she likes at the expense of my character. I cannot control her, and she can compromise me as much as she likes. I might as well be her husband.
You can refuse to accept the guardianship. I shall certainly refuse to hold it jointly with you.
Oh, yes. And what will she say to that? What does she say to it? Just that her father's wishes are sacred to her and that she shall always look up to me as her guardian, whether I care to face the responsibility or not. Refuse! You might as well refuse to accept the embraces of a boa constrictor once it gets round your neck.
Oh, this sort of talk is not kind to me, Jack.
If he wanted a young guardian, why didn't he appoint Tavy?
Ah, why indeed?
Oh, well, I will tell you, he sounded me about it, but I refused the trust because I loved her. Oh, I had no right to let myself be forced on her as a guardian by her father. He spoke to her about it, and she said I was right. Oh, you know I love her, Mr. Ramsden. Jack knows it too. If Jack loved a woman, I would not compare her to a boa constrictor in his presence, however much I might dislike her.
I do not believe that Whitefield was in his right senses when he made that will. You have admitted that he made it under your influence.
You ought to be pretty well obliged to me for my influence. He leaves you $2,500 for your trouble. He leaves Tavy a dowry for his sister and $5,000 for himself.
Oh, I can't take it. Oh, he was too good to us. Oh.
You won't get it, my boy, if Ramsden upsets the will.
I see. You have left me in a cleft stick.
He leaves me nothing but the charge of Anne's morals on the grounds that I already have more money than is good for me. That shows he had his wits about him, doesn't it?
Oh, well, I admit that.
Mr. Ramsden, I think you're prejudiced against Jack. He is a man of honor and incapable of abusing...
Don't, Tavy, you will make me ill. I am not a man of honor. I'm a man struck down by a dead hand. Tavy, you must marry her after all and take her off my hands. And I had my heart set on saving you from her.
Oh, Jack, you talk of saving me from my highest happiness.
Yes, a lifetime of happiness. If it were only the first half hour's happiness, Tavy, I would buy it for you with my last penny. But a lifetime of happiness, no man alive could bear it. It would be hell on earth.
Oh, stuff, sir. Talk sense or else go and waste someone else's time. I have something better to do than listen to your fooleries.
You hear him, Tavy? Not an idea in his head later than 1860. We can't leave Anne with no other guardian to turn to.
I am proud of your contempt for my character and opinions, sir. Your own are set forth in that book, I believe.
What? You've got my book? What do you think of it?
Do you suppose I would read such a book, sir?
Then why did you buy it?
I did not buy it, sir. It has been sent to me by some foolish lady who seems to admire your views. I was about to dispose of it when Octavius interrupted me. I shall do so now, with your permission.
He throws the book into the paper basket with such vehemence that Tanner recoils under the impression that it is being thrown at his head.
You have no more manners than I have myself. However, that saves ceremony between us. What do you intend to do about this will?
May I make a suggestion?
Oh, certainly, Octavius.
Well, aren't we forgetting that Anne herself may have some wishes in this matter?
Well, I quite intend that Anne's wishes should be consulted in every reasonable way, but she is only a woman, and a young and inexperienced woman at that.
Ramsden, I begin to pity you.
I don't want to know how you feel towards me, Mr. Tanner.
Anne will do just exactly what she likes. And what's more, she'll force us to advise her to do it. And she'll put the blame on us if it turns out badly. So, as Tavy is longing to see her...
Oh, I'm not, Jack.
You lie, Tavy, you are. So let us have her down from the drawing room and ask her what she intends us to do. Off with you, Tavy, and fetch her. And don't be long, for the strained relations between myself and Ramsden will make the interval rather painful.
Never mind him, Mr. Ramsden. He's not serious.
Mr. Tanner,
he goes out.
Mr. Tanner, you are the most impudent person I have ever met.
I know it, Ramsden. Yet even I cannot wholly conquer shame. We live in an atmosphere of shame. We're ashamed of everything that is real about us, ashamed of ourselves, of our relatives, of our incomes, of our accents, of our opinions, of our experience, just as we are ashamed of our naked skins. Good Lord, my dear Ramsden, we are ashamed to walk, ashamed to ride in an omnibus, ashamed to hire a hansom instead of keeping a carriage, ashamed of keeping one horse instead of two, and a groom gardener instead of a coach and footman. The more things a man is ashamed of, the more respectable he is. Why, you are ashamed to buy my book, ashamed to read it. The only thing you're not ashamed of is to judge me for it without having read it. And even that only means that you're ashamed to have heterodox opinions. Look at the effect I produce, because my fairy godmother withheld from me this gift of shame. I have every possible virtue that a man can have, except...
I am glad that you think so well of yourself.
All you mean by that is that you think I ought to be ashamed of talking about my virtues. You don't mean that I haven't got them. You know perfectly well that I'm as sober and honest a citizen as yourself, as truthful personally, and much more truthful politically and morally.
I deny that. I will not allow you or any man to treat me as if I were a mere member of the British public. I detest its prejudices. I scorn its narrowness. I demand the right to think for myself. You pose as an advanced man. Well, let me tell you that I was an advanced man before you were born.
I knew it was a long time ago.
I am as advanced as I ever was. I defy you to prove that I have ever hauled down the flag. I am more advanced than I ever was. I grow more advanced every day.
More advanced in years, Polonius.
Polonius! Oh, so you are Hamlet, I suppose.
No, I'm only the most impudent person you've ever met. That's your notion of a thoroughly bad character. When you want to give me a piece of your mind, you ask yourself, as a just and upright man, what is the worst you can fairly say of me? Thief, liar, forger, adulterer, perjurer, glutton, drunkard? Not one of those names fit me. You have to fall back on my deficiency in shame. Well, I admit it. I even congratulate myself, for if I were ashamed of my real self, I should cut as stupid a figure as any of the rest of you. Cultivate a little impudence, Ramsden, and you will become quite a remarkable man.
I have no intention of...
You have no desire for that sort of notoriety. Bless you, I knew that answer would come, as well as I know that a box of matches will come out of an automatic machine when I put a penny in the slot. You would be ashamed to say anything else.
The crushing retort, for which Ramsden has been visibly collecting his forces, is lost forever, for at this point, Octavius returns with Miss Anne Whitefield and her mother, and Ramsden springs up and hurries to the door to receive them. Anne kisses Ramsden decorously. Ramsden and Octavius take the 2 chairs from the wall and place them for the 2 ladies, but Anne comes to Tanner and takes his chair, which he offers with a brusque gesture, subsequently relieving his irritation by sitting down on the corner of the writing table with studied indecorum. Octavius gives Mrs. Whitefield a chair next to Anne, and himself takes the vacant one which Ramsden has placed. Ramsden goes solemnly back to his magisterial seat at the writing table, ignoring Tanner, and opens the proceedings.
I am sorry, Annie, to force business on you at a sad time like the present, but your poor dear father's will has raised a very serious question. You have read it, I believe?
Anne assents, with a nod and a catch of her breath, too much affected to speak.
I must say I am surprised to find Mr. Tanner named as a joint guardian and trustee with myself, of you and Rhoda. I don't know that I can consent to act under such conditions. Mr. Tanner has, I understand, some objection also, but I do not profess to understand its nature. He will no doubt speak for himself, but we are agreed that we can decide nothing until we know your views. I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to choose between my sole guardianship and that of Mr. Tanner, for I fear it is impossible for us to undertake a joint arrangement.
Mamma?
Now, Anne, I do beg you not to put it on me. I've no opinion on the subject, and if I had, it would probably not be attended to. I am quite well with whatever you 3 think best.
Tanner turns his head and looks fixedly at Ramsden, who angrily refuses to receive this mute communication.
Mamma knows that she is not strong enough to bear the whole responsibility for me and Rhoda without some help and advice. Rhoda must have a guardian, and though I am older, I do not think any young unmarried woman should be left quite to her own guidance. I hope you agree with me, Granny.
Granny? Do you intend to call your guardians Granny?
Don't be foolish, Jack. Mr. Ramsden has always been Grandpa Roebuck to me. I am Granny's Annie, and he is Annie's Granny. I christened him so when I first learned to speak.
I hope you were satisfied, Mr. Tanner. Go on, Annie, I quite agree with you.
Well, if I am to have a guardian, can I set aside anybody whom my dear father appointed for me?
You approve of your father's choice, then?
It is not for me to approve or disapprove. I accept it. My father loved me and knew best what was good for me.
Of course, I understand your feeling, Annie. It is what I should have expected of you, and it does you credit. But it does not settle the question so completely as you think. Let me put a case to you. Suppose you were to discover that I had been guilty of some disgraceful action, and that I was not the man your poor dear father took me for. Would you still consider it right that I should be Rhoda's guardian?
I can't imagine you doing anything disgraceful, Granny.
You haven't done anything of the sort, have you?
No, sir.
Well, then why suppose it?
You see, Granny, Mamma would not like me to suppose it.
Oh, you're both so full of natural and affectionate feeling in these family matters that it is very hard to put the situation fairly before you.
Besides, my friend, you are not putting the situation fairly before them.
Well, put it yourself, then.
I will. Anne, Ramsden thinks I'm not fit to be your guardian, and I quite agree with him. He considers that if your father had read my book, he wouldn't have appointed me. That book is the disgraceful action he's been talking about. He thinks it's your duty, for Rhoda's sake, to ask him to act alone and make me withdraw. Say the word, and I will.
But I haven't read your book, Jack.
Tanner dives at the waste paper basket and fishes the book out for her.
Then read it at once and decide.
If I am to be your guardian, I positively forbid you to read that book, Annie.
Of course, if you don't wish it.
She puts the book on the table.
If one guardian is to forbid you to read the other guardian's book, how are we to settle it? Suppose I order you to read it. What about your duty to me?
I am sure you would never purposefully force me into a painful dilemma, Jack.
Oh, yes, yes, Annie, that is all very well, and as I said, quite natural and becoming, but you must make a choice, one way or the other. We are as much in a dilemma as you.
I feel that I am too young, too inexperienced to decide. My father's wishes are sacred to me.
If you two men won't carry them out, I must say, it is rather hard that you should put the responsibility on Anne. It seems to me that people are always putting things on other people in this world.
Oh, I'm sorry that you take it that way.
Do you refuse to accept me as your ward, Granny?
Oh, no, I never said that. I greatly object to acts with Mr. Tanner, that's all.
Why? What's the matter with poor Jack?
My views are too advanced for him.
They are not. I deny it.
Of course not. What nonsense. Nobody is more advanced than Granny. I am sure it is Jack himself who has made all the difficulty. Come, Jack. Be kind to me in my sorrow. You don't refuse to accept me as your ward, do you?
No. I let myself in for it, so I suppose I must face it.
Then we are all agreed, and my dear father's will is to be carried out. You don't know what a joy that is to me and my mother. And I shall have my dear Granny to help and advise me. And Jack, the giant killer. And Jack's inseparable friend, Ricky Tikki Tappy.
Now that you are Anne's guardian, Mr. Ramsden, I wish you would speak to her about her habit of giving people nicknames. They can't be expected to like it.
How can you say such a thing, Mamma? Oh, I wonder, can you be right? Have I been inconsiderate? Do you want to be treated like a grown-up man? Must I call you Mr. Robinson in future?
Oh, no, please. Call me Ricky Tikki Tappy. Mr. Robinson would hurt me cruelly. I'm beginning to think Granny is rather a piece of impertinence, but I never dreamt of its hurting you.
Oh, my dear Annie, nonsense. I insist on Granny. I won't answer to any other name than Annie's Granny.
You all spoil me, except Jack.
I think you ought to call me Mr. Tanner.
No, you don't, Jack. That's like the things you say on purpose to shock people. Those who know you pay no attention to them. But if you like, I'll call you after your famous ancestor, Don Juan.
Don Juan?
Oh, is there any harm in it? I didn't know. Then I certainly won't call you that. May I call you Jack until I can think of something else?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, don't try to invent anything worse. I capitulate. I consent to Jack. I embrace Jack. Here endeth my first and last attempt to assert my authority.
You see, Mamma, they all really like to have pet names.
Well, I think you might at least drop them until we are out of mourning.
Oh, how could you remind me, Mother?
Of course, my fault as usual.
She hastily leaves the room to conceal her emotion.
Ramsden, we're beaten, smashed, non-entitized, just like her mother.
Stuff, sir.
He follows Mrs. Wakefield out of the room.
Tavy, do you want to count for something in the world?
Oh, I want to count for something as a poet. I want to write a great play.
With Anne as the heroine?
Oh, yes, I confess it.
Take care, Tavy. The play with Anne as the heroine is all right, but if you're not very careful, by heaven, she'll marry you.
Ah, no such luck, Jack.
Why, man, your head is in the Linus's mouth. You're half swallowed already. In 3 bites. Bite 1, Ricky. Bite 2, Tikki. Bite 3, Tavy. And down you go.
Oh, she's the same to everybody, Jack. You know her ways.
Yes. She breaks everybody's back with a stroke of her paw. But the question is, which of us will she eat? My own opinion is that she means to eat you.
Oh, it's horrible to talk like that about her when she's upstairs crying for her father. But I do so want her to eat me that I can't bear your brutalities because they give me hope.
Tavy, that's the devilish side of a woman's fascination. She makes you will your own destruction.
No, but it's not destruction. It's fulfillment.
Yes, of her purpose. And that purpose is neither her happiness nor yours, but nature's. Vitality in a woman is a blind fury of creation. She sacrifices herself to it. Do you think she will hesitate to sacrifice you?
Why, it is just because she's self-sacrificing that she will not sacrifice those she loves.
That is the profoundest of mistakes, Tavy. It is the self-sacrificing woman that sacrifices others most recklessly. Because they're unselfish, they're kind in little things. Because they have a purpose which is not their own purpose, but that of the whole universe, a man is nothing to them but an instrument of that purpose.
Oh, don't be ungenerous, Jack. They take the tenderest care of us.
Yes, as a soldier takes care of his rifle or a musician of his violin. But do they allow us any purpose or freedom of our own? Will they lend us to one another? Can the strongest man escape from them when once he is appropriated? They tremble when we are in danger and weep when we die, but the fears are not for us, but for a father wasted, a son's breeding thrown away. They accuse us as treating them as a mere means to our pleasure. But how can so feeble and transient a folly as a man's selfish pleasure enslave a woman as the whole purpose of nature embodied in a woman can enslave a man?
Oh, what matter if the slavery makes us happy?
No matter at all if you have no purpose of your own and are, like most men, a mere breadwinner. But you, Tavy, are an artist. That is, you have a purpose as absorbing and as unscrupulous as a woman's purpose.
Not unscrupulous.
Oh, quite unscrupulous. The true artist will let his wife starve, his children go barefoot, his mother drudge for his living at 70, sooner than work at anything but his art. To women, he is half vivisector, half vampire. He gets into intimate relations with them to study them, to strip the mask of convention from them, to surprise them, to surprise their intimates, the inmost secrets, knowing that they have the power to rouse his deepest creative energies, to rescue him from his cold reason, to make him see visions and dream dreams, to inspire him, as he calls it. He persuades women that they may do this for their own purpose, whilst he really means them to do it for his. He steals the mother's milk and blackens it to make printer's ink, to scoff at her and glorify ideal women with. He pretends to spare her the pangs of childbearing, so that he may have for himself the tenderness and fostering that belong of right to her children. Since marriages began, the great artist has been known as a bad husband. But he is worse. He's a child robber, a bloodsucker, a hypocrite, and a cheat. Perish the race, and wither 1,000 women, if only the sacrifice of them enables him to act Hamlet better, to paint a finer picture, to write a deeper poem, a greater play, a profounder philosophy. For mark you, Tavy, the artist's work is to show us ourselves as we really are. Our minds are nothing but this knowledge of ourselves, and he who adds a jot to such knowledge creates new mind as surely as any woman creates new men. In the rage of that creation, he is as ruthless as the woman, as dangerous to her as she to him, and as horribly fascinating. Of all human struggles, there is none so treacherous and remorseless as the struggle between the artist man and the mother woman. Which shall use up the other? That is the issue between them. And it's all the deadlier because, in your romanticist cant, they love one another.
Oh, even if it were so, and I don't admit it for a moment, it is out of the deadliest struggles that we get the noblest characters.
Remember that next time you meet a grizzly bear or a Bengal tiger, Tavy.
Oh, I meant where there is love, Jack.
Oh, the tiger will love you. There's no love sincerer than the love of food. I think Anne loves you that way. She patted your cheek as if it were a nicely underdone chop.
You know, Jack, I should have to run away from you if I did not make it a fixed rule not to mind anything you say. You'll come out with perfectly revolting things sometimes.
Ramsden returns, followed by Anne. They come in quickly with their former leisurely air of decorous grief, changed to one of genuine concern, and on Ramsden's part, of worry. He becomes between the two men, intending to address Octavius, but pulls himself up abruptly as he sees Tanner.
I hardly expected to find you still here, Mr. Tanner.
Am I in the way? Good morning, fellow guardian.
Stop, Jack. Granny, he must know, sooner or later.
Octavius, I have a very serious piece of news for you. It is one of the most private and delicate nature, of the most painful nature, too. I am sorry to say. Do you wish Mr. Tanner to be present while I explain?
Oh, I have no secrets from Jack.
Well, before you decide that finally, let me say that the news concerns your sister, and that it is terrible news.
Violet? What has happened? Is she dead?
Well, I'm not sure that it is not even worse than that.
Is she badly hurt? Has there been an accident?
No, nothing of that sort.
And will you have the common humanity to tell us what the matter is?
I can't. Violet has done something dreadful. We shall have to get her away somewhere.
She flutters to the writing table and sits in Ramsden's chair, leaving the three men to fight it out between them.
Is that what you mean, Mr. Ramsden?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid there is no doubt that Violet did not really go to Eastbourne 3 weeks ago when we thought she was there with Parry Whitefield. And she called on a strange doctor yesterday with a wedding ring upon her finger. Mrs. Parry Whitefield met her there by chance, and so the whole thing came out.
Who is the scoundrel?
She won't tell us.
Oh, what a frightful thing.
Dreadful, appalling, worse than death, as Ramsden says. What would you not give, Tavy, to turn it into a railway accident with all her bones broken, or something equally respectable and deserving of sympathy?
Oh, don't be brutal, Jack.
Brutal? Good heavens, man, what are you crying for? Here is a woman whom we all suppose to be making bad watercolor sketches, practicing Grieg and Brahms, gadding about to concerts and parties, wasting her life and her money. We suddenly learn that she has turned from these sillinesses to the fulfillment of her higher purpose and greatest function, to increase, multiply, and replenish the earth. And instead of admiring her courage and rejoicing in her instinct, instead of crowning the completed womanhood and raising the triumphal strain of "Unto us a child is born, unto us a child is given," here you are, you who have been as merry as Briggs in your mourning for the dead, all pulling long faces and looking as ashamed and disgraced as if the girl had committed the vilest of crimes.
I will not have these abominations uttered in my house.
Look here, if you insult me again, I'll take you at your word and leave your house. And where is Violet now?
Why? Are you going to her?
Of course I'm going to her. She wants help. She wants money. She wants respect and congratulation. She wants every chance for her child. She does not seem to get it. She does not seem likely to get it from you. She shall from me. Where is she?
Don't be so headstrong, Jack. She's upstairs.
What? Under Ramsden's sacred roof? Go and do your miserable duty, Ramsden. Hunt her out into the street. Cleanse your threshold from her contamination. Vindicate the purity of your English home. I'll go call for a cab.
Oh, Granny, you mustn't do that.
I'll take her away, Mr. Ramsden. She had no right to come into your house.
But I am only too anxious to help her. How dare you, sir? How dare you impute such monstrous intentions to me? I protest against it. I am ready to put down my last penny to save her from being driven to run to you for protection.
It's all right then. He's not going to act up to his principles. It's all agreed. It's agreed that we all stand by Violet.
But who is the man? Oh, he can make reparation by marrying her, and he shall answer for it to me.
He shall, Octavius. There you speak like a man.
Then you don't think him a scoundrel after all?
Oh, not a scoundrel. He's a heartless scoundrel.
A damned scoundrel. Oh, I beg your pardon, Annie, but I can say no less.
So we are to marry your sister to a damned scoundrel by way of reforming her character. On my soul, I think you're all mad.
Don't be absurd, Jack. Of course, you're quite right. But we don't know who he is. Violet won't tell us.
What on earth does it matter who he is? He's done his part, and Violet must do the rest.
Stuff! Lunacy! There is a rascal in our midst, a libertine, a villain worse than a murderer, and we are not to learn who he is. In our ignorance, we are to shake him by the hand. to introduce him into our homes, to trust our daughters with him, to
There, Granny, don't talk so loud. It's most shocking. We must all admit that if Violet won't tell us, what can we do? Nothing. Simply nothing.
I'm not so sure of that. If any man has paid Violet any special attention, we could easily find that out. Is there any man of notoriously loose principles, alas? Yes, sir. I repeat, is there any man of notoriously loose principles among us?
Or any man notoriously lacking in self-control?
Do you dare to suggest that I am capable of such an act?
My dear Ramsden, this is an act of which every man is capable. That is what comes of getting at cross purposes with nature. The suspicion you have just flung at me clings to us all. It's a sort of mud that sticks to the judge's ermine or the cardinal's robe as fast as to the rags of the tramp. Come, Tavy, don't look so bewildered. It might have been me. It might have been Ramsden, just as it might have been anybody. If it had, what could we do but lie and protest, as Ramsden is going to protest? Guilt itself cannot stammer more confusedly, and yet you know perfectly well he's innocent, Tavy.
Well, I am glad you admit that, sir. I admit myself that there is an element of truth in what you say, grossly as you may distort it to gratify your malicious humor. Well, I hope, Octavius, no suspicion of me is possible in your mind.
Of you? No, not for a moment.
I think he suspects me just a little.
Oh, Jack, you couldn't. You wouldn't.
Why not?
Why not?
Oh, well, I'll tell you why not. First, you would feel bound to quarrel with me. Second, Violet doesn't like me. Third, if I had the honor of being the father of Violet's child, I should boast of it instead of denying it. So be easy. Our friendship is not in danger.
Oh, I should have put away the suspicion with horror. If only you would think and feel naturally about it. I beg your pardon.
My pardon? Nonsense. And now let's sit down and have a family council. Violet is going to do the state a service. Consequently, she must be packed abroad like a criminal until it's over. What's happening upstairs?
Violet is in the housekeeper's room. By herself, of course.
Why not in the drawing room?
Don't be absurd, Jack. Miss Ramsden is in the drawing room with my mother, considering what to do.
Oh, the housekeeper's room is the penitentiary, I suppose, and the prisoner is waiting to be brought before her judges. The old cats.
Oh, Jack.
You are at present a guest beneath the roof of one of the old cats, sir. My sister is the mistress of this house.
She would put me in the housekeeper's room too, if she dared, Ramsden. However, I withdraw cats. Cats would have more sense. Anne, as your guardian, I order you to go to Violet at once and be particularly kind to her.
I have seen her, Jack, and I'm sorry to say I am afraid she's going to be rather obstinate about going abroad. I think Tavy ought to speak to her about it.
How can I speak to her about such a thing? Oh, I hope.
Don't break down, Ricky. Try to bear it for all our sakes.
Life is not all plays and poems, Octavius. Come, face it like a man.
Poor dear brother, poor dear friends of the family, poor dear Tabbies and Grimalkins, poor dear everybody except the woman who is going to risk her life to create another life. Tavy, don't you be a selfish ass. Away with you and talk to Violet and bring her down here if she cares to come. Tell her we'll stand by her.
No, sir.
Oh, we understand. It's against your conscience. But still, you'll do it.
I assure you all, on my word, I never meant to be selfish, but it's so hard to know what one should do when one wishes most earnestly to do right.
My dear Tavy, your pious English habit of regarding the world as a moral gymnasium built expressly to strengthen your character in occasionally leads you to think about your own confounded principles when you should be thinking about other people's necessities. The need of the present hour is a happy mother and a healthy baby. Spend your energies on that and you will see your way clearly enough.
Octavius, much perplexed, goes out.
And morality, sir, what is to become of that?
Meaning a weeping Magdalene and an innocent child branded with her shame? Not in our circle, thank you. Morality can go to its father, the devil.
Oh, I thought so, sir. Morality sent to the devil to please our libertines, male and female. That is to be the future of England, is it?
Oh, England will survive your disapproval. Meanwhile, I understand that you agree with me as to the practical course we're about to take.
Oh, not in your spirit, sir, and not for your reasons.
You can explain that if anybody calls you to account, here or hereafter.
Granny, hadn't you better go up to the drawing room and tell them what we intend to do?
I hardly like to leave you alone with this gentleman. Will you not come with me?
Miss Ramsden would not like to speak about it before me, Granny. I ought not to be present.
You're right. Yes, I should have thought of that. You're a good girl, Annie.
He pats her on the shoulder. She looks up at him with beaming eyes, and he goes out, much moved. Having disposed of him, she looks at Tanner. His back being turned to her, she gives a moment's attention to her personal appearance, then softly goes to him and speaks almost into his ear.
Are you glad that you are my guardian? You don't mind being made responsible for me, I hope?
The latest addition to your collection of scapegoats, eh?
Oh, that stupid old joke of yours about me. Do please drop it. Why do you say things that you know must pain me? I do my best to please you, Jack. I suppose I may tell you now that you are my guardian. You will make me so unhappy if you refuse to be friends with me.
You need not go begging for my regard. How unreal our moral judgments are. You seem to me to have absolutely no conscience, only hypocrisy, and you can't see the difference. Yet there is a sort of fascination about you. I always attend to you somehow. I should miss you if I lost you.
But isn't that only natural, Jack? We have known each other since we were children. Do you remember?
Stop! I remember everything.
Oh, I dare say we were often very silly, but...
I won't have it, Anne. I am no more that schoolboy now than I am the dotard of 90 I shall grow into if I live long enough. It is over. Let me forget it.
Wasn't it a happy time?
Sit down.
He attempts to take his arm.
Sit down and behave yourself.
He makes her sit down in the chair next the writing table.
No doubt it was a happy time for you. You were a good girl and never compromised yourself. And yet the wickedest child that ever was slapped could hardly have had a better time. I can understand the success with which you bullied the other girls. Your virtue imposed on them. But tell me this. Did you ever know a good boy?
Of course, all boys are foolish sometimes, but Tavy was always a really good boy.
Yes, you're right. For some reason, you never tempted Tavy.
Tempted?
Yes, my dear Lady Mephistopheles, tempted. You were insatiably curious as to what a boy might be capable of, and diabolically clever at getting through his guard and surprising his inmost secrets.
What nonsense. All because you used to tell me long stories of the wicked things you had done, silly boy tricks. And you call such things inmost secrets. Boys' secrets are just like men's, and you know what they are.
No, I don't. What are they, pray?
Why, the things they tell everybody, of course.
Now, I swear, I told you things I told no one else. You lured me into a compact by which we were to have no secrets from one another. We were to tell one another everything. I didn't notice that you never told me anything.
You didn't want to talk about me, Jack. You wanted to talk about yourself.
Ah, true. Horribly true. But what a devil of a child you must have been to know that weakness and to play on it for the satisfaction of your own curiosity. I wanted to brag to you, to make myself interesting, and I found myself doing all sorts of mischievous things simply to have something to tell you about. I fought with boys I didn't hate. I lied about things I might just as well have told the truth about. I stole things I didn't want. I kissed little girls I didn't care for. It was all bravado, passionless, and therefore unreal.
I never told of you, Jack.
No, but if you had wanted to stop me, you could have told of me. You wanted me to go on.
Oh, that's not true. It's not true, Jack. I never wanted you to do those dull, disappointing, brutal, stupid, vulgar things. I always hoped that it would be something really heroic at last. Excuse me, Jack. The things you did were never a bit like the things I wanted you to do. They often gave me great uneasiness, but I could not tell on you and get you into trouble. And you were only a boy. I knew you would grow out of them. Perhaps I was wrong.
Do not give way to remorse, Anne. At least 19/20ths of the exploits I confessed to you were pure lies. I soon noticed that you didn't like the true stories.
Of course I knew that some of the things couldn't have happened, but...
You are going to remind me that some of the most disgraceful ones did.
I don't want to remind you of anything, but I knew the people they happened to and heard about them.
Yes, but even the true stories were touched up for telling. A sensitive boy's humiliations may be very good fun for ordinary thick-skinned grown-ups, but to the boy himself, they are so acute, so ignominious that he cannot confess them, cannot but deny them passionately. However, perhaps it was as well for me that I romanced a bit, for on the one occasion when I told you the truth, you threatened to tell of me.
Oh, never once.
Yes, you did. Do you remember a dark-eyed girl named Rachel Rosetree? I got up a love affair with her, and we met one night in the garden and walked about very uncomfortably with our arms around each other and kissed at parting and were most conscientiously romantic. If that love affair had gone on, it would have bored me to death. But it didn't go on, for the next thing that happened was that Rachel cut me because she found that I had told you. How did she find it out? From you. You went to her and held the guilty secret over her head, leading her a life of abject terror and humiliation by threatening to tell on her.
And a very good thing for her, too. It was my duty to stop her misconduct, and she is thankful to me for it now.
Is she?
She ought to be, at all events.
It was not your duty to stop my misconduct, I suppose.
I did stop it by stopping her.
Are you sure of that? You stopped my telling you about my adventures, but how do you know that you stopped the adventures?
Do you mean to say that you went on with the same way with other girls?
No. I'd had enough of that sort of romantic tomfoolery with Rachel.
Then why did you break off our confidences and become quite strange to me?
It happened just then that I got something that I wanted to keep all to myself instead of sharing it with you.
I'm sure I shouldn't have asked for any of it, if you had grudged to it.
It wasn't a box of sweets, Anne. It was something you'd never have let me call my own.
What?
My soul.
Oh, do be sensible, Jack. You know you're talking nonsense.
The most solemn, earnest, Anne. You didn't notice at the time that you were getting a soul too. But you were. It was not for nothing that you suddenly found you had a moral duty to chastise and reform Rachel. Up until that time, you had traded pretty extensively in being a good child, but you had never set up a sense of duty to others. Well, I set one up too. Up to that time, I had played the boy buccaneer with no more conviction, with no more conscience than a fox in a poultry farm. But now I began to have scruples, to feel obligations, to find that veracity and honor were no longer goody-goody expressions in the mouths of grown-up people, but compelling principles in myself.
Yes, I suppose you're right. You were beginning to be a man, and I to be a woman.
Are you sure it was not that we were beginning to be something more? What does the beginning of manhood and womanhood mean in most people's minds? You know, it means the beginning of love. But love began long before that for me. Love played its part in the earliest dreams and follies and romances I can remember. May I say the earliest follies and romances we can remember, though we did not understand it at the time? No. The change that came to me was the birth in me of moral passion. And I declare that according to my experience, moral passion was the only real passion.
All passions ought to be moral, Jack.
Ought? Do you think that anything is strong enough to impose oughts on a passion except a stronger passion still?
Our moral sense controls passion, Jack. Don't be stupid.
Our moral sense? And is not that a passion? Is the devil to have all the passions as well as all the good times? If it were not a passion, if it were not the mightiest of the passions, all the other passions would sweep it away like a leaf before a hurricane. It is the birth of that passion that turns a child into a man.
There are other passions, Jack, very strong ones.
All the other passions were in me before, but they were idle and aimless, mere childish greediness and cruelties, curiosities and fancies, habits and superstitions, grotesque and ridiculous to the mature intelligence. When they suddenly began to shine like newly lit flames, it was by no light of their own, but by the radiance of the dawning moral passion. That passion dignified them, gave them conscience and meaning, found them a mob of appetites, and organized them into an army of purposes and principles. My soul was born of that passion.
I noticed that you got more sense. You were a dreadfully destructive boy before that.
Destructive stuff. I was only mischievous.
Oh, Jack, you were very destructive. You ruined all the young fir trees by chopping off their leaders with a wooden sword. You broke all the cucumber frames with your catapult. You set fire to the common. The police arrested Tavy for it because he ran away when he couldn't stop you. You...
Pooh, pooh, pooh. Those were battles, bombardments, stratagems to save our scalps from the Red Indians. You have no imagination. Anne, I am 10 times more destructive now than I was then. The moral passion has taken my destructiveness in hand and directed it to moral ends. I have become a reformer, and like all reformers, an iconoclast. I no longer break cucumber frames and burn gorse bushes. I shatter creeds and demolish idols.
I'm afraid I'm too feminine to see any sense in destruction. Destruction can only destroy.
Yes, that is why it is so useful. Construction and destruction cumbers the ground with institutions made by busybodies. Destruction clears it and gives us breathing space and liberty.
It's no use, Jack. No woman will agree with you there.
That's because you confuse construction and destruction with creation and murder. They're quite different. I adore creation and abhor murder. Yes, I abhor it in tree and flower, in bird and beast, even in you. It was the creative instinct that led you to attach me to you by bonds that have left their mark on me to this day. Yes, Anne, the old childish compact between us was an unconscious love compact.
Jack.
Oh, don't be alarmed.
I'm not alarmed.
Then you ought to be. Where are your principles?
Jack, are you serious or are you not?
Do you mean about the moral passion?
No, the other one. Oh, you are silly. No one ever knows how to take you.
You must take me quite seriously. I am your guardian, and it is my duty to improve your mind.
The love compact is over then, is it? I suppose you grew tired of me.
No, but the moral passion made our childish relations impossible. A jealous sense of my new individuality arose in me.
You hated to be treated as a boy any longer. Poor Jack.
Yes, because to be treated as a boy was to be taken on the old footing. I had become a new person, and those who knew the old person laughed at me. The only man who behaved sensibly was my father. He took my measure anew every time he saw me, whilst all the rest went on with their old measurements and expected them to fit me.
You became frightfully self-conscious.
When you go to heaven, Anne, you will be frightfully conscious of your wings for the first year or so. When you meet your relatives there and they persist in treating you as if you were still a mortal, you will not be able to bear them. You will try to get into a circle which has never known you except as an angel.
So it was only your vanity that made you run away from us all after all.
Yes, only my vanity, as you call it.
You need not to have kept from me on that account.
From you above all others. You fought harder than anybody against my emancipation.
Oh, how wrong you are. I would have done anything for you.
Anything except let me get loose from you. Even then you had acquired by instinct that damnable woman's trick of heaping obligations on a man, of placing yourself so entirely and helplessly at his mercy that at last he dare not take a step without running to you for leave. I know a poor wretch whose one desire in life is to run away from his wife. She prevents him by threatening to throw herself in front of the engine of the train he leaves her in. That is what all women do. If we try to go where you do not want us to go, there is no law to prevent us. But when we take the first step, your breasts are under our foot as it descends. Your bodies are under our wheels as we start. No woman shall ever enslave me in that way.
But Jack, you cannot get through life without considering other people a little.
Aye, but what other people? It is this consideration of other people, or rather slaves, we are. To consider you, as you call it, is to substitute your will for my own. How, if it be a baser will than mine? Are women taught better than men, or worse? Are mobs of voters taught better than statesmen, or worse? Worse, of course, in both cases. And then what sort of world are you going to get with its public men considering its voting mobs and its private men considering their wives? What does church and state mean nowadays? The woman and the ratepayer.
I am so glad you understand politics, Jack. It will be most useful to you if you go into Parliament. But I'm sorry you thought my influence a bad one.
I didn't say it was a bad one. But bad or good, I didn't choose to be cut to your measure. And I won't be cut to it.
Nobody wants you to, Jack, I assure you, really, on my word. I don't mind your queer opinions one little bit. You know we have all been brought up to have advanced opinions. Why do you persist in thinking me so narrow-minded?
That's the danger of it. I know you don't mind because you found out that it doesn't matter. The boa constrictor doesn't mind the opinions of a stag one little bit when she has got her coils round it.
Ooh, now I understand why you warned Tavy that I'm a boa constrictor. Granny told me.
She laughed and throws her boa around her neck.
Doesn't it feel nice and soft, Jack?
You scandalous woman. Will you throw away even your hypocrisy?
I am never hypocritical with you, Jack. Are you angry?
She withdraws the boa and throws it on a chair.
Perhaps I shouldn't have done that.
Pooh, prudery. Why should you not, if it amuses you?
Well, because I suppose what you really meant by the boa constrictor was this.
She puts her arms round his neck.
Magnificent audacity. Now, just to think that if I mentioned this episode, not a soul would believe me, except the people who had cut me for telling, whilst if you accused me of it, nobody would believe my denial.
Taking her arms away with perfect dignity.
You are incorrigible, Jack, but you should not jest about our affection for one another. Nobody could possibly understand it. You do not misunderstand it, I hope.
My blood interprets for me, Anne. Poor Ricky-Ticky Tavy.
Surely you are not so absurd as to be jealous of Tavy.
Jealous? Why should I be? But I don't wonder of your grip of him. I feel the coils tightening round my very self, though you are only playing with me.
Do you think I have designs on Tavy?
I know you have.
Take care, Jack. You may make Tavy very happy if you mislead him about me.
Never fear, he will not escape you.
I wonder, are you really a clever man?
Why this sudden misgiving on this subject?
You seem to understand all the things I don't understand, but you are a perfect baby in the things I do understand.
I understand how Tavy feels for you. Anne, you may depend on that at all events.
And you think you understand how I feel for Tavy, don't you?
I know only too well what is going to happen to poor Tavy.
I should laugh at you, Jack, if it were not for poor Papa's death. Mind, Tavy will be very unhappy.
Yes, but he won't know it, poor devil. He is 1,000 times too good for you. That is why he's going to make the mistake of his life about you.
I think men make more mistakes by being too clever than by being too good.
Oh, I know you don't care very much about Tavy, but there is always one who kisses and one who only allows the kiss. Tavy will kiss, and you will only turn the cheek, and then you will throw him over if anybody better turns up.
You have no right to say such things, Jack. They are not true and not delicate. You and Tavy choose to be stupid about me. That is not my fault.
Forgive my brutalities, Anne. They are leveled to this wicked world, not at you. All the same, I wish Ramsden would come back. I never feel safe with you. There's a devilish charm. Or no, not a charm, a subtle interest. Oh, just so, and you can triumph in it. Openly and shamelessly triumph in it.
What a shocking flirt you are, Jack.
A flirt? I?
Yes, a flirt. You are always abusing and offending people, but you never really mean to let go your hold of them.
I will ring the bell. This conversation has already gone further than I intended.
Ramsden and Octavius come back with Miss Ramsden. She comes into the room very determinedly, the two men, perplexed and downcast, following her.
I wash my hands of the whole affair.
I know you wish me to take Violet away, Miss Ramsden. I will.
No.
Oh, what is the use of saying no, Roebuck? Octavius knows that I would not turn any truly contrite and repentant woman from your doors. But when a woman is not only wicked, but intends to go on being wicked, she and I part company.
Oh, Miss Ramsden, what do you mean? What has Violet said?
Violet is certainly very obstinate. She won't leave London. I don't understand her.
I do. It's as plain as the nose on your face, Roebuck, that she won't go because she doesn't want to be separated from that man.
Oh,
Whoever
surely.
he is.
Surely. Did you speak to her, Octavius?
She won't tell us anything. She won't make any arrangement until she has consulted somebody. It can't be anybody else other than that scoundrel who has betrayed her.
Well, let her consult him. He will be glad enough to have her sent abroad. Where is the difficulty?
Oh, the difficulty, Mr. Jack, is that when he offered to help her, I didn't offer to become her accomplice in wickedness. She either pledges her word never to see that man again, or else she finds some new friends, and the sooner the better.
The parlor maid appears at the door. The cab is at the door, ma'am.
What cab?
For Miss Robinson.
Oh, all right.
The
She
maid
has sent for a cab.
The maid withdraws.
I wanted to send for that cab half an hour ago.
Well, I'm glad she understands the position she has placed herself in.
No, I don't like her going away in this fashion, Susan. We'd better not do anything rash.
No, thank you again and again, but Miss Ramsden is quite right. Violet cannot be expected to stay.
Hadn't you better go with her, Tavy?
She won't have me.
Of course she won't. She's going straight to that man.
As a natural result of her virtuous reception here.
But there, Susan, you hear? And there's some truth in it. I wish you could reconcile it with your principles to be a little patient with this poor girl. She's very young, and there is a time for everything.
Oh, she will get all the sympathy she wants from the men. I'm surprised at you, Roebuck.
So am I, Ramsden, most favorably.
Violet appears at the door. She proceeds with complete composure and some disgust to say what she has come to say.
I have only looked in to tell Miss Ramsden that she will find her birthday present to me, the filigree bracelet, in the housekeeper's room.
Do come in, Violet, and talk to us sensibly.
Thank you. I have had quite enough of the family conversation this morning. So has your mother, Anne. She has gone home crying, but at all events, I have found out what some of my pretended friends are worth. Goodbye.
No, one moment. I have something to say which I beg you to hear.
She looks at him without the slightest curiosity, but waits apparently as much to finish getting her glove on as to hear what he has to say.
I am altogether on your side in this matter. I congratulate you with the sincerest respect on having the courage to do what you have done. You are entirely in the right, and the family is entirely in the wrong.
Jack, I must say.
Who told you?
Why, Ramsden and Tavia, of course. Why should they not?
But they don't know.
Don't know what?
They don't know that I am in the right, I mean.
Oh, they know it in their hearts, though they think themselves bound to blame you by their silly superstitions about morality and propriety and so forth. But I know, and the whole world really knows, though it dare not say so, that you were right to follow your instinct, that vitality and bravery are the greatest qualities a woman can have, and motherhood, her solemn initiation into womanhood, and that the fact of your not being legally married matters not one scrap either to your own worth or to our real regard for you.
You think me a wicked woman like the rest. You think I have not only been vile, but that I share your abominable opinions. Miss Ramsden, I have borne your hard words because I knew you would be sorry for them when you found out the truth. But I won't bear such a horrible insult as to be complimented by Jack on being one of the wretches of whom he approves. I have kept my marriage a secret for my husband's sake, but now I claim my right as a married woman not to be insulted.
You are married?
Yes, and I think you might have guessed it. What business had you all to take it for granted that I had no right to wear my wedding ring? Not one of you even asked me. I cannot forget that.
I am utterly crushed. I meant well. I apologize, abjectly apologize.
I hope you will be more careful in future about the things you say. Of course, one does not take them seriously, but they are very disagreeable and rather in bad taste.
I have no defense. I shall know better in future than to take any woman's part. We have all disgraced ourselves in your eyes, I'm afraid, except Anne. She befriended you. For Anne's sake, forgive us.
Yes, Anne has been very kind. But then Anne knew.
And who, pray, is the gentleman who does not acknowledge his wife?
That is my business, Miss Ramsden, and not yours. I have my reasons for keeping my marriage a secret for the present.
All I can say is that we are extremely sorry, Violet. I am shocked to think of how we have treated you.
I beg your pardon, Violet. I can say no more.
Of course, what you say puts a very different complexion on the matter. All the same, I owe it to myself.
You owe me an apology, Miss Ramsden. That's what you owe both to yourself and to me. If you were a married woman, you would not like sitting in the housekeeper's room and being treated like a naughty child by young girls and old ladies without any serious duties and responsibilities.
Don't hit us when we're down, Violet. We seem to have made fools of ourselves, but really it was you who made fools of us.
It was no business of yours, Jack, in any case.
No business of mine? Why, Ramsden as good as accused me of being the unknown gentleman.
You? Oh, how infamous! How abominable! How disgracefully you have all been talking about me! If my husband knew it, he would never let me speak to any of you again. I think you might have spared me at least.
I assure you that I never, at least it is a monstrous perversion of something I said.
Oh, you needn't apologize, Roebuck. She brought it all on herself. It is for her to apologize for having deceived us.
I can make allowances for you, Miss Ramsden. You cannot understand how I feel on this subject, though I should not have expected rather better taste from people of greater experience. However, I quite feel that you have all placed yourselves in a very painful position, and the most truly considerate thing for me to do is to go at once. Good morning.
She goes, leaving them staring.
Well, I must say,
I don't think she is quite fair to us.
You must cower before the wedding ring like the rest of us, Ramsden. The cup of our ignominy is fall.
End of Act 1. Act 2. On the carriage drive in the park of a country house near Richmond, a motor car has broken down. Tanner is standing in the drive with the car on his right hand. A pair of supine legs in blue serge trousers protrude from beneath the machine.
Aha! I got him.
All right now.
All right.
Tanner stoops and takes the legs by the ankles, drawing their owner forth like a wheelbarrow, walking on his hands with a hammer in his mouth. The chauffeur looks round inquiringly in the act of stowing away his hammer.
Had enough of it, eh?
I may as well walk to the house and stretch my legs and calm my nerves a little. I suppose you know that we have come from Hyde Park Corner to Richmond in 21 minutes.
I'd have done it in under 15 if I'd had a clear road all the way.
Why do you do it? Is it for love of sport or for the fun of terrifying your unfortunate employer?
What are you afraid of?
The police and breaking my neck.
Well, if you like easygoing, you can take a bus, you know? It's cheaper. You pay me to save your time and give you the value of your £1,000 car.
I am the slave of that car, and of you too. I dream of the accursed thing at night.
You get over that. If you're going up to the house, may I ask how long you're going to stay there? Because if you mean to put in the whole morning talking to the ladies, I'll put the car in the stables and make myself comfortable. If not, I'll keep the car on the go about here until you come.
Better wait here. We shan't be long. There's a young American gentleman, a Mr. Malone, who's driving Mr. Robinson down in his new American steam car.
American steam car? What? Racing us down from London?
Perhaps they're here already.
If I'd known it. Why didn't you tell me, Mr. Tanner?
Because I've been told that this car is capable of 84 miles an hour, and I already know what you are capable of when there's a rival car on the road. No, Henry, there are things it is not good for you to know, and this was one of them. However, cheer up. We're going to have a day after your own heart. The American is to take Mr. Robinson and his sister and Miss Whitefield. We are to take Miss Rhoda.
That's Miss Whitefield's sister, isn't it?
Yes.
And Miss Whitefield herself is going in the other car, not with you?
Why the devil should she come with me? Mr. Robinson will be in the other car. Oh, we've lost...
The chauffeur looks at Tanner with cool incredulity and turns to the car, whistling a popular air softly to himself. Octavius comes from the house, dressed for motoring, but without his overcoat.
We've lost the race, thank heaven. There's Mr. Robinson. Well, Tavy, is the steam car a success?
Oh, I think so. We've come from Hyde Park Corner here in 17 minutes. How long were you?
The chauffeur, furious, kicks the car with a groan of vexation.
Oh, about 3/4 of an hour or so.
Now, Mr. Tanner, come now. We could have done it easy in under 15.
Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Mr. Octavius Robinson, Mr. Henry Straker.
Pleased to meet you, sir. Mr. Tanner's getting at you with his Henry Straker, you know. You call it Henry, but I don't mind, bless you.
You think it's simply bad taste in me to chaff him, Henry, Tavy. But you're wrong. This man takes more trouble to drop his H's than ever his father did to pick them up. It's a mark of caste to him. I have never met anybody more swollen with the pride of class than Henry is.
Easy. A little moderation, Mr. Tanner.
A little moderation, Tavy, you observe. You would tell me to draw it mild, but this chap has been educated. What's more, he knows that we haven't. What was that board school of yours, Straker?
Sherbrooke Road.
Sherbrooke Road. Would any of us say Rugby, Harrow, Eton in that tone of intellectual snobbery? Sherbrooke Road is a place where boys learn something. Eton is a boy farm where we are sent because we are nuisances at home and because in after life, whenever a duke is mentioned, we can claim him as an old schoolfellow.
You don't know nothing about it, Mr. Tanner. It's not the board school that does it. It's the Polytechnic.
His university, Octavius, not Oxford, Cambridge, Durham, Dublin, or Glasgow, not even those nonconformist holes in Wales. No, Tavy. Regent Street, Chelsea, the Borough. I don't know half the confounded names. These are his universities, not mere shops for selling class limitations like ours. You despise Oxford, Henry, don't you?
No, I don't. Very nice sort of place, Oxford, I should think, for people who like that sort of place. They teach you to be a gentleman there. In the Polytechnic, they teach you to be an engineer or such.
Sarcasm, Tavy, sarcasm. Oh, if you could only see into Henry's soul, the depth of his contempt for a gentleman, the arrogance of his pride in being an engineer would appall you. He positively likes the car to break down because it brings out my gentlemanly helplessness and his workmanlike skill and resource.
Never you mind him, Mr. Robinson. He likes to talk. We know him, don't we?
Oh, but there's a great truth at the bottom of what he says. I believe most intensely in the dignity of labor.
That's because you never done any, Mr. Robinson. My business is to do away with labor. You'll get more out of me and a machine than you will out of 20 laborers, and not so much to drink either.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Tavy, don't start him on political economy. He knows all about it, and we don't. You're only a poetic socialist, Tavy. He's a scientific one.
Yes, well, this conversation is very improving, but I've got to look after the car, and you two want to talk about your ladies, aren't they?
He retires to busy himself about the car and presently saunters off towards the house.
That's a very momentous social phenomenon.
What is?
Straker is. Here have we literary and cultured persons been for years setting up a cry of the new woman whenever some unusually old-fashioned female came along, and never noticing the advent of the new man. Straker's the new man.
Oh, I see nothing new about him, except the way you're chaffing him. But I don't want to talk about him just now. I want to speak to you about Anne.
Straker knew even that. He learnt it at the Polytechnic, probably. Well, what about Anne? Have you proposed to her?
I was brute enough to do so last night.
Brute enough? What do you mean?
Oh, Jack, we men are all coarse. We never understand how exquisite a woman's sensibilities are, or how could I have done such a thing?
Done what, you maudlin idiot?
Oh, yes, I am an idiot, Jack. Oh, if you'd heard her voice, if you had seen her tears. I have lain awake all night thinking of them. If she had reproached me, I could have borne it better.
Tears? That's dangerous. What did she say?
She asked me how she could think of anything now, but her dear father, she stifled a sob.
Bear it like a man, Tavy, even if you feel it like an ass. It's the old game. She's not tired of playing with you yet.
Oh, don't be a fool, Jack. Do you suppose that this eternal shallow cynicism of yours has any real bearing on a nature like hers?
Did she say anything else?
Oh, yes, and that is why I expose myself and her to your ridicule by telling you what has passed.
No, dear Tavy, not ridicule, on my honor. However, no matter. Go on.
Her sense of duty is so devout, so perfect, so...
Yes, I know. Go on.
You see, under this new arrangement, you and Ramsden are her guardians, and she considers that all her duty to her father is now transferred to you. She said she thought I ought to have spoken to you both in the first instance. Of course, she's right, but somehow it seems rather absurd that I am to come to you and formally ask to be received as a suitor for your ward's hand.
I'm glad that love has not totally extinguished your sense of humor, Tavy.
Oh, but that answer won't satisfy her.
My official answer is, obviously, bless you, my children, may you be happy.
Oh, I wish you would stop playing the fool about this, Jack. If it is not serious to you, it is to me.
You know perfectly well that she is as free to choose as you. She does not think so.
Well, doesn't she just?
Oh, doesn't she just? However, say what you want me to do.
I want you to tell her, sincerely and earnestly, what you think about me. I want you to tell her that you can trust her to me. That is, if you feel you can.
I have no doubt that I can trust her to you. What worries me is the idea of trusting you to her. Have you ever read Maeterlinck's book about the bee?
I am not discussing literature at the present.
Be just a little patient with me. I am not discussing literature. The book about the bee is natural history. It's an awful lesson to mankind. You think you are Anne's suitor, that you are the pursuer and she the pursued, that it is your part to woo, to persuade, to prevail, to overcome. Fool! It is you who are the pursued, the marked down quarry, the destined prey. You need not sit lookingly at the bait through the bars, through the wires of the trap. The door is open and will remain so until it shuts behind you forever.
Oh, I wish I could believe that, vilely as you put it.
Why, man, what other work has she in life but to get a husband? It is a woman's business to get married as soon as possible, and a man's to keep unmarried as long as he can. You have your poems and your tragedies to work at. Anne has nothing.
No, I cannot write without inspiration, and nobody can give me that except Anne.
Well, hadn't you better get it from her at a safe distance? Petrarch didn't see half as much of Laura, nor Dante of Beatrice, as you see of Anne now, and yet they wrote first-rate poetry. At least so I'm told. They never exposed their idolatry to the test of domestic familiarity, and it lasted them to their graves. Marry Anne, and at the end of a week, you'll find no more inspiration than in a plate of muffins.
Oh, you think I shall tire of her?
Not at all. You don't get tired of muffins, but you don't find inspiration in them, and you won't in her when she ceases to be a poet's dream and becomes a solid 11-stone wife. You'll be forced to dream about somebody else, and then there will be a row.
Oh, this sort of talk is no use, Jack. You don't understand. You have never been in love.
I have never been out of it. Why, I'm in love even with Anne, but I am neither the slave of love nor its dupe. Go to the bee, thou poet, consider her ways and be wise. By heaven, Tavy, if women could do without our work, and we ate their children's bread instead of making it, they would kill us as the spider kills her mate, or as the bee kills the drone. And they would be right if we were good for nothing but love.
Ah, but if we were only good enough for love. Oh, there is nothing like love. There is nothing else but love. Without it, the world would be a dream of sordid horror.
And this is the man who asked me to give him the hand of my ward. Tavy, I believe we were changed in our cradles, and then you are the real descendant of Don Juan.
Oh, I beg you not to say anything like that to Anne.
Don't be stupid. She has marked you for her own, and nothing will stop her now. You are doomed.
Here comes back with the newspaper.
Here comes the new man, demoralizing himself with a halfpenny paper, as usual.
Now, would you believe it, Mr. Robinson? When we're out motoring, we take in 2 papers, the Times for him, the Leader or the Echo for me. And do you think I ever see my paper? Not much. He grabs the Leader and leaves me to stodge myself with his Times.
Oh, are there no winners in the Times?
Enery don't hold with betting, Tavy. Motor records are his weakness. What's the latest?
Paris to Biskra at 40 mile an hour average, not counting the Mediterranean.
How many killed?
They're 2 silly sheep. What does it matter? Sheep don't cost such a lot. They were glad to have the price without the trouble of selling them to the butcher. All the same, you see, there'll be clamor again it presently, and then the French government will stop it, and our chance will be gone, you see. That's what makes me fairly mad. Mr. Tanner won't do a good run while he can.
Tavy, do you remember my Uncle James?
Oh, yes, why?
Uncle James had a first-rate cook. He couldn't digest anything but what she cooked. Well, the poor man was shy and hated society, but his cook was proud of her skill and wanted to serve up dinners to princes and ambassadors. To prevent her from leaving him, that poor old man had to give a big dinner twice a month and suffer agonies of awkwardness. Now, here am I, and here is this chap, Enery Straker, the new man. I loathe traveling, but I rather like Enery. He cares for nothing but tearing along in a leather coat and goggles with 2 inches of dust all over him at 60 miles an hour and the risk of his life and mine. Except, of course, when he's lying on his back in the mud under the machine trying to find out where it has given way. Well, if I don't give him if I don't give him a 1,000-mile run at least once a fortnight, I shall lose him. He will give me the sack and go to some American millionaire, and I shall have to put up with a nice, respectable groom, gardener, amateur, who will touch his hat and know his place. I am Enery's slave, just as Uncle James was his cook's slave.
Ron, I wish I had a car that would go as fast as you can talk, Mr. Tanner. What I'll say is that you lose money buying motor car unless you keep it working. Might as well have a pram and a nursemaid to wheel you in it as that car and me, if you don't get the last inch out of us both.
All right, Henry, all right. We'll go out for half an hour presently.
Half an hour?
He returns to his machine, seats himself in it, and turns up a fresh page of his paper in search of more news.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a note for you from Rhoda.
I rather think Rhoda is heading for a row with Anne. As a rule, there is only one person an English girl hates more than she hates her mother, and that's her eldest sister. But Rhoda positively prefers her mother to Anne. Oh, I say.
What's the matter?
Rhoda was to have come with me for a ride in the motor car. She says Anne has forbidden her to go out with me.
Straker suddenly begins whistling his favorite air with remarkable deliberation. Surprised by this burst of lark-like melody, they turn and look inquiringly at him, but he is busy with his paper, and nothing comes of their movement.
Does she give any reason?
Reason? An insult is not a reason. Anne forbids her to be alone with me on any occasion. Says I am not a fit person for a young girl to be with. What do you think of your paragon now?
Oh, you must remember that she has a very heavy responsibility now that her father is dead. Oh, Mrs. Whitefield is too weak to control Rhoda.
In short, you agree with her. You agree with Anne.
But I think I understand. You must admit that your views are hardly suited for the formation of a young girl's mind and character.
I admit nothing of the sort. I admit that the formation of a young lady's mind and character usually consists in telling her lies, but I object to the particular lie that I am in the habit of abusing the confidences of girls.
Well, Anne doesn't say that, Jack.
Well, what else does she mean?
Miss Whitefield, gentlemen.
He dismounts and strolls away down the avenue with the air of a man who knows he is no longer wanted.
Morning, Jack. I have come to tell you that poor Rhoda has got one of her headaches and cannot go with you today in the car. It is a cruel disappointment to her, poor child.
What do you say now, Tavy?
Surely you cannot misunderstand, Jack. Anne is showing you the kindest consideration, even at the cost of deceiving you.
What do you mean?
Would you like to cure Rhoda's headache, Anne?
Of course.
Then just tell her what you said just now, and add that you arrived about 2 minutes after I had received her letter and read it.
Rhoda has written to you.
With full particulars.
Oh, never mind him, Anne. You were quite right. Anne was only doing her duty, Jack, and you know it. Doing it in the kindest way, too.
How kind you are, Tavy. How helpful. How well you understand.
I tighten the coils. You love her, Tavy, don't you?
She knows I do.
Hush, for shame, Tavy.
Oh, I give you leave. I am your guardian, and I commit you to Tavy's care for the next hour.
No, Jack, I must speak to you about Rhoda. Ricky, will you go back to the house and entertain your American friend? He's rather on Mamma's hands so early in the morning, as she wants to finish her housekeeping.
Oh, I fly, dearest Anne.
He kisses her hand.
Now
He looks at her with an eloquent blush and runs off.
Now look here, Anne. This time you've landed yourself, and of course, if Tavy were not in love with you past all salvation, he'd have found out what an incorrigible liar you are.
You misunderstand, Jack. I didn't dare tell Tavy the truth.
No, your daring is generally in the opposite direction. What the devil do you mean by telling Rhoda that I'm too vicious to associate with her? How can I ever have any human or decent relations with her again, now that you have poisoned her mind in that abominable way?
I know you are incapable of behaving badly.
Then why did you lie to her?
I had to.
Had to?
Mother made me.
Ha! I might have known it. The mother. Always the mother.
It was that dreadful book of yours. You know how timid Mother is. All timid women are conventional. We must be conventional, Jack, or we are so cruelly, so vilely misunderstood. Even you, who are a man, cannot say what you think without being misunderstood and vilified. Yes, I admit it. I have had to vilify you. Do you want to have poor Rhoda misunderstood and vilified to the same way? Would it be right for Mother to let her expose herself to such treatment before she is old enough to judge for herself?
In short, the way to avoid misunderstanding is for everybody to lie and slander and insinuate and pretend as hard as they can. That is what obeying your mother comes to.
I love my mother, Jack.
Is that any reason why you are not to call your soul your own? Oh, I protest against this vile objection of youth to age. Look at fashionable society as you know it. What does it pretend to be? An exquisite dance of nymphs. What is it? A horrible procession of wretched girls, each in the claws of a cynical, cunning, avaricious, disillusioned, ignorantly experienced, foul-minded old woman, whom she calls mother, and whose duty it is to corrupt her mind and sell her to the highest bidder. Why do these unhappy slaves marry anybody, however old and vile, sooner than not marry at all? Because marriage is their only means of escape from these decrepit fiends who hide their selfish ambitions, then their jealous hatreds of the young rivals who have supplanted them under the mask of maternal duty and family affection. Such things are abominable. The voice of nature proclaims for the daughter a father's care and for the son a mother's. The law for father and son and mother and daughter is not the law of love. It is the law of revolution, of emancipation, of final supersession of the old and worn out by the young and capable. I tell you, the first duty of manhood and womanhood is a declaration of independence. The man who pleads his father's authority is no man. The woman who pleads her mother's authority is unfit to bear citizens to a free people.
I suppose you will go in seriously for politics someday, Jack.
What? What has that got to do with what I've been saying?
You talk so well.
Talk? Talk? It means nothing to you but talk? Well, go back to your mother and help her to poison Rhoda's imagination as she has poisoned yours. It is the tame elephants who enjoy capturing the wild ones.
I am getting on. Yesterday I was a boa constrictor. Today I am an elephant.
Yes, so go pack your trunk and be gone. I have no more to say to you.
You are so utterly unreasonable and impracticable. What can I do?
Do? Break your chains. Go your way according to your own conscience and not according to your mother's. Get your mind clean and vigorous and learn to enjoy a fast ride in a motor car instead of seeing nothing in it but an excuse for a detestable intrigue. Come with me to Marseille and across to Algiers and to Bistra at 60 miles an hour. Come right down to the Cape if you like. That will be a declaration of independence with a vengeance. You can write a book about it afterwards. That will finish your mother and make a woman of you.
I don't think there would be any harm in that, Jack. You are my guardian. You stand in my father's place by his own wish. Nobody could say a word against our traveling together. It would be delightful. Thank you 1,000 times, Jack. I'll come.
You'll come?
Of course.
No, look here, Anne. If there's no harm in it, there's no point in doing it.
How absurd you are. You don't want to compromise me, do you?
Yes, that's the whole sense of my proposal.
You are talking the greatest nonsense, and you know it. You would never do anything to hurt me.
Well, if you don't want to be compromised, don't come.
Yes, I will come, Jack, since you wish it. You are my guardian and think we ought to see more of one another and come to know one another better. It's very thoughtful and very kind of you, Jack, to offer me this lovely holiday, especially after what I said about Rhoda. You really are good. Much better than you think. When do we start?
But...
The conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Mrs. Whitefield from the house. She is accompanied by the American gentleman and followed by Ramsden and Octavius. As the American comes along the drive from the house with Mrs. Whitefield, he is sedulously making himself agreeable and entertaining, and thereby placing on her slender wit a burden it is unable to bear. Ramsden strolls over to inspect the motor car. Octavius joins Hector.
Oh, Mamma, what do you think? Jack is going to take me to Nice in his motor car. Isn't it lovely? I am the happiest person in London.
Mrs. Whitefield objects. I'm sure she objects. Doesn't she, Ramsden?
Well, I should think it very likely indeed.
You don't object, do you, Mother?
I object. Why should I? I think it will do you good, Anne. I meant to ask you to take Rhoda out for a run occasionally. She's too much in the house, but it will do when you come back.
Abyss beneath abyss of perfidy.
Oh, I forgot. You have not met Mr. Malone, Mr. Tanner, my guardian, Mr. Hector Malone.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Tanner. Should like to suggest an extension of the traveling party to Nice, if I may. To Nice, if I may.
Oh, we're all coming. That's understood, isn't it?
I'm also the modest possessor of a motor car. Miss Robinson will allow me the privilege of taking her. My car is at her service.
Violet.
Come, Mother. We must leave them to talk over the arrangements. I must see to my traveling kit.
Mrs. Whitefield looks bewildered, but Anne draws her discreetly away, and they disappear round the corner towards the house.
I think I may go so far as to say that I can depend on Miss Robinson's consent.
I'm afraid we must leave Violet behind. There are circumstances which make it impossible for her to come on such an expedition.
Too American, eh? Must the young lady have a chaperone?
No, it's not that, Malone. At least not altogether.
Indeed. May I ask what other objection applies?
Oh, tell him. We shall never be able to keep the secret unless everybody knows what it is. Mr. Malone, if you go to Nice with Violet, you go with another man's wife. She is married.
You don't tell me so.
We do, in confidence.
Her marriage has not yet been made known. She desires that it shall not be mentioned for the present.
I shall respect the lady's wishes. Would it be indiscreet to ask who her husband is in case I should have an opportunity of consulting him about this trip?
We don't know who he is.
In that case, I have no more to say.
Oh, you must think this all very strange.
Little singular. Pardon me for saying so.
The young lady was married secretly, and her husband has forbidden her, it seems, to declare his name. It is only right to tell you, since you are interested in Miss in Violet.
I hope this is not a disappointment to you.
Well, it is a blow. Can hardly understand how a man can leave a wife in such a position. Surely it's not customary. It's not manly. It's not considerate.
Oh, we feel that, as you may imagine, pretty deeply.
It is some young fool who has not enough experience to know what mystifications of this kind lead to.
I hope so. Man need be very young and pretty foolish to be excused for such conduct. You take a very lenient view, Mr. Ramsden, too lenient to my mind. Surely marriage should ennoble a man. Am I to gather from that cachinnation that you don't agree with me, Mr. Tanner?
Get married and try. You may find it delightful for a while. You certainly won't find it ennobling. The greatest common measure of a man and a woman is not necessarily greater than the man's single measure.
Well, we think in America that a woman's moral number is higher than a man's, and that the pure nature of a woman lifts a man right out of himself and makes him better than he was.
So it does.
No wonder American women prefer to live in Europe. It's more comfortable than standing all their lives on an altar to be worshipped. Anyhow, Violet's husband has not been ennobled. So what's to be done?
I can't dismiss that man's conduct as lightly as you do, Mr. Tanner. However, I'll say no more. Whoever he is, he's Miss Robinson's husband, and I should be glad for her sake to think better of him.
I'm very sorry, Malone. Very sorry.
You're a good fellow, Robinson. Thank you.
Talk about something else. Violet's coming from the house.
I should esteem it a very great favor, men, if you would take the opportunity to let me have a few words with the lady alone. I shall have to cry off this trip, and it's rather delicate.
Say no more. Come, Tanner. Come, Tavy.
He strolls away into the park with Octavius and Tanner, Past the motor car, Violet comes down the avenue with Hector.
Are they looking?
No.
She kisses him.
Have you been telling lies for my sake?
Lying. Lying hardly describes it. I overdo it. Get carried away in an ecstasy of mendacity. Violet, I wish you'd let me own up.
No, Hector. You promised me not to.
I'll keep my promise until you release me from it, but I feel mean lying to those men and denying my wife. Just dastardly.
I wish your father were not so unreasonable.
He's not unreasonable. He's right from his point of view. He has a prejudice against the English middle class.
Too ridiculous. You know how I dislike saying such things to you, Hector, but if I were here too... Oh, well, no matter.
I know. If you were to marry the son of an English manufacturer of office furniture, your friends would consider it a misalliance. And here's my silly old dad, who's the biggest office furniture man in the world, would show me the door for marrying the most perfect lady in England merely because she has no handle to her name. Of course, it's just absurd, but I tell you, I don't like deceiving him. I feel as if I was stealing his money. Why won't you let me own up?
We can't afford it. You can be as romantic as you please about love, Hector, but you mustn't be romantic about money.
Well, that's very English. Violet, Dad's bound to find out about us someday.
Oh, yes. Later on, of course, but let's go over this every time we meet, dear. You promised.
All right.
It is I and not you who suffer by this concealment. And as to facing a struggle and poverty and all that sort of thing, I simply will not do it. It's too silly.
You shall not. I'll sort of borrow the money from my dad until I get on my own feet. Then I can own up and pay up at the same time.
Do you mean to work? Do you want to spoil our marriage?
Well, I don't mean to let marriage spoil my character. Your friend, Mr. Tanner, has got the laugh on me a bit already about that, and, well...
You're the beast! I hate Jack Tanner.
Oh, he's all right. He only needs the love of a good woman to ennoble him. Besides, he's proposed a motoring trip to Nice, and I'm going to take you.
How jolly.
Yes. But how are we going to manage, you see?
My thunder.
They've warned me off going with you, so to speak.
No,
they've told me in confidence that you're married. That's just the most overwhelming confidence I've ever been honored with.
Tanner returns with Straker, who goes to his car.
Your car is a great success, Mr. Malone. Your engineer is showing it off to Mr. Ramsden.
Let's come by.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Malone. I did not quite catch...
I asked to be allowed the pleasure of showing you my little American steam car, Miss Robinson.
I shall be very pleased.
They go off together down the avenue.
About this trip, Straker.
Yes?
Miss Whitefield is supposed to be coming with me.
So I gather.
Mr. Robinson is to be one of the party.
Yes?
Well, if you can manage so as to be a good deal occupied with me and leave Mr. Robinson a good deal occupied with Miss Whitefield, he will be deeply grateful to you.
Evidently.
Evidently. Your grandfather would have simply winked.
My grandfather would have touched his hat.
And I should have given your good, nice, respectful grandfather a sovereign.
5 shillings, more likely. What about the lady's views?
She is just as willing to be left to Mr. Robinson as Mr. Robinson is to be left to her.
Straker looks at his principal with cool skepticism, then turns to the car, whistling his favorite air.
Stop that aggravating noise. What do you mean by it?
Straker calmly resumes the melody and finishes it. Tanner politely hears it out before he again addresses Straker, this time with elaborate seriousness.
Emery, I have ever been a warm advocate of the spread of music among the masses, but I object to your obliging the company whenever Miss Whitefield's name is mentioned. You did it this morning, too.
It's not a bit of use. Mr. Robinson may as well give it up first as last.
Why?
Come on, you know why. course, it's not my business, but you needn't start kidding me about it.
I'm not kidding. I don't know why.
Oh, very well. All right. It ain't my business.
I trust, Henry, that as between employer and engineer, I shall always know how to keep my proper distance and not intrude my private affairs on you. Even our business arrangements are subject to the approval of your trade union, but don't abuse your advantages. Let me remind you that Voltaire said that what was too silly to be said could be sung.
It wasn't Voltaire. It was Beaumarchais.
I stand corrected. Beaumarchais, of course. Now, you seem to think that what is too delicate to be said can be whistled. Unfortunately, your whistling, though melodious, is unintelligible. Come, there's nobody listening, neither my genteel relatives nor the secretary of your confounded union. As man to man, Henry, why do you think that my friend has no chance with Miss Whitefield?
She's after someone else.
Bosh! Who else?
You!
Me?
Mean to tell me you didn't know? Oh, come, Mr. Tanner.
Are you playing the fool or do you mean it?
I'm not playing no fool. Well, it's as plain as the nose on your face. If you ain't spotted that, you don't know much about these sort of things. Excuse me, Mr. Tanner, but you asked me as man to man, and I told you as man to man.
Then I am the bee, the spider, the marked down victim, the destined prey.
Well, I don't know about the bee and the spider, but the marked down victim, that's what you are, and no mistake. And a jolly good job for you, I should say.
Henry Straker, the moment of your life has arrived.
What you mean?
That record to Biskra.
Yes?
Break it.
Do you mean it?
I do.
When?
Now. Is that machine ready to start?
But you can't.
Tanner gets into the car.
Off we go. First to the bank for money, then to my rooms for my kit, then to your rooms for your kit. Then break the record. From London to Dover to Folkestone, then across the channel and away like mad to Marseille, Gibraltar, Genoa, and any port from which we can sail to a Mohammedan country where men are protected from women.
Go on, you're kidding.
Stay behind then. If you won't come, I'll do it alone.
He starts the motor.
Yeah, mister, now steady on.
He scrambles in as the car plunges forward. End of Act 2.
Right, and we will take a short 5-minute intermission. It's 4-minute intermission. It's 2:56. At 3 o'clock, we will start Act. Okay, very good, everyone. I'm really impressed.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh, I now have a greater deal of sympathy for anyone who's ever played this role.
A lot of talking.
Tell me about
and if
it.
You're doing both John Tanner and Don Juan, oh my God.
You are very convincingly earnest in everything you say.
Thank you.
Whereas my job is just to smile and give little side flourishes for the most part.
Well, fortunately, our playmaster has given me a break in Act 3.
Right.
Because otherwise I would have done double duty.
Yeah.
What are you referring to?
Don Juan.
Yes. The Shaw, intimates that Anne plays Donna Anna and John Tanner plays Don Juan and Mendoza plays the devil and
Roebuck Ramsden plays the statue of Doña Anna's dead father.
And I decided not to do that because I wanted to give more people a chance.
A good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the references to Roebuck in Act 3, I don't do
them. Where are there references? There is Roebuck does come in at the very end of Act 3.
Yeah, because I've got Roebuck and the.
You are playing the statue?
Now, Roebuck does actually come in towards the end of Act 3.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is correct. That does actually happen. But he does not play the statue, which is being played.
No, that's right.
Right. Okay.
But I'm doing Roebuck and the other character sort of 3 or 4 lines apart.
Right.
I
have a question. Oh, sorry.
No, you go first, please.
Oh, thank you. I just have a question, Jared. Do you want the socialists, the social democrats to read the majority and others lines as well?
Yes.
Okay,
Good question.
that's what I figured.
Yeah,
okay.
How are we doing for time? Are we going as fast as you had hoped?
Yes,
I think we're going faster.
Yeah.
If you should at the last moment take pity upon me on those 3 paragraphs.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yes. All right. So the stage directions coming up will be longer. Okay.
It's
only one spot. It will not affect any of the rest of you. It's not my stage directions it won't be interrupting what you say. But there is one point in the entire play where Shaw is being very authorial in putting additional ideas into the play at this spot that are not written into the spoken text. So it's the creme de la creme of my role.
Okay.
It's 3 o'clock now.
Yes, it's 3 o'clock. So let's go forward. Is everyone here? Yeah. Okay.
Act 3. Evening in the Sierra Nevada in southern Spain. Higher up, tall stone peaks and precipices, all handsome and distinguished. Not very far north of a spot at which the high road over one of the passes crosses a tunnel on the railway from Malaga to Granada, is one of the mountain amphitheaters of the Sierra. Looking at it from the wide end of the horseshoe, one sees a little to the right, in the face of the cliff, a romantic cave, which is really an abandoned quarry, and towards the left, a little hill commanding a view of the road. On the hill, watching the road, is a man. In the hollow on the slope leading to the quarry cave are about a dozen men. An English policeman or poor law guardian would recognize them as a selected band of tramps and able-bodied paupers. This description of them is not wholly contemptuous. Whoever has intelligently observed the tramp or visited the able-bodied ward of a workhouse will admit that our social failures are not all drunkards and weaklings. Some of them are men who do not fit the class they were born into. Precisely the same qualities that make the educated gentleman an artist may make an uneducated manual laborer an able-bodied pauper. There are men who fall helplessly into the workhouse because they are good for nothing. But there are also men who are there because they are strong-minded enough to disregard the social convention. Obviously, not a disinterested one on the part of the ratepayer, which bids a man live by heavy and badly paid drudgery when he has the alternative of walking into the workhouse, announcing himself as a destitute person, and legally compelling the guardians to feed, clothe, and house him better than he could feed, clothe, and house himself without great exertion. When a man who is born a poet refuses a stool in a stockbroker's office and starves in a garret, sponging on a poor landlady or on his friends and relatives, rather than work against his grain, or when a lady, because she is a lady, will face any extremity of parasitic dependence rather than take a situation as cook or parlor maid, we make large allowances for them. To such allowances, the able-bodied pauper and his nomadic variant, the tramp, are equally entitled. Further, the imaginative man, if his life is to be tolerable to him, must have leisure to tell himself stories, and a position which lends itself to imaginative decoration. The ranks of unskilled labor offer no such positions. We misuse our laborers horribly. And when a man refuses to be misused, we have no right to say that he is refusing honest work. Let us be frank in this matter before we go on with our play, so that we may enjoy it without hypocrisy. If we were reasoning, far-sighted people, 4/5 of us would go straight to the guardians for relief and knock the whole social system to pieces with most beneficial reconstructive results. The reason we do not do this is because we work like bees or ants, by instinct or habit, not reasoning about the matter at all. Therefore, when a man comes along who can and does reason, and who, applying the Kantian test to his conduct, can truly say to us, if everybody did as I do, the world would be compelled to reform itself industrially and abolish slavery and squalor, which exist only because everybody does as you do. Let us honor that man and seriously consider the advisability of following his example. Such a man is the able-bodied, able-minded pauper. Were he a gentleman doing his best to get a pension or a sinecure instead of sweeping a crossing, nobody would blame him for deciding that so long as the alternative lies between living mainly at the expense of the community and allowing the community to live mainly at his, it would be folly to accept what is to him personally the greater of the two evils. We may therefore contemplate the tramps of the Sierra without prejudice, admitting cheerfully that our objects, briefly to be gentlemen of fortune, are much the same as theirs, and the difference in our position and methods merely accidental. One or two of them, perhaps, it would be wiser to kill without malice in a friendly and frank manner, for there are bipeds, just as there are quadrupeds, who are too dangerous to be left unchained and unmuzzled, and these cannot fairly expect to have other men's lives wasted in the work of watching them. But as society has not the courage to kill them, and when it catches them, simply wreaks on them some superstitious expiatory rites of torture and degradation, and then lets them loose with heightened qualifications for mischief, it is just as well that they are at large in the Sierra, and in the hands of a chief who looks as if he might possibly, on provocation, order them to be shot. The chief is seated in the center of the group on a squared block of stone from the quarry. He is certainly the best fed, the best dressed, and the best trained. The fact that he speaks English is not unexpected, in spite of the Spanish landscape, for with the exception of one man who might be guessed as a bullfighter ruined by drink, and one unmistakable Frenchman, they are all Cockney or American. The chief, with a magnificent fling of the end of his cloak across his left shoulder, rises to greet them. The applause which greets him shows that he is a favorite orator.
Mendoza, John.
Sorry?
Yes, it's you. We're with the chief. That's your line.
The chief and Mendoza?
Yeah, it's the same character.
Friends and fellow brigands, I have a proposal to make to this meeting. We have now spent 3 evenings in discussing the question, have anarchists or social democrats the most personal courage? We have gone into the principles of anarchism and social democracy at great length. The cause of anarchy has been ably represented by our one anarchist who doesn't know what anarchism means.
Point to order, Mendoza.
No, by thunder. Your last point of order took half an hour. Besides, anarchists don't believe in order.
It's a vulgar error. I can prove it.
Order!
Order!
Sit
Order!
down.
On the other hand, we have 3 social democrats among us. They are not on speaking terms, and they have put before us 3 distinct and incompatible views of social democracy.
Yeah, so we are.
Oh, we are, right.
Yeah. You ain't no Christian. You're a sheeny, you are.
My friend, I am an exception to all rules. It is true that I have the honor to be a Jew. And when the Zionists need a leader to reassemble our race on its historic soil of Palestine, Mendoza will not be the last to volunteer.
Here.
But I am not a slave to any superstition. I have swallowed all the formulas, even that of socialism, though in a sense, once a socialist, always a socialist.
Here.
But I am well aware that the ordinary man, even the ordinary brigand, who can scarcely be called an ordinary man, is not a philosopher. Common sense is good enough for him, and in our business affairs, common sense is good enough for me. Well, what is our business here in the Sierra Nevada, chosen by the Moors as the fairest spot in Spain? Is it to discuss abstruse questions of political economy? No, it is to hold up motor cars and secure a more equitable distribution of wealth. All made
by labor, mind you.
Undoubtedly, all made by labor and on its way to be squandered by wealthy vagabonds in the dens of vice that disfigure the sunny shores of the Mediterranean. We intercept that wealth. We restore it to circulation among the class that produced it and that chiefly needs it, the working class. We do this at the risk of our lives and liberties by the exercise of the virtues of courage, endurance, foresight, and abstinence, especially abstinence. I myself have eaten nothing but prickly pears and broiled rabbit for 3 days.
No more than that, ain't we?
Have I taken more than my share?
Why should you?
Each according to his needs, from each according to his means.
I agree with both of you.
Yeah, bravo, Mendoza.
What I say is, let us treat one another as gentlemen and strive to excel in personal courage only when we take the field.
Shakespeare.
Automobile. To arms, who has the gun?
Here.
Have the nails been strewn in the road?
2 ounces of them.
Good. With me, Duval. If the nails fall, puncture their tires with a bullet. 2 only. A capitalist and his chauffeur. They look English.
English? Oh, yes, cochons. Fortir, n'est-ce pas?
No, the nails have gone home. Their tire is down. They stop.
On des heures, nom de Dieu.
Du calme, Duval. Keep your hair on. They take it quietly. Let us descend and receive them.
Mendoza descends, pausing behind the fire and coming forward, whilst Tanner and Straker in their motoring goggles, leather coats, and caps are led in from the road by brigands.
Is this the gentleman you describe as your boss? Does he speak English?
Of course he does. You don't suppose we Englishmen let ourselves be bossed by a bloomin' Spaniard, do you?
Allow me to introduce myself. Mendoza, president of the League of the Sierra. I'm a brigand. I live by robbing the rich.
I am a gentleman. I live by robbing the poor. Shake hands.
Here.
Tanner and Mendoza shake hands. The brigands drop into their former places.
Yeah, where do I come in?
My friend and chauffeur.
Well, which is he? Friend or chauffeur? It makes all the difference, you know.
We should expect ransom for a friend. A professional chauffeur is free of the mountains. He even takes trifling percentage of his principal's ransom if he will honor us by accepting it.
I'll see. Just to encourage me to come this way again. Well, I'll think about it. Mon frère, Get out, don't be silly. Who are you, Prim?
Rapturously and kisses him on both cheeks.
Yeah, get out, don't be silly. Who are you, pray? Duval, Social Democrat. Oh, you're a Social Democrat, are you?
If he means that he sold out the parliamentary humbugs and the bourgeoisie compromise, that's his faith.
I understand what he said. He said bourgeois. He said compromise. Championnat de la vie. Miserable menture. Think here, Captain Mendoza, how much of this sort of thing do you put up with here? Are we having a pleasure trip in the mountains or are we at a socialist meeting?
Here.
Shut up.
Yo, sit down.
The Social Democrats and the anarchist are hurtled into the background. Straker, after superintending this proceeding with satisfaction, places himself on Mendoza's left, Tanner being on his right.
Can we offer you anything? Broiled rabbit and prickly pears?
Thank you. We have dined.
Gentlemen, business is over for the day. Go as you please until morning.
The brigands disperse into groups lazily.
Don't none of you go fooling with that card, yeah?
No fear, Monsieur le Chauffeur. The first one we captured cured us of that.
What did it do?
It carried three brave comrades of ours who did not know how to stop it into Granada and capsized them opposite the police station. Since then, we never touch one another. We never touch one without sending for the chauffeur. Shall we chat at our ease?
By all means.
Tanner, Mendoza, and Straker sit down on the turf by the fire.
It is the custom in Spain always to put off business until tomorrow. In fact, you have arrived out of office hours. However, if you would prefer to settle the question of ransom at once, I am at your service.
Tomorrow will do for me. I'm rich enough to pay anything in reason.
You are a remarkable man, sir. Our guests usually describe themselves as miserably poor.
Phew. Miserably poor people don't own motor cars.
Precisely what we say to them.
Treat us well, we shall not prove ungrateful.
No prickly pears and broiled rabbits, you know. Don't tell me you can't do a bit better than that if you like.
Wine, kids, milk, cheese, and bread can be procured for ready money.
Now you're talking.
Are you all socialists here, may I ask?
Oh, no. Nothing of the kind, I assure you. We naturally have modern views as to the justice of the existing distribution of wealth. Otherwise, we should lose our self-respect. But nothing that you could take exception to, except 2 or 3 faddists.
I had no intention of suggesting anything anything discreditable. In fact, I'm a bit of a socialist myself.
Most rich men are, aren't they, this?
Quite so. It has reached us, I admit. It is in the air of the century.
Socialism must be looking up a bit if your chaps are taking to it.
That is true, sir. A movement which is confined to philosophers and honest men can never exercise any real political influence. There are too few of them. Until a movement shows itself capable of spreading among brigands, it can never hope for a political majority.
But are your brigands any less honest than ordinary citizens?
Sir, I will be frank with you. Brigandage is abnormal. Abnormal professions attract 2 classes. Those who are not good enough for ordinary bourgeois life and those who are too good for it. We are dregs and scum, sir. The dregs, very filthy. The scum, very superior.
Okay, some of the dregs will hear you.
It doesn't matter. Each brigand thinks himself scum and likes to hear the others called dregs.
Come, you are a wit. May one ask you a blunt question?
As blunt as you please.
How does it pay a man of your talent to shepherd such a flock as this on broiled rabbit and prickly pears? I've seen men less gifted, and I'll swear less honest, sipping at the Savoy supping at the Savoy on foie gras and champagne.
Pooh! They have all had their turn at the broiled rabbit, just as I shall have my turn at the Savoy. Indeed, I have had a turn there already, as a waiter.
A waiter? You astonish me.
Yes, I, Mendoza of the Sierra, was a waiter, hence perhaps my cosmopolitanism. Shall I tell you the story of my life?
Well, if it ain't too long, though, chap.
Shh. You are a Philistine, Henry. You have no romance in you. You interest me extremely, President. Never mind Henry. He can go to sleep.
The woman I loved.
Oh, this is a love story, is it? Right you are. Go on. I was only afraid you were going to talk about yourself.
Myself? I have thrown myself away for her sake. That is why I am here. No matter. I count the world well lost for her. She had, I pledge you my word, the most magnificent head of hair I ever saw. She had humor. She had intellect. She could cook to perfection. And her highly strung temperament made her uncertain, incalculable, variable, capricious, cruel, in a word, enchanting.
A 6-shilling novel sort of woman, all but the cooking. Her name was Lady Gladys Plantagenet, was it?
No, sir. She was not an earl's daughter. Photography reproduced by the halftone process has made me familiar with the appearance of the daughters of the English peerage, and I can honestly say that I would have sold a lot, faces, dowries, clothes, titles and all, for a smile from this woman. Yet she was a woman of the people, a worker. Otherwise, let me reciprocate your bluntness. I should have scorned her.
Very properly. And did she respond to your love?
Should I be here if she did? She objected to marry a Jew.
On religious grounds?
No, she was a freethinker. She said that every Jew considers in his heart that English people are dirty in their habits.
Dirty?
It showed her extraordinary knowledge of the world, for it is undoubtedly true. Our elaborate sanitary code makes us unduly contemptuous of the Gentile.
Did you ever hear that, Henry?
I've heard my sister say so. She was a cook in a Jewish family once.
I could not deny it, neither could I eradicate the impression it made on her mind. I could have got round another objection, but no woman can stand the suspicion of indelicacy as to her person. My entreaties were in vain. She always retorted that she wasn't good enough for me and recommended me to marry an accursed barmaid named Rebecca Lazarus, whom I loathed. I talked of suicide. She offered me a packet of beetle poison to do it with. I hinted at murder. She went into hysterics. And as I am a living man, I went to America so she might sleep without dreaming that I was stealing upstairs to cut her throat.
Ooh.
In America, I went out west and fell in with a man who was wanted by the police for holding up trains. It was he who had the idea of holding up motor cars in the south of Europe. A welcome idea to a desperate and disappointed man. He gave me some valuable introductions to capitalists of the right sort. I formed the syndicate, and the present enterprise is the result. I became leader, as the Jew always becomes leader, by his brains and imagination. But with all my pride of race, I would give everything I possess to be an Englishman. I am like a boy. I cut her name on the trees and her initials on the sod. When I am alone, I lie down and tear my wretched hair and cry, Louisa.
Louisa?
It is her name, Louisa. Louisa Straker.
Straker?
Look here. Louisa Straker is my sister, see? What do you mean by gassing about her like this? What's she got to do with you?
A dramatic coincidence. You are Henry. her favorite brother.
Who are you calling Henry? What call have you to take a liberty with my name or with hers? For 2 pins, I'd punch your fat head, so I would.
If I let you do it, will you promise to brag of it afterwards to her? She will be a reminder of her Mendoza. That is all I desire.
This is genuine devotion, Henry. You should respect it.
Funk more likely.
Young man, I come of a famous family of fighters, and as your sister well knows, you would have as much chance against me as a perambulator against your motor car.
Oh, I ain't afraid of you with your Louisa. Louisa, Miss Straker is good enough for you, I should think.
I wish you could persuade her to think so.
Yeah.
Oh, come, Henry. Even if you could fight the president, you can't fight the whole League of the Sierra. Sit down again and be friendly. A cat may look at a king, and even a president of brigands may look at your sister. All this family pride is really very old-fashioned.
Well, let him look at her. But what does he mean by making out that she ever looked at him? Hear him talk, one would think she was keeping company with him.
He turns his back on them and composes himself to sleep.
It was just so with her, sir. Her intellect reached forward into the 20th century. Her social prejudices and family affections reached back into the Dark Ages. Ah, sir, how the words of Shakespeare seem to fit every crisis in our emotions. I loved Louisa. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. And so on. I forget the rest. Call it madness if you will. Infatuation. I am an able man, a strong man. In 10 years, I should have owned a first-class hotel. I met her, and you see, I am a brigand, an outcast. Even Shakespeare cannot do justice to what I feel for Louisa. Let me read you some lines that I have written about her myself. However slight their literary merit may be, they express what I feel better than any casual words can.
He produces a packet of hotel bills scrawled with manuscript and kneels at the fire to decipher them, poking it with a stick to make it glow.
Put them in the fire, President.
Eh?
You are sacrificing your career to a monomania.
I know it.
No, you don't. No man would commit such a crime against himself if he really knew what he was doing. How can you look round at these august hills, look up at this divine sky, taste this finely tempered air, and then talk like a literary hack on a second floor in Bloomsbury?
The Sierra is no better than Bloomsbury when once the novelty has worn off. Besides, these mountains make you dream of women with magnificent hair.
Of Louisa, in short. They will not make me dream of women, my friend. I am heart-whole.
Do not boast until morning, sir. This is a strange country for dreams.
Well, we shall see. Good night.
He lies down and composes himself to sleep. Mendoza, with a sigh, follows his example, and for a few moments there is peace in the Sierra. Then Mendoza sits up suddenly and says pleadingly to Tanner,
Just allow me to read a few lines before you go to sleep. I should really like your opinion of them.
Go on. I'm listening.
I saw thee first in Whitsun Week, Louisa. Louisa.
My dear President, Louisa is a very pretty name, but it really doesn't rhyme well to Whitsun Week.
Of course not. Louisa is not the rhyme, but a refrain.
Ah, the refrain. I beg your pardon. Go on.
Perhaps you do not care for that one. I think you will like this better. Louisa, I love thee. I love thee, Louisa. Louisa, 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 I love thee. One name and one phrase make my music, Louisa. Louisa, Louisa, I love thee. Mendoza, thy lover, Mendoza. Mendoza adoringly lives for Louisa. There is nothing but that in the world for Mendoza. Louisa, Louisa, Mendoza adores thee. There is no merit in producing beautiful lines upon such a name. Louisa is an exquisite name, is it not? Oh, where thou, Louisa, the wife of Mendoza, Mendoza's Louisa, Louisa Mendoza. How blessed were the life of Louisa's Mendoza. How painless his longing of love for Louisa. That is real poetry from the heart of hearts. Don't you think it will move her?
No answer.
Asleep as usual, doggerel to all the world, heavenly music to me. Idiot that I am to wear my heart on my sleeve. Ah, Louisa, I love thee. I love thee, Louisa. Louisa, Louisa, Louisa.
Straker snores, rolls over on his side, and relapses into sleep. Stillness settles on the Sierra, and the darkness deepens. The fire has again buried itself in white ash and ceased to glow. The peaks show unfathomable dark against the starry firmament. But now the stars dim and vanish, and the sky seems to steal away out of the universe. Instead of the Sierra, there is nothing, omnipresent nothing, no sky, no peaks, no light, no sound, no time nor space, utter void. Then somewhere, the beginning of a pallor, and with it a faint throbbing buzz, as a ghostly violoncello palpitating on the same note endlessly. A couple of ghostly violins presently take advantage of this space, and therewith the pallor reveals a man in the void, an incorporeal but visible man, seated absurdly enough on nothing. For a moment he raises his head as the music passes him by, then with a heavy sigh he droops in utter dejection, and the violins, discouraged, retrace their melody in despair, and at last give it up, extinguished by wailings from uncanny wind instruments. Thus, by the aid of certain sparkles of violet light in the pallor, the man's costume explains itself as that of a Spanish nobleman of the 15th to 16th century. Don Juan, of course. Another pallor in the void, this time not violet, but a disagreeable smoky yellow, with it the whisper of a ghostly clarionet, turning this tune into infinite sadness. The yellowish pallor moves. There is an old crone wandering in the void, bent and toothless, draped, as well as one can guess, in the coarse brown frock of some religious order. She wanders and wanders in her slow, hopeless way, much as a wasp flies in its rapid, busy way, until she blunders against the thing she seeks, companionship. With a sob of relief, the poor old creature clutches at the presence of the man and addresses him in her dry, unlovely voice, which can still express pride and resolution as well as suffering.
Excuse me, but I am so lonely and this place is so awful.
A newcomer.
Yes, I suppose I died this morning. I confessed. I had extreme unction. I was in bed with my family about me and my eyes fixed on the cross. Then it grew dark. And when the light came back, it was this light by which I walk. Seeing nothing, I have wandered for hours in this horrible loneliness.
You have not yet lost the sense of time. One soon does in eternity.
Where are we?
In hell.
Hell? I? In hell? How dare you?
Why not, Signora?
You do not know to whom you are speaking. I am a lady and a faithful daughter of the church.
I doubt it not.
How can I be in hell? Purgatory, perhaps. I have not been perfect, but who has? But hell? Oh, you are lying.
Hell, Signora, I assure you. Hell at its best. That is, its most solitary. Perhaps you would prefer company?
But I have sincerely repented. I have confessed.
How much?
More sins than I really committed. I loved confession.
That is perhaps as bad as confessing too little. At all events, Signora, whether by oversight or intention, you are certainly damned, like myself, and there is nothing for it now but to make the best of it.
Oh, and I might have been so much wickeder. All my good deeds wasted. It is so unjust.
No, you were fully and clearly warned. For your bad deeds, vicarious atonement, mercy without justice. For your good deeds, justice without mercy. We have many good people here.
Oh, were you a good man?
Ha! I was a murderer.
Oh, a murderer? How dare they send me here with murderers? I was not as bad as that. I was a good woman. There is some mistake. Where can I have it set right?
I do not know whether mistakes can be corrected here. Perhaps, probably they will not admit the mistake even if they have made one.
Oh, but whom can I ask?
I should ask the devil, Signora. He understands the ways of this place, which is more than I ever could.
The devil? I speak to the devil?
In hell, Signora, the devil is the leader of the best society.
I tell you, wretch, I know I am not in hell.
How do you know?
Because I feel no pain.
Oh, then there is no mistake. You are intentionally damned.
Why do you say that?
Because hell, Signora, is a place for the wicked. The wicked are quite comfortable here. It was made for them. You tell me you feel no pain. I conclude you are one of those for whom hell exists.
Do you feel no pain?
I am not one of the wicked, Signora. Therefore, it bores me beyond description, beyond belief.
Not one of the wicked. You said you were a murderer.
Only one duel. I ran my sword through an old man who was trying to run his through me.
If you were a gentleman, that was not a murder.
The old man called it murder because he was, he said, defending his daughter's honor. By this he meant that because I foolishly fell in love with her and told her so, she screamed, and he tried to assassinate me before calling me insulting names.
You were like all men. Libertines and murderers all.
And yet we meet here, dear lady.
Listen to me. My father was slain by just such a wretch as you, in just such a duel, for just such a cause. I screamed. It was my duty. My father drew on my assailant. His honor demanded it. He fell. That was the reward of honor. I'm here in hell. You tell me that is the reward of duty. Is there justice in heaven?
No, but there is justice in hell. Heaven is far above such idle human personalities. You will be welcome in hell, Signora. Hell is the home of honor, duty, justice, and the rest of the 7 deadly virtues. All of the wickedness on earth is done in their name. Where else but in hell should they have their reward? Have I not told you that the truly damned are those who are happy in hell?
And are you happy here?
No. And there is an enigma on which I ponder in darkness. Why am I here? I, who repudiated all duty, trampled honor underfoot, and laughed at justice. Ha 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 ha!
Oh, what do I care why you are here? Why am I here? I, who sacrificed all my inclinations to womanly virtue and propriety.
Patience, lady, you will be perfectly happy and at home here. As saith the poet, hell is a city much like Seville.
Here? Where I am nothing, where I am nobody.
Not at all. You are a lady, and whatever ladies are in hell. Do not be surprised or terrified. You will find everything here that a lady can desire, including devils who will serve you from sheer love of servitude and magnify your importance for the sake of dignifying their service, the best of servants.
God, my servants will be devils.
Have you ever had servants who were not devils?
Never. They were devils. Perfect devils, all of them. But that is only a manner of speaking. I thought you meant that my servants here would be real devils.
No more real devils than you'll be a real lady. Nothing is real here. That is the horror of damnation.
Oh, this is all madness. This is worse than fire and the worm.
For you, perhaps, there are consolations. For instance, how old were you when you changed from time to eternity?
Do not ask me how old I was as if I were a thing of the past. I am 77.
Ah, a ripe age, Signora. But in hell, old age is not tolerated. It is too real. Here we worship love and beauty. Our souls being entirely damned, we cultivate our hearts. As a lady of 77, you would not have a single acquaintance in hell.
How can I help my age, man?
You forget that you left your age behind in the realm of time. You are no more 77 than you are 7, or 17, or 27.
Nonsense.
Oh, consider, Signora. Was it not true even when you lived on Earth? When you were 70, you were really older underneath your wrinkles and your gray hairs than when you were 30?
Oh, younger. At 30, I was a fool. But of what use is it to feel younger and look older?
You see, Signora, the look was only an illusion. Your wrinkles lied, just as the plump, smooth skin of many a stupid girl of 17 with heavy spirits and decrepit ideas lies about her age. Well, here we have no bodies. We see each other as bodies only because we learnt to think about one another under the aspect when which we were alive. And we still think that in that way, knowing no other, but we can appear to one another at what age we choose. You have to but will any of your old looks back, and back they will come.
It cannot be true.
Try.
17.
Stop. Before you decide, I better tell you that these things are a matter of fashion. Occasionally, we have a rage for 17, but it does not last long. Just as the present The fashionable age is 40 or say 37, but there are signs of a change. If you were at all good looking at 27, I should suggest you trying that and setting a new fashion.
I do not believe a word you are saying. However, 27, be it.
Whisk! The old man becomes a young one.
Donna Anna de Ola.
You know me.
And you forget me.
I cannot see your face. Don Juan Tenorio. Monster! You who slew my father, even here you pursue me.
I protest, I do not pursue you. Allow me to withdraw.
Oh, you shall not leave me alone in this dreadful place.
Provided my staying be not interrupted as interpreted as pursuit.
You may well wonder how I can endure your presence. My dear, dear father.
Would you like to see him?
My father? Here?
No, he is in heaven.
I knew it. My noble father. He is looking down on us now. What he must feel to see his daughter in this place and in conversation with his murderer.
No, by the way, if we should meet him...
How can we meet him? He is in heaven.
He condescends to look in upon us here from time to time. Heaven bores him, so let me warn you that if you meet him, he will be mortally offended if you speak of me as his murderer. He maintains that he was a much better swordsman than I, and that if his foot had not slipped, he would have killed me. No doubt he is right. I was not a good fencer. I never dispute the point, so we are excellent friends.
It's no dishonor to a soldier to be proud of his skills in arms.
You would rather not meet him, probably.
How dare you say that?
Oh, that is the usual feeling here. You may remember that on Earth, though of course we never confessed it, the death of anyone we knew, even those we liked best, was always mingled with a certain satisfaction at being finally done with them.
Monster! Never. Never.
I see you recognize the feeling. Yes, a funeral was always a festivity in black, especially the funeral of a relative. At all events, family ties are rarely kept up here. Your father is quite accustomed to this. He will not expect any devotion from you.
Wretch. I wore mourning for him all my life.
Yes, it became you. But a life in mourning is one thing, and eternity is quite another. Besides, here, you are as dead as he. Can anything be more ridiculous than one dead person mourning another? Oh, no. Do not look shocked, my dear Anna. And do not be alarmed. There is plenty of humbug in hell. Indeed, there is hardly anything else. But the humbug of death and age and change is dropped because here we have all the dead and all eternity. You will pick up our ways soon.
And will all the men call me their dear Anna?
No, that was a slip of the tongue. I beg your pardon.
Juan, did you really love me when you behaved so disgracefully to me?
Oh, I beg you not to begin talking about love. Here they talk of nothing else but love. Its beauty, its holiness, its spirituality, it devil knows what. Excuse me, but it bores me so. They don't know what they've been talking about. I do. They think they have achieved the perfection of love because they have no bodies. Sheer imaginative debauchery. Fa!
Has even death failed to refine your soul, Juan? Has the terrible judgment of which my father's statue was the minister taught you no reverence?
Ah, how is its very flattering statue, by the way? Does it still come to supper with the naughty people and cast them into the bottomless pit?
It has been a great expense to me. The boys in the monastery school would not let it alone. The mischievous ones broke it, and the studious ones wrote their names on it. 3 new noses in 2 years, and fingers without end. I had to leave it to its fate at last, and now I fear it is shockingly mutilated. Oh, my poor father.
Hush! Listen.
2 great chords, rolling on syncopated waves of sound, break forth.
Ha! Mozart's
Vanishes.
statue
from
music. It is your father. You had better disappear until I prepare him.
She vanishes. From the void comes a living statue of white marble, designed to represent a majestic old man.
Ah, here you are, my friend. Why don't you learn to sing the splendid music Mozart has written for you?
Unluckily, he has written it for a bass voice. Mine is a countertenor. Well, have you repented yet?
I have too much consideration for you to repent, Don Gonzalo. If I did, you would have no excuse for coming from heaven to argue with me.
True. Remain obdurate, my boy. I wish I had killed you, as I should have done, but for an accident. Then I should have come here, and you would have had a statue and a reputation for piety to live up to. Any news?
Yes. Your daughter is dead.
My daughter? Oh, the one you were taken with. Let me see. What was her name?
Anna.
To be sure, Anna. A good-looking girl, if I remember right. Have you warned, what's his name? Her husband?
My friend Octavio? No, I have not seen him since Anna arrived.
Anna comes indignantly to light.
What does this mean? Octavia here, and your friend? And you, father, have forgotten my name. You are indeed turned to stone.
My dear, I am so much more admired in marble than I ever was in my own person, that I have retained the shape the sculptor gave me. He was one of the first men of his day. You must acknowledge that.
Father, vanity, personal vanity from you.
You outlived that weakness, my daughter. You must be nearly 80 by this time. I was cut off by an accident in my 64th year, and am considerably your junior in consequence. Besides, my child, in this place, what our libertine friend here would call the farce of parental wisdom is dropped. Regard me, I beg you, as a fellow creature, not as a father.
You speak as this villain speaks.
Juan is a sound thinker, Anna. A bad fencer, but a sound thinker.
I begin to understand. These devils mocking me. I had better pray.
No, my child. Do not pray. If you do, you will throw away the main advantage of this place. Written over the gate here are the words, "Leave every hope behind, ye who enter." Only think what a relief that is. For what is hope? A form of moral responsibility? Here there is no hope, and consequently, no duty, no work, nothing to be gained by praying, nothing to be lost by doing what you like. Hell, in short, is a place where you have nothing to do but amuse yourself. You sigh, my friend Juan, but if you dwelt in heaven as I do, would realize your advantages.
You are in good spirits today, Commander. You are positively brilliant. What is the matter?
I have come to a momentous decision, my boy. But first, where's our friend the devil? I must consult with him in the matter. And Anna would like to make his acquaintance, no doubt.
You are preparing some torment for me.
All of this is superstition, Anna. Reassure yourself. Remember, the devil is not so black as he is painted.
Let us give him a call.
At the wave of the statue's hand, the great chords roll out again. A scarlet halo begins to glow, and into it the devil rises, very Mephistophelian.
Have I the pleasure of again receiving a visit from the illustrious commander of Calatrava? Don Juan, your servant. And a strange lady. My respects, Senora.
Are you?
Lucifer, at your service.
I shall go mad.
Ah, Senora, do not be anxious. You come to us from Earth, full of the prejudices and terrors of that priest-ridden place. You've heard me ill spoken of, and yet, believe me, I have hosts of friends there.
Yes, you reign in their hearts.
Oh, you flatter me, Senora, but you are mistaken. It is true that the world cannot get on without me, but it never gives me credit for that. In its heart, it mistrusts and hates me. Its sympathies are all with misery, with poverty, with starvation of the body and of the heart. I call on her to sympathize with joy, with love, with happiness, with beauty.
Ugh, excuse me, I am going. You know I cannot stand this.
Yes, I know you are no friend of mine.
What harm is he doing you, Juan? It seems to me that he was talking excellent sense when you interrupted him.
Thank you, my friend, thank you. You've always understood me. He has always disparaged and avoided me.
I have treated you with perfect courtesy.
Courtesy? What is courtesy? I care nothing for mere courtesy. Give me warmth of heart, true sincerity, the bond of sympathy with love and joy.
You are making me ill.
There. You see? You hear, sir? Oh, by what irony of fate was this cold, selfish egotist sent to my kingdom, you taken to the icy mansions of the sky?
I can't complain. I was a hypocrite, and it served me right to be sent to heaven.
Why, sir, do you not join us and leave a sphere for which your temperament is too sympathetic, your heart too warm, your capacity for enjoyment too gentle?
I have this day resolved to do so. In future, excellent son of morning, I am yours. Have left heaven forever.
Ah, what an honor for me. What a triumph for our cause. Thank you. Thank you. And now, my friend, I may call you so at last. Could you not persuade him to take the place that you've left vacant above?
I cannot conscientiously recommend anybody with whom I am on friendly terms to deliberately make himself dull and uncomfortable.
Of course not. But are you sure he would be uncomfortable? Of course, you know best. You brought him here originally, and we had the greatest of hopes for him. His sentiments were in the best taste of our best people. You remember how he sang. Vivon la femme, vivon bon vino.
Sosteno gloria d'umanità.
Oh, precisely. Well, he never sings for us now.
Do you complain of that? Hell is full of musical amateurs. Music is the brandy of the damned. May not one lost soul be permitted to abstain?
You dare blaspheme against the sublimest of the arts?
You talk like a hysterical woman fawning on a fiddler.
I am not angry. I merely pity you. You have no soul, and you are unconscious of all you lose. Now you, Signor Commander, are a born musician. How well you sing! Mozart would be delighted if he was still here, but he moped and went to heaven. Curious how these clever men whom you would have supposed born to be popular here have turned out to be social failures, like Don Juan.
I am really very sorry to be a social failure.
Not that we don't admire your intellect, you know. We do. But I look at the matter from your own point of view. You don't get on with us. The place doesn't suit you. The truth is, you have, I won't say no heart, for we know that beneath all your effective cynicism, you have a warm one.
Don't. Please don't.
You've no capacity for enjoyment. Will that satisfy you?
It is a somewhat less unsufferable form of cant than the other. But if you will allow me, I'll take refuge, as usual, in solitude.
Why not take refuge in heaven? That's a proper place for you. Signora, could you not persuade him for his own good to try a change of air?
But can he go to heaven if he wants to?
What's to prevent him?
Can anybody? Can I go to heaven if I want to?
Well, certainly, if your taste lies that way.
But why doesn't everybody go to heaven then?
I can tell you that, my dear. It's because heaven is the most angelically dull place in all creation. That's why.
His Excellency, the commander, puts it with military bluntness. But the strain of living in heaven is intolerable. There is a notion that I was turned out of it, but as a matter of fact, nothing could have induced me to stay there. I simply left it and organized this place.
I don't wonder at it. Nobody could stand an eternity of heaven.
Oh, it suits some people. Let us be.
You are frozen.
He'll come back eventually.
Shall I read for him?
Let him tell us in the chat what he would like.
Just give a moment. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. So he's gone out for a moment. 1 second. He'll probably come back in. He's probably trying to re-enter the meeting.
We apologize to the audience for technical difficulties that could not be helped.
Let's see. Just give him a moment to see if he's successful at restoring his connectivity. Wait about a minute, and if not, then we'll continue with another willing.
I hear a bird chirping.
I don't know if it's chirping outside my window. I can't hear it because I have my headphones on.
It is.
Who's clear at the moment?
From and for the sake of time, yes. We should just, okay, yeah, we've waited about a minute or two. I think we should continue. And let's see, who do we have who can jump in? Angus, would you like to read for the devil?
Okay, where are we?
You're here. I see your face. We're on page, I believe, 71.
Okay.
Or 72.
The bottom of 71. Oh, it suits some people. Oh, it suits some people.
Oh, wait, hold it.
He's
Derek
back.
is.
Yeah.
There he is.
Welcome back.
Connection
Yes.
has been made.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Where were we?
Oh, it's the
Bottom of 71. Oh, it's
Okay.
some people.
Okay. Oh, it suits some people. Let us be just, Commander. It is a question of temperament. I don't admire the heavenly temperament. I don't understand it. I don't know that I particularly want to understand it, but it takes all sorts to make a universe. There's no accounting for taste. There are people who like it. I think Don Juan would like it.
But, pardon my frankness, how could you really go back there if you desired to, or are the grapes sour?
Back there? I often go back there. Have you never read the book of Job? Have you any canonical authority for assuming that there is any barrier between our circle and the other one?
Surely there is a great gulf fixed.
Dear lady, a parable must not be taken literally. The gulf is the difference between the angelic and the diabolic temperament. What more impassable gulf could you have? Think of what you have seen on earth. There is no physical gulf between the philosopher's classroom and the bull ring, but the bullfighters do not come to the classroom for all that. Have you ever been in the country where I have the largest following, England? There they have the greatest race courses and also concert rooms where they play classical compositions of His Excellency's friend Mozart. Those who go to the race courses can stay away from them and go to the classical concerts instead if they like. There's no law against it. For Englishmen will never be slaves. They are free to do whatever the government and public opinion allows them to do. And the classical concert is admitted to be a higher, more cultivated, poetic, intellectual, ennobling place than the racecourse. But do the lovers of racing desert desert their sport and flock to the concert room? Not they. They would suffer there all the weariness the commander has suffered in heaven. There is the great gulf of the parable between the two places, a mere physical gulf they could bridge, or at least I could bridge it for them. The earth is full of devil's bridges. But the gulf of dislike is impassable and eternal, and that is the only gulf that separates my friends here from those who are invidiously called the blessed.
I shall go to heaven at once.
My child, one word of warning first. Let me complete my friend Lucifer's similitude of the classical concert. At every one of those concerts in England, you will find rows of weary people who are there, not because they really like classical music, but because they think they ought to like it. Well, there is the same thing in heaven. A number of people sit there in glory, not because they are happy, but because they think they owe it to their position to be in heaven. They are almost all English.
Yes, the Southerners give it up and join me just as you have done, but the English really do not seem to know when they are thoroughly miserable. An Englishman thinks he is moral when he's only uncomfortable.
In short, my daughter, if you go to heaven without being naturally qualified for it, you will not enjoy yourself there.
And who dares say that I am not naturally qualified for it? The most distinguished princes of the church have never questioned it. I owe it to myself to leave this place at once.
As you please, Senora. I should have expected better taste from you.
Father, I shall expect you to come with me. You cannot stay here. What will people say?
People? Why, the best people are here. Princes of the church and all. So few go to heaven. So many come here that the blessed, once called a heavenly host, are a continually dwindling minority. The saints, the fathers, the elect of long ago are the cranks, the faddists, the outsiders of today.
It is true. From the beginning of my career, I knew I should win in the long run by sheer weight of public opinion, in spite of the long campaign of misrepresentation and calumny against me. At bottom, the universe is a constitutional one, and with such a majority as mine, I cannot be kept permanently out of office.
I think, Anna, you had better stay here.
You do not want me to go with you?
Surely you do not want to enter heaven in the company of a reprobate like me.
All souls are equally precious. You repent, do you not?
My dear Anna, you are silly. Do you suppose heaven is like earth, where people persuade themselves that what is done can be undone by repentance? That what is spoken can be unspoken by withdrawing it? That what is true can be annihilated by a general agreement that to give it the lie? No. Heaven is a home of masters of reality. That is why I am going thither.
Thank you. I am going to heaven for happiness. I've had quite enough of reality on earth.
Then you must stay here, for hell is a home of the unreal and the seekers for happiness. It is the only refuge from heaven, which is, as I tell you, the home of the masters of reality, and from earth, which is the home of slaves of reality. The earth is a nursery in which men and women play at their heroes and heroines, saints and sinners, but they are dragged down from their fool's paradise by their bodies. Hunger and cold and thirst, age and decay and disease, death above all, make them slaves of reality. Thrice a day meals must be eaten and digested. Thrice a century a new generation must be engendered. Age of faith, romance, and of science are all driven last to have but one prayer: make me a healthy animal. But here you can escape the tyranny of the flesh. Here you are not an animal at all. You are a ghost, an appearance, an illusion, a convention, deathless, ageless, in a word, bodiless. But there is no special question here, no political questions, no religious questions, best of all, perhaps, no sanitary questions. Here you call your appearance beauty, your emotions love, your sentiment heroism, your aspirations virtue, and as you did on earth. But here there are no hard facts to contradict you, no ironic contrast of your needs with your pretensions, no human comedy, nothing but a perpetual romance, a universal melodrama. As our German friend put it in a poem, the poetical, nonsensical, here is good sense, and the eternal famine draws us ever upward and on, without giving us a step farther. And yet you want to leave this paradise.
But if hell be so beautiful as this, how glorious must heaven be?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I beg your pardon.
This statue, the devil.
I beg your pardon.
All begin to speak at
We're
once.
all doing it already. I beg your pardon.
Then stop, abashed.
Not at all. I interrupted you.
You were going to say something.
I am done.
You have been so eloquent on the advantages of my dominions that I leave it to you to do equal justice to the drawbacks of the alternative establishment.
In heaven, as I picture it, dear lady, you live and work instead of playing and pretending. You face things as they are. You escape nothing but glamour, and your steadfastness and your peril are all glory. If this play goes on here and on earth, then all the world is a stage. Heaven is at least behind the scenes, but heaven cannot be described by a metaphor. Thither shall I go presently, because there I have hope to escape at last from the lies and from the tedious, vulgar pursuit of happiness, to spend eons in contemplation.
Ugh!
Listen, your commander. I do not blame your disgust. A picture gallery is a dull place for a blind man. But even as you enjoy the contemplation of such romantic mirages as beauty and pleasure, so would I enjoy the contemplation of which interests me above all things, namely life, the force that ever strikes to attain greater power of contemplating itself. What made this brain of mine, do you think? Not the need for move my limbs, or for a rat with half my brains moves as well as I. Not merely the need to do, but the need to know what I do, lest in my blind efforts to live I should be slaying myself.
You would have slain yourself in your blind efforts to fence, but for my foot slipping, my friend.
Audacious ribald, your laughter will finish in hideous boredom before morning.
Ha, ha. Do you remember how I frightened you when I said something like that to you from my pedestal in Sevilla? It sounds rather flat without my trombones.
They tell me it generally sounds flat with them, Commander.
Oh, do not interrupt with these frivolities, Father. Is there nothing in heaven but contemplation, Juan?
In the heaven I seek no other joy. But there is the work of helping life in its struggle upward. Think of how it wastes and scatters itself, how it raises up obstacles to destroy itself in ignorance and blindness. It needs a brain, this irresistible force, lest it be ignorant, it should resist itself. What a piece of work is man, says the poet. Yes, but what a blunder. Here is the highest miracle of organization yet attained by life, and the most intensely alive thing that exists, the most conscious and of all organisms, and yet how wretched are his brains. Stupidity makes sordid and cruel by the realities learned from toil and poverty. Imagination resolved to starve sooner than face these realities, pilling up illusions to hide them, and calling itself cleverness a genius, and each accusing the other of its own defect. Stupidity accusing imagination of folly, and imagination accusing stupidity of ignorance, whereas, alas, stupidity has all the knowledge and imagination all the intelligence.
And a pretty kettle of fish they make of it between them. Did I not say when I was arranging that affair of Faust's that all man's reason has done for him is to make him beastlier than any beast? One splendid body is worth the brains of 100 dyspeptic, flatulent philosophers.
You forget that blameless magnificence of the body has tried. Things immeasurably greater than man in every aspect but brain have existed and perished. The Megatherium, the Isosaurus that have placed the earth with 7 league steps and hidden the day with cloud vast wings. Where are they now? Fossils in museums, and so few and imperfect that a knuckle bone or a tooth of one of them is prized beyond the lives of 1,000 soldiers. These things lived and wanted to live, but for lack of brains, they did not know how to carry out their purpose, and so destroyed themselves.
And is man any the less destroying himself for all this boasted brain of his? Have you walked up and down the earth lately? I have. And I have examined man's wonderful inventions. And I tell you that in the arts of life, man invents nothing. But in the arts of death, he outdoes nature himself and produces by chemistry and machinery all the slaughter of plague, pestilence, and famine. The peasant I tempt today eats and drinks what was eaten and drunk by the peasants of 10,000 years ago. And the house he lives in is not altered as much in the 1,000 centuries as the fashion of a lady's bonnet in a score of weeks. But when he goes out to slay, he carries a marvel of mechanism that lets loose at the touch of his finger all the hidden molecular energies and leaves the javelin, the arrow, the blowpipe of his fathers far behind. In the arts of peace, man is a bungler. I have seen his cotton factories and the like, with machinery that a greedy dog could have invented if it had wanted money instead of food. I know his clumsy typewriters and bungling locomotives and tedious bicycles. They are toys compared to the Maxim gun, the submarine torpedo boat. There is nothing in man's industrial machinery but his greed and sloth. His heart is in his weapons. This marvelous force of life of which you boast is a force of death. Man measures his strength by his destructiveness. What is his religion? An excuse for hating me. What is his law? An excuse for hanging you. What is his morality? Gentility. An excuse for consuming without producing. What is his art? An excuse for gloating over pictures of slaughter. What are his politics? Either the worship of a despot, because a despot can kill, or parliamentary cockfighting. I spent an evening lately in a certain celebrated legislature, and heard the pot lecturing the kettle for its blackness, and ministers answering questions. When I left, I chalked up on the door an old nursery saying, "Ask no questions and you will be told no lies." I bought a sixpenny family magazine and found it full of pictures of the young men shooting and stabbing one another. I saw a man die. He was a London bricklayer's laborer with 7 children. He left £17 club money, and his wife spent it all on his funeral and went into the workhouse with the children the next day. She would not have spent 7 pence on her children's schooling. The law had to force her to let them be taught gratuitously, but on death, she spent all she had. Her imagination glows. Their energies rise up at the idea of death. These people, they love it. And the more horrible it is, the more they enjoy it. Hell is a place far above their comprehension. They derive their notion of it from 2 of the greatest fools ever lived, an Italian and an Englishman. The Italian described it as a place of mud, frost, filth, fire, and venomous serpents, all torture. This ass, when he was not lying about me, was maundering about some woman whom he met once on the street. The Englishman described me as being expelled from heaven by cannons and gunpowder. And to this day, every Briton believes the whole of his silly story is in the Bible. What else he says, I do not know, for it is all in one long poem which neither I nor anyone else has succeeded in wading through. It's the same in everything. The highest form of literature is the tragedy, a play in which everybody is murdered at the end. In the old chronicles, you read of earthquakes and pestilence, and are told that these showed the power and majesty of God and the littleness of man. Nowadays, the chronicles describe the battles. In a battle, 2 bodies of men shoot at one another with bullets and explosive shells until one body runs away, when the others chase the fugitives on horseback and cut them to pieces as they fly. And this, as the chronicle concludes, shows the greatness and majesty of empires and the littleness of the vanquished. Over such battles, the people run about the streets, yelling with delight, and egg their governments on to spend hundreds of millions of money in the slaughter, while the strongest ministers dare not spend an extra penny in the pound against the poverty and pestilence through which they themselves daily walk. I could give you 1,000 instances, but they all come to the same thing. The power that governs the earth is not the power of life, but of death. And the inner need that has nerved life to the effort of organizing itself into the human being is not the need for higher life, but for a more efficient engine of destruction. The plague, the famine, the earthquake, the tempest were all too spasmodic in their action. The tiger and the crocodile were too easily satiated and not cruel enough. Something more constant, more ruthlessly, more ingeniously destructive was needed. And that something was man, the inventor of the rack, the stake, the gallows, and the electrocutor, of the sword and gun, and above all, of justice, duty, patriotism, and all the other isms by which even those who are clever enough to be humanely disposed are persuaded to become the most destructive of all the destroyers.
Oh, this is old. Your weak side, my diabolic friend, is that you are always been a gull. You take man at his own valuation. Nothing would flatter him more than your opinion of him. He loves to think of himself as bold and bad. He is neither one nor the other. He is only a coward. Call him a tyrant, murderer, pirate, bully, and he will adore you and swagger about with the consciousness of having the blood of the old sea kings in his veins. Call him liar and thief, and he will only take an action against you for libel. But call him coward, and he will go mad with rage. He will face death to outface that stinging truth. Man gives every reason for his conduct save one, every excuse for his crime save one, every plea for his safety save one. And that one is his cowardice. Yet all his civilization is founded on his cowardice, on his abject tameness, which he calls respectability. There are limits to what a mule or an ass will stand, but man will suffer himself to be degraded until his vileness becomes so loathsome to his oppressors that they themselves are forced to reform it.
Precisely. And these are the creatures in whom you discover what you call a life force?
Yes, for now comes the most surprising part of the whole business.
What's that?
Why, that you can make any of these cowards brave by simply putting an idea into his head.
Stuff. As an old soldier, I admit the cowardice. It's as universal as seasickness and matters just as little. But that about putting an idea into a man's head is stuff and nonsense. In a battle, all you need to make you fight is a little hot blood and the knowledge that it's more dangerous to lose than to win.
That is perhaps why battles are so useless. But men never really overcome fear until they imagine that they are fighting to further a universal purpose, fighting for an idea, as they call it. Why was the crusader braver than the pirate? Because he fought not for himself, but for the cross. What a force was it that met him with a valor as reckless as his own? The force of men who fought not for themselves, but for Islam. They took Spain from us, though we were fighting for our very hearts and homes. But when we too fought for that mighty idea, a Catholic Church, we swept them back to Africa.
What? You a Catholic, Senor Don Juan, a devotee? My congratulations.
Come. As a soldier, I can listen to nothing against the church.
Have no fear, Commander. This idea of a Catholic Church will survive Islam, will survive the cross, will survive even that vulgar pageant of incompetent schoolboyish gladiators, which you call the army.
Juan, you will force me to call you to account for this.
Useless. I cannot fence. Every idea for which man will die will be a Catholic idea. When the Spaniard learns at last that he is no better than the Saracen, and his prophet no better than Muhammad, he will rise more Catholic than ever and die on a barricade across the filthy slum he starves in for universal liberty and equality.
Bosh!
What you call bosh is the only thing men dare die for. Later on, liberty will not be Catholic enough. Men will die for human perfection, to which they will sacrifice all their liberty gladly.
Aye, they will never be at a loss for an excuse for killing each other.
What of that? It is not death that matters, but the fear of death. It is not killing and dying that degrade us, but base living and accepting the wages and profits of degradation. Better 10 dead men than one living live slave or his master. Men shall yet rise up, father up against son and brother against brother, and kill one another for the great Catholic idea of abolishing slavery.
Yes, when the liberty and equality of which you prate shall have made free white Christians cheaper in the labor market than by auction at the block.
Never fear. The white laborer shall have his turn too. But I am not now defending the illusory forms the great idea take. I am giving you examples of the fact that this creature man, who in his own selfish affairs is a coward to the backbone, he will fight for an idea like a hero. He may object as a citizen, but he is dangerous as a fanatic. He can only be enslaved whilst he is spiritually weak enough to listen to reason. I tell you, gentlemen, if you can show a man a piece of what he now calls God's work to do, and what he will later on call by many new names, you can make him entirely reckless of the consequences to himself personally.
Yes, he shirks all his responsibilities and leaves his wife to grapple with them.
Well said, daughter. Do not let him talk you out of your common sense.
Alas, Senor Commander, now that we've gotten onto the subject of woman, he will talk ever more than ever. However, I confess it is, for me, the one supremely interesting subject.
To a woman, Senora, man's duties and responsibilities begin and end with the task of getting bread for her children. To her, man is only a means to the end of getting children and rearing them.
Is that your idea of a woman's mind? I call it cynical and disgusting materialism.
Pardon me, Anna. I said nothing about a woman's whole mind. I spoke of her view of man as a separate sex. It is no more cynical than of her view of herself as, above all things, a mother. Sexually, a woman is nature's contrivance for perpetuating its highest achievement. Sexually, man is woman's contrivance for fulfilling nature's behest in the most economical way. She knows by instinct that far back in the evolutional process, she invented him, differentiated him, created him in order to produce something better than the single-sexed process can produce. Whilst he fulfills the purpose for which she made him, he is welcome to his dreams, his follies, his ideas, his heroisms, provided that the keystone of them all is the worship of woman, of motherhood, of the family, of the hearth. But how rash and dangerous it was to invent a separate creature whose sole function was her own impregnation. For mark what has happened. First, man has multiplied on her hands until there are as many men as women, so that she has been unable to employ for her purposes more than a fraction of the immense energy she has left at his disposal by saving him the exhausting labor of gestation. This superfluous energy has gone to his brain and to his muscle. He has become too strong to be controlled by her bodily, and too imaginative and mentally vigorous to be content with mere self-reproduction. He has created civilization without consulting her, taking her domestic labor for granted as the foundation of it.
That is true at all events.
Yes. And the civilization, what is it after all?
After all, an excellent peg to hang your cynical commonplaces on. But before all, it is an attempt on man's part to make himself something more than the mere instrument of woman's purpose. So far, the result of life's continual effort not only to maintain itself, but to achieve higher and higher organization and completer self-consciousness is only, at the best, a doubtful campaign between its forces and those of death and degeneration. The battles in this campaign are mere blunders, mostly won like actual military battles, in spite of the commanders.
That is a dig at me. No matter. Go on. Go on.
It is a dig at a much higher power than you, Commander. Still, you must have noticed in your profession that even a stupid general can win battles when the enemy's general is a little stupider.
Most true, Juan. Most true. Some donkeys have amazing luck.
Well, the life force is stupid, but it is not so stupid as the forces of death and degeneration. Besides, these are in its pay all the time, and so life wins after a fashion. What mere copiousness of fecundity can supply and mere greed can preserve, we possess. The survival of whatever form of civilization can produce the best rifle and the best fed rifleman is assured.
Exactly. The survival, not of the most effective means of life, but of the most effective means of death. You always come back to my point, in spite of your wrigglings and evasions and sophistries, not to mention the intolerable length of your speech.
Come, who began making long speeches? However, if I overtax your intellect, you can leave us and seek the society of love and beauty and the rest of your favorite boredoms.
That is not fair, Don Juan, and not civil. I'm also on the intellectual plane. Nobody can appreciate more than I do. I am arguing fairly with you, and I think utterly refuting you. Let us go on another hour if you'd like.
Oh, good. Let us.
Not that I see any prospect of your coming to any point in particular, Juan. Still, since in this place Instead of merely killing time, we have to kill eternity. Go ahead, by all means.
My point, you marble-headed old masterpiece, is only a step ahead of you. Are we agreed that life is a force which has made innumerable experiments in organizing itself? That the mammoth and the man, the mouse and the megatherium, the flies and the fleas and the fathers of the church are all more or less successful attempts to build up that raw force into higher and higher individuals. The ideal individual being omnipotent, omniscient, infallible, and withal completely unilludedly self-conscious. In short, a god?
I agree for sake of argument.
I agree for the sake of avoiding argument.
I most emphatically disagree as regards the fathers of the church, and I must beg you not to drag them into this argument.
I did so purely for the sake of alliteration, Anna, and I shall make no further allusion to them. And now, since we are, with that exception, agreed so far, will you not agree with me further that life has not measured the success of its attempt at godhead by the beauty or bodily perfection of the result, since in both these respects, the birds, as our friend Aristophanes long ago pointed out, are so extraordinarily superior with their power of flight and their lovely plumage, and may I add the touching poetry of their loves and nesting, that it is inconceivable that life, having once produced them, should, if love and beauty were her object, start off on another line and labor at the clumsy elephant and the hideous ape whose grandchildren we are.
Aristophanes was a heathen, and you, Juan, I am afraid, are very little better.
You conclude then that life was driving at clumsiness and ugliness?
No, perverse devil that you are, 1,000 times no. Life was driving at brains, at its darling object, an organ by which it can attain not only self-consciousness, but self-understanding.
This is metaphysics, Juan. Why the devil should... I beg your pardon.
Pray, don't mention it. I've always regarded the use of my name as to secure additional emphasis as a high compliment to me. It is quite at your service.
Thank you. That's very good of you. Even in heaven, I never quite got out of my old military habits of speech. What I was going to ask Juan was why life should bother itself about getting a brain. Why should it want to understand itself? Why not be content to enjoy itself?
Without a brain, Commander, you would enjoy yourself without knowing it and so lose all the fun.
True, most true. But I am quite content with brain enough to know that I'm enjoying myself. I don't want to understand why. In fact, I'd rather not. My experience is that one's pleasures don't bear thinking about.
That is why intellect is so unpopular. But to life, the force behind man, intellect is a necessity because without it, he blunders into death. Just as life, after ages of struggle, evolved that wonderful body or bodily organ, the eye, so that the living organism could see where it was going and what was coming to or coming to help or threaten it, and thus avoid 1,000 dangers that formerly slew it. So it is evolving today a mind's eye that shall see not the physical world, but the purpose of life, and thereby engage the individual to work for that purpose instead of thwarting and battling it by setting up short-sighted personal aims as at present. Even as it is, only one sort of man has ever been happy, has ever been universally respected among all the conflicts of interest and illusions.
You mean the military man?
Commander, I do not mean the military man. When the military man approaches, the world locks up its spoons and packs off its womankind. No, I sing not arms and the hero, but the philosophical man. He who seeks in contemplation to discover the inner will of the world, in invention to discover the means of fulfilling that will, and action to do that will by the so discovered means. Of all other sorts of men, I declare myself tired. They are tedious figures. When I was on earth, professors of all sorts prowled round me, feeling for an unhealthy spot in me on which they could fasten. The doctors of medicine bade me consider what I must do to save my body and offered me quack cures for imaginary diseases. I replied that I was not a hypochondriac, so they called me ignoramus and went their way. Yeah. The doctors of divinity bade me consider what I must do to save my soul. But I was not a spiritual hypochondriac any more than a bodily one, and I would not trouble myself about that either. So they called me an atheist and went their way. And then came the politician, who said that there was only one purpose in nature, and that was to get him into Parliament. I told him I did not care whether he got into Parliament or not, so he called me Mugwump and went his way. Then came the romantic man, the artist, with his love songs and his paintings and his poems. And with him I had great delight for many years, for some profit. For I cultivated my senses for his sake, and his songs taught me to hear better, his paintings to see better, and his poems to feel more deeply. But he led me at last into the worship of a woman.
Juan.
Oh, yes. I came to believe that in her voice was all the music of the song, in her face all the beauty of the painting, and in her soul all the emotion of the poem.
And you were disappointed, I suppose. Well, was it her fault that you attributed all these perfections to her?
Yes, partly. For with a wonderful instinctive cunning, she kept silent and allowed me to glorify her, to mistake my own visions, thoughts, and feelings for her. Now, my friend, the romantic man, was often too poor or too timid to approach these women who were beautiful or refined enough to seem to realize his ideal. And so he went to his grave believing in his dream. But I was more favored by nature and circumstance. I was of noble birth and rich, and when my person did not please, my conversation flattered, though I generally found myself fortunate in both.
Coxcomb.
Yes, but even coxcombry pleased. Well, I found out that when I had touched a woman's imagination, she would allow me to persuade myself that she loved me. But when my suit was granted, she never said, I am happy, my love is satisfied. She always said first, at last the barriers are down. And second, when will you come home again?
That is exactly what men say.
I protest, I never said it, but all women say it. Well, these two speeches always alarmed me, for the first meant that the lady's impulse had been solely to throw down my fortifications and gain my citadel. And the second openly announced that henceforth she regarded me as her property and counted my time as wholly at her disposal.
That is where your want of heart came in.
You shouldn't repeat what a woman says, Juan.
It should be sacred to you.
Still, they certainly do always say it. I never minded the barriers, but there was always a slight shock about the other, unless one was very hard hit indeed.
Then the lady, who had been happy and idle enough before, became anxious, preoccupied with me, always intriguing, conspiring, pursuing, watching, waiting, bent wholly on making sure of her prey. I being the prey, you understand. Now, this was not what I had bargained for. It had been very proper and very natural, but it was not music, painting, poetry, and joy incarnated in a beautiful woman. I ran away from it. I ran away from it very often. In fact, I became famous for running away from it.
Infamous, you mean?
Oh, I did not run away from you. Do you blame me for running away from the others?
Nonsense, man. You are talking to a woman of 77 now. If you had had the chance, you would have run away from me too, if I had let you. You would not have found it so easy with me as with some of the others. If men will not be faithful to their home and their duties, they must be made to be. I dare say you all want to marry lovely incarnations of music and painting and poetry. Well, you can't have them because they don't exist. If flesh and blood is not good enough for you, you must go without. That's all. Women have to put up with flesh and blood husbands, and little enough of that too, sometimes. And you will have to put up with flesh and blood wives. The devil looks dubious. The statue makes a wry face. I see you don't like that, any of you. But it's true, and for all that. So if you don't like it, you can lump it.
My dear lady, you have put my whole case against romance into a few sentences. That is just why I turned my back on the romantic man with the artistic nature, as he called his infatuation. I thanked him for teaching me to use my eyes and ears, but I told him that his beauty worshipping and happiness hunting and woman idealizing was not worth a dump as a philosophy of life. So he called me a Philistine and went on his way.
It seems that woman taught you something too, with all her defects.
Oh, she did more. She interpreted all the other teaching for me. Ah, my friends, when the barriers were down for the first time, what an astounding illumination! I had been prepared for the infatuation, for intoxication, and for all the illusions of love's young dreams. And lo, never was my perception clearer, nor my criticisms more ruthless. The most jealous rival of my mistress never saw every blemish in her more keenly than I. I was not duped. I took her without chloroform.
But you did take her.
That was the revelation. Up to that moment, I had never lost the sense of being my own master, never consciously taking a single step until my reason had examined and approved it. I had come to believe that I was a purely rational creature, a thinker. I said with the foolish philosopher, I think, therefore I am. You know, it was woman who taught me to say, I think, therefore I am. Oh, no, I think, therefore I think. And also, I would think more. Therefore, I must be more.
This is extremely abstract and metaphysical, Juan. If you would stick to the concrete and put your discoveries in the form of entertaining anecdotes about your adventures with women, your conversation would be easier to follow.
What need I add? Do you not understand that when I stood face to face with woman, every fiber in my clear, critical brain warned me to spare her and save myself? My morals said no. My conscience said no. My chivalry and pity for her said no. My prudent regard for myself said no. My ear practiced on 1,000 songs and symphonies. My eye, exercised on 1,000 paintings, tore her voice, her features, her color to shreds. I caught all those telltale resemblances to her father and mother, by which I knew what she would be like in 30 years' time. I noted the gleam of gold from a dead tooth in a laughing mouth. I made curious observations of the strange odors of the chemistry of the nerves, the visions of my romantic reveries, in which I had trod the plains of heaven with a deathless, ageless creature of coral and ivory, deserted me in that supreme hour. I remembered them and desperately strove to recover their illusion, But now they seemed the emptiest of inventions. My judgment was not to be corrupted. My brain still said no on every issue. And while I was in the act of framing my excuse to the lady, life seized me and threw me into her arms as a sailor throws a scrap of fish into the mouth of a seabird.
You might as well have gone without thinking such a lot about it, Juan. You are like all the clever men. You have more brains than is good for you.
And were you not the happier for the experience, Senor Don Juan?
The happier? Yeah, no. The wiser, yes. That moment introduced for me the first time to myself, and through myself to the world. I saw then how useless it is to attempt to impose conditions on the irresistible force of life, to preach prudence, careful selection, virtue, honor, chastity.
Don Juan, a word against chastity is an insult to me.
I say nothing against your chastity, senora, since it took the form of a husband and 12 children. Yeah? What more could you have done had you been the most abandoned of women?
I could have had 12 husbands and no children. That's what I could have done, Juan. And let me tell you that would have made all the difference to the earth which I replenished.
Bravo, Ana. Juan, you are floored, quelled, annihilated.
No. For though that difference is the true essential difference, Donna Ana has, as I admit, gone straight to the real point. Yet it is not a difference of love or chastity or even constancy. For 12 children by 12 different husbands would have replenished the earth perhaps more efficiently, effectively too. Suppose my friend Ottavio had died when you were 30, you would never have remained a widow. You were too beautiful. Suppose the successor of Ottavio had died when you were 40, you would still have been irresistible. The woman who marries twice marries 3 times if she becomes free to do so. 12 lawful children born by one highly respectable lady to 3 different fathers is not impossible, nor condemned by public opinion. That such a lady may be more law-abiding than the poor girl whom we used to spurn into the gutter for bearing one unlawful infant is no doubt true. But dare you say she is self-indulgent?
She is less virtuous. That is enough for me.
In that case, what is the virtue but the trade unionism of the married? Let us face the facts, dear Anna. The life force respects marriage only because marriage is a contrivance of its own to secure the greatest number of children and the closest care of them. For honor, chastity, and all the rest of your moral figments, it cares not a rap. Marriage is the most licentious of human institutions.
Juan!
I say the most licentious of human institutions. That is the secret of popularity. And a woman seeking a husband is the most unscrupulous of all the beasts of prey. The confusion of marriage with the morality has done more to destroy the consciousness of the human race than any single error. Come, Anna, do not look shocked. You know better than any of us that marriage is a man-trap baited with simulated accomplishments and delusive idealments. When your sainted mother, by dint of scolding and punishment, forced you to learn how to play 6 pieces on the spinet when she had hated as much as you did, had she any other purpose than to delude your suitors into belief that your husband would have in his home an angel who would fill it with melody, or at least play him to sleep after dinner? You married my friend Ottavio. Well, Did you ever hope to spin it from the? Did you ever open to spin it from the hour when the church unified him to you?
You are a fool, Juan. A young married woman has something else to do than sit at the spinet without any support for her back. So she gets out of the habit of playing.
Oh, not if she loves music. No, believe me, she only throws away the bait when the bird is in the net.
And men, I suppose, never throw off the mask when their bird is in the net. The husband never becomes negligent, selfish, brutal. Oh, never.
What do these recriminations prove, Anna? Only that the hero is as gross an imposture as the heroine.
It is all nonsense. Most marriages are perfectly comfortable.
Perfectly is a strong expression, Anna. What you mean is that sensible people make the best of one another. Send me to the galleys and chain me to the felon whose number happens to be before mine, and I must accept the inevitable and make the best of the companionship. Many such companionships, they tell me, are touchingly affectionate, and most are least tolerably friendly. But that does not make a chain a desirable ornament, nor the galleys an abode of bliss. Those who talk most about the blessings of marriage and the constancy of its vows are the very people who declare that if the chain were broken and the prisoners left free to choose, the whole fabric would fly asunder. You cannot have the argument both ways. If the prisoner is happy, why lock him in? If he is not, why pretend that he is?
At all events, let me take an old woman's privilege again and tell you flatly that marriage peoples the world and debauchery does not.
How if a time comes when this shall cease to be true? Do you not know that where there is a will, there is a way, that whatever man really wishes to do, he will finally discover a means of doing? Why, you have done your best, you virtuous ladies, and others of your thinking, to bend man's mind wholly towards honorable love as the highest good, and to understand by honorable love, romance, and beauty, and happiness in the possession of beautiful, refined, delicate, affectionate woman. You have taught women to value their own youth, health, shapeliness, and refinement above all things. Well, what place have squalling babies and household cares in this exquisite paradise of the senses and emotions? Is it not inevitable end of it all that the human will say to the human brain, invent me a means by which I can have love, beauty, romance, emotion, passion, without their wretched penalties, their expenses, their worries, their trials, their illnesses and agonies and risk of death, their retinue of servants and nurses and doctors and schoolmasters.
All this, Senor Don Juan, is realized here in my realm.
Yes, at the cost of death. Man will not take it at that price. He demands the romantic delights of your hell whilst he is still on earth. Well, the means will be found. The brain will not fail when the will is in earnest. The day is coming when great nations will find their numbers dwindling from census to census, when the six-roomed villa will rise in price above the family mansion, when the viciously reckless poor and the stupidly pious rich will delay the extinction of the race only by degrading it, whilst the boldly prudent, the thriftily selfish and ambitious, the imaginative and poetic, the lovers of money and solid comfort, the worshippers of success, art, and of love, will all oppose the force of life, the device of sterility.
That is all very eloquent, my young friend. But if you had lived to Anna's age, or even to mine, you would have learned that the people who get rid of the fear of poverty and children and all the other family troubles and devote themselves to having a good time of it only leave their minds free for the fear of old age and ugliness and impotence and death. The childless laborer is more tormented by his wife's idleness and her constant demands for amusement and distraction than he could be by 20 children, and his wife is more wretched than he. I've had my share of vanity, for as a young man I was admired by women, and as a statue I am praised by art critics. But I confess that had I found nothing to do in the world but wallow in these delights, I should have cut my throat. When I married Anna's mother, or perhaps to be strictly correct, I should rather say, when I at last gave in and allowed Anna's mother to marry me, I knew that I was planting thorns in my pillow, and that marriage for me, a swaggering young officer, hitherto unvanquished, meant defeat and capture.
Father!
I am sorry to shock you, my love, but since Juan has stripped every rag of decency from the discussion, I may as well tell the frozen truth.
And I suppose I was one of those thorns.
By no means. You were often a rose. You see, your mother had most of the trouble you gave.
Then may I ask, Commander, why you have left heaven to come here and wallow, as you express it, in sentimental beatitudes which you confess would once have driven you to cut your throat?
Egad, that's true.
What? You were going back on your word? And all of your philosophizing has been nothing but a mask for proselytizing. Have you already forgotten the hideous dullness from which I'm offering you a refuge here? And does your demonstration of the approaching sterilization and extinction of mankind lead to anything better than making the most of those pleasures of art and love, which you yourself admit refined you, elevated you, developed you?
I never demonstrated the extinction of mankind. Life cannot will its own extinction either in its blind amorphous state or in any of the forms into which has organized itself. I have not finished when His Excellency interrupted me.
I begin to doubt whether you will ever finish, my friend. You are extremely fond of hearing yourself talk.
True, but since you have endured me so much, you may as well endure till the end. Long before this sterilization which I described becomes more than a clearly foreseen possibility, the reaction will begin. The great central purpose of breeding is breeding the race, breeding it to its heights now deemed superhuman. That purpose, which is now hidden in a mephitic cloud of love and romance and prudery and fastidiousness, will break through into clear sunlight as a purpose no longer to be confused with the gratification of personal fantasies, the impossible realization of boys' and girls' dreams of bliss, or the need of older people for companionship or money. The plain-spoken marriage services of the vernacular churches will no longer be abbreviated and half suppressed as indelicate. The sober decency, earnestness, and authority of their declaration of the real purpose of marriage will be honored and accepted, whilst the romantic vowings and pledgings and until death do us partings and the like will be expunged as unbearable frivolities. Do my sex the justice to admit, Senora, that we have always recognized that the sex relation is not a personal or friendly relation at all.
Not a personal or friendly relation? What relation is more personal, more sacred, more holy?
Sacred and holy, if you like, Anna, but not personally personally friendly. Your relation to God is sacred and holy. Dare you call it personally friendly? In the sex relation, the universal creative energy of what the parties are both the helpless agents overrides and sweeps away all personal considerations and dispenses with all personal relations. The pair may utter strangers to one another, speaking different languages, differing in race and color, in age and disposition, with no bond between them but a possibility of that fecundity for the sake of which the life force throws them into one another's arms at the exchange of a glance. Do we not recognize this by allowing marriages to be made by parents without consulting the woman? Have you not often expressed your disgust at the immorality of the English nation, in which the women and men of noble birth become acquainted and court each other like peasants? And how much does even the peasant know of his bride, or she of him, before he engages himself? Why, you would not make a man your lawyer or your family doctor on so slight an acquaintance as you would fall in love with him and marry him.
Oh, yes, Juan. We know the libertine's philosophy. Always ignore the consequences to the woman.
The consequences, yes. They justify her fierce grip of the man. But surely you do not call that attachment a sentimental one. As well call the policeman's attachment to his prisoner a love relation.
Oh, you see, you have to confess that marriage is necessary, though according to you, love is the slightest of all relations.
How do you know that is not the greatest of all relations? Far too great to be a personal matter. Could your father have served his country if he had refused to kill any enemy of Spain unless he personally hated them? Can a woman serve her country if she refuses to marry any man she does not personally love? You know it is not so. The woman of noble birth marries as the man of noble birth fights, on political and family grounds, not on personal ones.
Very clever point, that, Juan. I must think it over. You really are full of ideas. How did you come to think of this one?
I learned it by experience. When I was on earth and made those proposals to ladies, which, though universally condemned, had made me so interesting a hero of a legend, I was not infrequently met in some such way as this. The lady would say that she would countenance my advances, provided they were honorable. On inquiring what that proviso meant, I found that it meant that I proposed to get possession of her property, if she had any, or to undertake her support for life, if she had not. That I desired her continual companionship, counsel, and conversation to the end of my days, and would bind myself under penalty to be always enraptured by them. And above all, that I would turn my back on all other women forever for her sake. I did not object to these conditions because they were exorbitant and inhuman. It was their extraordinary irrelevance that prostrated me. I invariably replied with perfect frankness that I had never dreamt of these things, that unless the lady's character and intellect were equal or superior to my own, her conversation must degrade and her counsel mislead me, that her constant companionship might, for all I knew, become intolerably tedious to me, that I could not answer for my feelings for a week in advance, much less to the end of my life, that to cut me off from all natural and unconstrained relations with the rest of my fellow creatures would narrow and warp me if I submitted to it, and if not, would bring me under the curse of clandestinity, that finally my proposals to her were wholly unconnected with any of these methods and were the outcome of a perfectly simple impulse of my manhood towards her womanhood.
You mean that it was an immoral impulse?
Nature, my dear lady, is what you call immoral. I blush for it, but I cannot help it. Nature is a pander. Time is a wrecker, and death a murderer. I have always preferred to stand up to those facts and build institutions on their recognition. You prefer to appropriate the three devils by proclaiming their chastity, their thrift, and their loving kindness, and to base your institutions on these flatteries. Is it any wonder that the institutions do not work smoothly?
What used the ladies to say then, Juan?
Confidence for confidence. First, tell me what you used to say to the ladies.
I? Oh, I swore that I would be faithful to the death, that I should die if they refused me, that no woman could ever be to me what she was.
She? Who?
Whoever it happened to be at the time, my dear. I had certain things I always said. One of them was that even when I was 80, one white hair of the woman I loved would make me tremble more than the thickest gold tress from the most beautiful young head. Another was that I could not bear the thought of anyone else being the mother of my children.
You old rascal.
Not a bit. I really believed it with all my soul at the moment. I had a heart, not like you. And it was this sincerity that made me successful.
Sincerity. To be fool enough to believe a ramping, stamping, thumping lie. That is what you call sincerity. To be so greedy for a woman that you deceive yourself in your eagerness to deceive her. Sincerity, you call it.
Oh, damn your sophistries. I was a man in love, not a lawyer, and the woman loved me for it. Bless them.
They made you think so. What would you say when I tell you that though I played the lawyer so callously, they made me think so too? I also had my moments of infatuation in which I gushed nonsense and believed it. Sometimes the desire to give pleasure by saying beautiful things so rose in me on the flood of emotion that I said them recklessly. At other times, I argued against myself with a devilish coldness that drew tears. But I found it just as hard to escape in one case as in the others. When the lady instinct was set on me, there was nothing for it but lifelong servitude or flight.
You dare boast before me and my father that every woman found you irresistible.
Am I boasting? It seems to me that I cut the most pitiable of figures. Beside, I said, when the lady's instinct was set on me. It was not always so. And then, heavens, what transports of virtuous indignation! What overwhelming defiance to the dastardly seducer! What scenes of Imogen and Giacomo!
I made no scenes. I simply called my father.
And he came, sword in hand, to vindicate outraged honor and morality by murdering me.
Murdering? What do you mean? Did I kill you, or did you kill me?
Which of us was the better fencer?
I was.
Of course you were, and yet the hero of those scandalous adventures you have just been relating to us, you had the effrontery to pose as the avenger of outraged morality and condemn me to death. You would have slain me but for an accident.
I was expected to, Juan. That is how things were arranged on earth. I was not a social reformer, and I always did it what it was customary for a gentleman to do.
That may account for your attacking me, but not for the revolting hypocrisy of your subsequent proceedings as a statue.
That all came of my going to heaven.
I still fail to see, Senor Don Juan, that these episodes in your earthly career and in that of the Senor Commander in any way discredit my view of life. Here, I repeat, you have all that you sought without anything that you shrank from.
On the contrary, I have everything that disappointed me without anything that I have not already tried and found wanting. I tell you that as long as I can conceive something better than myself, I cannot be easy unless I am striving to bring it into existence or clearing the way for it. That is the law of my life. That is the working within me of life's incessant aspiration to higher organization, wider, deeper, intenser self-consciousness, and clear self-understanding. It was the supremacy of this purpose that reduced love for me to the mere pleasure of a moment, art for me to the mere schooling of my faculties, religion to me to a mere excuse for laziness, since it had set up a God who looked at the world and saw that it was good against the instinct in me that looked through my eyes at the world and saw that it could be improved. I tell you that in the pursuit of my own pleasure, my own health, my own fortune, I have never known happiness. It was not love for a woman that delivered me into her hands. It was fatigue, exhaustion. When I was a child, I bruised my head against a stone. I ran to the nearest woman and cried away my pain against her apron. When I grew up, I bruised my soul against the brutalities and stupidities with which I had to strive. I did again just what I had done as a child. I enjoyed too my rests, my recuperations, my breathing times, my very protestations after strife. But rather I would be dragged through all the circles of the foolish Italian's inferno than through the pleasures of Europe. That is what has made this place of eternal pleasures so deadly to me. It is the absence of this instinct in you that makes you the strange monster called a devil. It is the success with which you have diverted the attention of men from their real purpose, which in one degree or another is the same as mine to yours, that has earned you the name of the tempter. It is the fact that you are doing your will, or rather drifting with your want of will instead of doing their own, that makes them the uncomfortable, false, restless, artificial, petulant wretched creatures that they are.
Senor Don Juan, you are uncivil to my friends.
Oh, why should I be civil to them or to you? In this palace of lies, a truth or two will not hurt you. Your friends are all the dullest dogs I know. They are not beautiful, they are not decorated, they are not clean, they are only shaved and starched. They are not dignified, they are only fashionably dressed. They are not educated, they are only college passmen. They are not religious, they are only parenters. They are not moral, they are only conventional. They are not virtuous, they are only cowardly. They are not even vicious, they are only frail. They are not artistic, they are only lascivious. They are not prosperous, they are only rich. They are not loyal, they are not only servile. Not dutiful, only sheepish. Not public-spirited, only patriotic. Not courageous, only quarrelsome. Not determined, only obstinate. Not masterful, only domineering. Not self-controlled, only obtuse. Not self-respecting, only vain. Not kind, only sentimental. Not social, only gregarious. Not considerate, only polite. Not intelligent, only opinionated. Not progressive, only fascist. Not imaginative, only superstitious. Not just, only vindictive. Not generous, only propitiatory. Not disciplined, only cowed. And not truthful at all. Liars, every one of them to the very backbone of their souls.
Your flow of words is simply amazing, Juan. How I wish I could have talked like that to my soldiers.
It is mere talk, though. It has all been said before. But what change has it ever made? What notice has the world ever taken?
Yes, it is mere talk. But why is it mere talk? Because, my friend, beauty, purity, respectability, religion, morality, art, patriotism, bravery, and the rest are nothing but words which I or anyone else can turn inside out like a glove. Were they realities, you would have to plead guilty to my indictment. But fortunately for your self respect, my diabolical friend, they are not realities. As you say, they are mere words, useful for duping barbarians into adopting civilization, or the civilized poor into submitting to be robbed and enslaved. That is the family secret of governing caste. And if we who are of that caste aimed at more life for the world instead of at more power and luxury for our miserable selves, that secret would make us great. Now, since I, being a nobleman, am in the secret too, think how tedious to me must be your unending cant about all these moralistic figments, and how squalidly disastrous your sacrifice of your lives to them. If you even believed in your moral game enough to play it fairly, it would be interesting to watch. But you don't. You cheated every trick, and if your opponent outcheats you, you upset the table and try to murder them.
On Earth, there may be some truth in this, because the people are uneducated and cannot appreciate my religion of love and beauty. But here...
Oh, yes, I know. Here there is nothing but love and beauty. It is like sitting for all eternity at the first act of a fashionable play before the complications begin. Never in my worst moments of superstitious terror on earth did I dream that hell was so horrible. I live like a hairdresser in the continual contemplation of beauty, toying with silken dresses. I breathe an atmosphere of sweetness like a confectioner's shop boy. Commander, are there any beautiful women in heaven?
None. Absolutely none. All dowdies. Not 2 pennyworth of jewelry among a dozen of them. They might be men of 50.
I am impatient to get there. Is the word beauty ever mentioned? Or are there any artistic people?
I give you my word. They won't admire a fine statue even when it walks past them.
I go.
On one. Shall I be frank with you?
Were you not so before?
As far as I went, yes. But now I will now go farther and confess to you that men get tired of everything, of heaven no less than of hell, and that all history is nothing but a record of the oscillations of the world between those two extremes. An epoch is but a swing of the pendulum, and each generation thinks the world is progressing because it is always moving. But when you are as old as I am, and when you have 1,000 times wearied of heaven, like myself and the commander, and 1,000 times wearied of hell, as you are wearied now, you will no longer imagine that every swing from heaven to hell is an emancipation, every swing from hell to heaven an evolution. Where you now see reform, progress, fulfillment of an upward tendency, continual ascent by man on the stepping stones of his dead selves to higher things, you will see nothing but an infinite comedy of illusion. You will discover the profound truth of the saying of my friend Koheleth, that there is nothing new under the sun. Vanitas vanitatum.
By heaven, that is worse than your cant about love and beauty. Clever though that you are, is a man no better than a worm, or a dog than a wolf because he gets tired of everything? Shall he give up eating because he destroys his appetite in the act of gratifying it? Is a field idle when it is fallow? Can the commander expend his hellish energy here without accumulating heavenly energy for his next term of blessedness? Granted that the great life force has hit on the device of the clockmaker's pendulum and uses the earth for its bulb, that the history of each oscillation, which seems so novel to us the actors, but is but the history of the last oscillation repeated. Nay, more, that in the unthinkable infinitude of time, the sun throws off the earth and catches it again 1,000 times as a circus rider throws up a ball, and that the total of all epochs is that but the moment between the toss and the catch has the colossal mechanism no purpose?
None, my friend. You think because you have a purpose, nature must have one. You might as well expect it to have fingers and toes because you have.
But I should not have them if they serve no purpose. And I, my friend, am as much a part of nature as my own finger is a part of me. If my finger is the organ by which I grasp the sword and the mandolin, my brain is the organ by which nature strives to understand itself. My dog's brain serves only my dog's purpose. But my brain labors at a knowledge which does nothing for me personally, but makes my body bitter to me and my decay and death a calamity. Were I not possessed with a purpose beyond my own, I had better be a plowman than a philosopher. For the plowman lives as long as the philosopher, eats more, sleeps better, and rejoices in the wife of his bosom with less misgiving. This is because the philosopher is the grip of the life force. This life force says to him, I have done 1,000 wonderful things unconsciously by merely willing to live and following the line of least resistance. Now I want to know myself and my destination and choose my path. So I have made a special brain, a philosopher's brain, to grasp this knowledge for me as the husbandman's grasps the plow for me. And this, says the life force to the philosopher, must thou strive do for me until thou diest, when I will make another brain and another philosopher to carry on the work.
What is the use of knowing?
Why, to be able to choose the line of greatest advantage instead of yielding in the direction of the least resistance. Does a ship sail to its destination no better than a log drifts no whither? The philosopher is nature's pilot, and there you have our difference. To be in hell is to drift. To be in heaven is to steer.
On the rocks, most likely.
Pooh! Which ship goes oftenest on the rocks or to the bottom? The drifting ship or the ship with a pilot on board?
Well, go your way, Senor Don Juan. I prefer to be my own master and not the tool of any blundering universal force. I know that beauty is good to look at, that music is good to hear, that love is good to feel, and that they are all good to think about and talk about. I know that to be well exercised in these sensations, emotions, studies is to be a refined and cultivated being. Whatever they may say of me in churches on earth, I know that it is universally admitted in good society that the Prince of Darkness is a gentleman, and that is enough for me. As to your life force, which you think is irresistible, it is the most resistible thing in the world for a person of any character. But if you are naturally vulgar and credulous, as all reformers are, it will thrust you first into religion, where you will sprinkle water on babies to save their souls from pain. Then it will drive you from religion into science, where you will snatch the babies from the water sprinkling and inoculate them with disease to save them from catching it in accident. Then you will take to politics, where you will become the cat's paw of corrupt functionaries and the henchmen of ambitious humbug. And the end will be despair and decrepitude, broken nerve and shattered hopes, vain regrets for that worst and silliest of waste and sacrifice, the waste and sacrifice of the power of enjoyment. In a word, the punishment of the fool who pursues the better before he has secured the good.
But at least I shall not be bored. The service of the life force has that advantage at all events. So, fare you well, Senor Satan.
Fare you well, Don Juan. I shall often think of our interesting chats about things in general. I wish you every happiness. Heaven, as I said before, suits some people. But if you should change your mind, do not forget that the gates are always open to the repentant prodigal. If you feel at any time that warmth of heart, sincere, unforced affection, innocent enjoyment, and warm, breathing, palpitating reality.
Why not say flesh and blood at once, though we have left those two greasy commonplaces behind us?
You throw my friendly farewell back in my teeth then, Don Juan.
By no means. But though there is much to be learnt from a cynical devil, I really cannot stand a sentimental one. Senor Commander, you know the way to the frontier of hell and heaven. Be good enough to direct me.
Oh, the frontier is only the difference between two ways of looking at things. Any road will take you across if you really want to get there.
Good. Senora, your servant?
But I'm going with you.
I can find my own way to heaven, Anna, but I cannot find yours.
How annoying. How annoying.
Bon voyage, Juan.
He wafts a final blast of his great rolling chords after him as a parting salute. A faint echo of the first ghostly melody comes back in acknowledgement.
Ah, there he goes. Whew, how he does talk. They'll never stand it in heaven.
His going is a political defeat. I cannot keep these life worshippers. They all go. This is the greatest loss that I have had since that Dutch painter went. A fellow who would paint a hag of 70 with as much enjoyment as a Venus of 20.
I still remember. He came to heaven. Rembrandt.
Ah, yeah, Rembrandt. There's something unnatural about these fellows. Do not listen to their gospel, Senor Commander. It is dangerous. Beware the pursuit of the superhuman. It leads to an indiscriminate contempt for the human. To a man, horses and dogs and cats are mere species outside the moral world. Well, to the Superman, men and women are a mere species too, also outside the moral world. This Don Juan was kind to women and courteous to men, as your daughter here was kind to her pet cats and dogs. But such kindness is a denial of the exclusively human character of the soul.
And who the deuce is the Superman?
Oh, the latest fashion among the life force fanatics. Oh, did you meet in heaven among the new arrivals, that German-Polish madman? What's his name? Nietzsche.
Never heard of him.
Well, he came here first, before he recovered his wits. I had some hopes of him, but he was a confirmed life force worshiper. It was he who raked up the Superman, who was as old as Prometheus. And the 20th century will run after this newest of the old crazes when it gets tired of the world, the flesh, and your humble servant.
Superman is a good cry, and a good cry is half the battle. I should like to see this Nietzsche.
Unfortunately, he met Wagner here and had a quarrel with him.
Quite right. Mozart for me.
Oh, it was not about music. Wagner once drifted into the life force worship and invented a Superman called Siegfried, but he came to his senses afterwards. So when they met here, Nietzsche denounced him as a renegade, and Wagner wrote a pamphlet to prove that Nietzsche was a Jew. And it ended in Nietzsche's going to heaven in a huff. The good riddance. Now, my friend, let us hasten to my palace and celebrate your arrival with a grand musical service.
With pleasure. You are most kind.
This way, Commander. We go down the old trap.
Good.
He places himself on the grave trap.
Good. All the same, the Superman is a fine conception. There is something statuesque about it.
He places himself on the grave trap beside the devil. It begins to descend slowly. Red glow from the abyss.
Ah, this reminds me of old times.
And me also.
Stop!
The trap stops.
You, Senora, cannot come this way. You will have an apotheosis. But you will be at the palace before us.
That is not what I stopped you for. Tell me where I can find the Superman.
He is not yet created, Senora.
And never will be, probably. Let us proceed. The red fire will make me sneeze.
They descend.
Not yet created. Then my work is not yet done. I believe in the life to come, a father, A father for the Superman.
She vanishes into the void, and again there is nothing. All existence seems suspended indefinitely. Then vaguely there is a live human voice crying somewhere. One sees with a shock a mountain peak showing faintly against a lighter background. The sky has returned from afar, and we suddenly remember where we were. The cry becomes distinct and urgent. It says, "Automobile! Automobile!" The complete reality comes back with a rush. In a moment, it is full morning in the Sierra, and the brigands are scrambling to their feet and making for the road as the goat herd runs down from the hill, warning them of the approach of another motor. Tanner and Mendoza rise amazedly and stare at one another with scattered wits. Straker sits up to yawn for a moment before he gets on his feet. Mendoza gives a quick look to see that his followers are attending to the alarm, then exchanges a private word with Tanner.
Did you dream?
Damnably. Did you?
Yes. I forget what. You were in it.
So were you. Amazing.
I warned you.
A shot is heard from the road.
Dolts! They will play with that gun.
The brigands come running back scared.
Who fired that shot? Was it you?
They have not shoot. They shoot first.
I told you to begin by abolishing the state. Now we are all lost.
Run, everybody!
Mendoza collars him, throwing him on his back, and draws a knife.
I stabbed the man who stirs. What has happened?
But a motor!
3 men!
Him.
3 men and 2 women? Why have you not brought them here? Are you afraid of them?
I've a escort. Hello, Mendoza. 2 armored cars full of soldiers at the end of the valley.
The shot was
Fired in the air. It was a signal.
Straker whistles his favorite air, which falls on the ears of the brigands like a funeral march.
It is not an escort, but an expedition to capture you. We were advised to wait for it, but I was in a hurry.
And now, my good lord, here we are waiting for them. Let's take to the mountains.
Idiot. What do you know about the mountains? Are you a Spaniard? You would be given up by the first shepherd you met. Besides, we are already within range of their rifles.
Yeah, but...
Silence. Leave this to me. Comrade, you will not betray us?
Who are you calling comrade?
Last night, the advantage was with me. The robber of the poor was at the mercy of the robber of the rich. You offered your hand. I took it.
I bring no charge against you, comrade. We have spent a pleasant evening with you. That's all.
I'll give my hand to nobody, say.
Young man, if I am tried, I shall plead guilty and explain what drove me from England home in duty. Do you wish to have the respectable name of Straker dragged through the mud of a Spanish criminal court? The police will search me. They will find Louisa's portrait. It will be published in the illustrated papers. You blench. It will be your doing. Remember.
I don't care about the court. It's having our name mixed up with yours that I object to. Blackmailing swine, you.
Language unworthy of Louisa's brother. But no matter. You are muzzled. That is enough for us.
A fresh party, muffled for motoring, comes from the road in riotous spirits, and who makes straight for Tanner comes first. Then Violet, helped over the rough ground by Hector holding her right hand and Ramsden her left. Mendoza goes to his presidential block and seats himself calmly with his rank and file grouped behind him.
It's Jack.
Caught!
I certainly it was. I said it was you, Tanner. We've just been stopped by a puncture. The road is filled with nails. You're muted.
What are you doing here with all these men?
Why did you leave us without a word of warning?
I want that bunch of roses, Miss Whitefield. When we found you were gone, Miss Whitefield bet me a bunch of roses my car would not overtake yours before you reached Monte Carlo.
But this isn't the road to Monte Carlo.
No matter. Miss Whitefield tracked you at every stopping place. She is a regular Sherlock Holmes.
The life force. I'm lost.
I'm so glad you're safe, old chap. We were afraid you'd been captured by the brigands.
Mendoza.
Ramsden. Angus? I seem to remember that.
No, I've lost page.
Okay.
98, top.
Somebody take it. I've lost the place.
I seem to remember the face of your friend here.
Mendoza rises politely and advances with a smile between Anne and Ramsden.
Why, so do I.
I know you perfectly well, sir, but I can't think where I've met you.
Do you remember me, madam?
Oh, quite well, but I am so stupid about names.
It was at the Savoy Hotel. You, sir, used to come with this lady to lunch. You, sir, often brought this lady and her mother to dinner on your way to the Lyceum Theatre. You, sir, used to come to supper with several different ladies.
Well, what is that to you, pray?
Why, Violet, I thought you hardly knew one another before this trip, you and Malone.
I suppose this person was the manager.
The waiter, madam. I have a grateful recollection of you all. I gathered from the bountiful way in which you treated me that you all enjoyed your visit very much.
What impertinence!
She turns her back on him and goes up the hill with Hector.
That will do, my friend. You do not expect these ladies to treat you as an acquaintance, I suppose, because you have waited on them at table.
Pardon me. It was you who claimed my acquaintance. The ladies followed your example. However, this display of the unfortunate manners of your class closes the incident. For the future, you will please address me with a respect due to a stranger and a fellow traveler.
He turns haughtily away and resumes his presidential seat.
There. I have found one man on my journey capable of reasonable conversation, and you all instinctively insult him. Even the new man is as bad as any of you. Enery, you have behaved just like a miserable gentleman.
Gentleman, not me.
Really, Tanner, this tone.
Don't mind him, Granny. You ought to know him by this time.
She takes his arm and coaxes him away to the hill to join Violet and Hector. Octavius follows her, dog-like.
Here are the soldiers. They're getting out of their motors.
Oh, Mom, did you?
Fools, the state's about to crush you because you spared it at the prompting of the political bourgeoisie.
On the last contrary, only by capturing the state machine.
It's going to capture you.
Oh, chock it. What are we here for? What are we waiting for?
Boone, talk politics, you idiot. Nothing sounds more respectable. Keep it up, I tell you.
The soldiers line the road, commanding the amphitheater with their rifles. The brigands, struggling with an overwhelming impulse to hide behind one another, look as unconcerned as they can. Mendoza rises superbly with undaunted front. The officer in command steps down from the road into the amphitheater, looks hard at the brigands, and then inquiringly at Tanner.
Who are these men, Signor Ingles?
My escort.
Mendoza, with a Mephistophelian smile, bows profoundly. An irrepressible grin runs from face to face among the brigands. They touch their hats, except the anarchist, who defies the state with folded arms. End of Act 3.
Sean, could you read both Octavius and Hector for Act 4?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I think, Derek, I've only got one line in the last act. It's getting a bit late and I haven't anything to eat, so I probably need to back out.
Okay. All right. Thanks for joining us, Angus.
Yeah, it was fun.
I can take it. Where does it come?
That would be great, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Where does it come?
It's one line in.
I can find it and message you. I have to leave in a half hour, so let's be calibrated.
Yeah, keep
folks.
going, guys.
Okay.
I'll send you a message.
Thank you.
Elizabeth. It's page 125.
Great, thank you.
Okay, everybody off?
124.
Act 4. The garden of a villa in Granada. Henry Straker, in his professional costume, opens the gate for an elderly gentleman and follows him onto the lawn.
I'll go tell the young lady. She said you'd prefer to stay here.
The young lady?
He turns to go up through the garden to the villa.
The young lady? That's Miss Violet, eh?
Well, you know, don't you?
Do I?
Well, do you or don't you?
What business is that of yours?
Straker comes back from the steps and confronts the visitor.
I'll tell you what business it is of mine. Miss Robinson.
Oh, her name is Robinson, is it? Thank you.
Why, you don't even know her name?
Yes, I do, now that you've told me.
Look here. What do you mean by getting in my car and letting me bring you here if you're not the person that I took the note to?
Who else did you take it to, pray?
I took it to Mr. Hector Malone at Miss Robinson's request, see? Miss Robinson is not my principal. I took it to oblige her. I know Mr. Malone, and he ain't you, not by a long chalk. At the hotel, they told me that your name is Hector Malone.
Hector Malone.
Hector in your own country, that's what it comes of living in provincial places like Ireland and America. Over here, you're Hector. And if you haven't noticed it before, you soon will.
Violet sallies from the villa and through the garden to the steps, which she now descends, coming very opportunely between Malone and Straker.
Did you take my message?
Yes, miss. I took it to the hotel and sent it up, expecting to see young Mr. Malone. Then out walks this gent, and he says it's all right and he'll come with me. So as the hotel people says, he's Mr. Malone, I fetched him. And now he goes back on what he says. But if he isn't the gentleman you meant, say the word. It's easy enough to fetch him back again.
I should esteem it a great favor if I might have a short conversation with you, madam. I am Hector's father, as this bright Britisher would have guessed in the course of another hour or so.
No, not in another year or so. When we've had you as long to polish up as we've had him, perhaps you'll begin to look a little bit up to its mark. At present, you fall a long way short. You've got too many inches. All right, miss, you want to talk to him? I shan't intrude.
He nods affably to Malone and goes out through the little gate in the paling.
I am so sorry, Mr. Malone, if that man has been rude to you. But what can we do? He is our chauffeur.
Your what?
The driver of our automobile. He can drive a motor car at 70 miles an hour and mend it when it breaks down. We are dependent on our motor cars, and our motor cars are dependent on him. So, of course, we are dependent on him.
I've noticed, madam, that every $1,000 an Englishman gets seems to add one to the number of people he's dependent on. However, you needn't apologize for your man. I made him talk on purpose. By doing so, I learned that you're staying here in Granada with a party of English, including my son, Hector.
Yes, we intended to go to Nice, but we had to follow a rather eccentric member of our party who started first and came here. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Miss Robinson, I believe.
Yes.
Your note to Hector runs as follows. Dearest, they have all gone to the Alhambra for the afternoon. I have shamed headache and have the garden all to myself. Jump into Jack's motor. Straker will rattle you here in a jiffy. Quick, 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 your loving Violet. Now, I don't know on what terms young people associate in English society, but in America, that note would be considered to be imply a very considerable degree of affectionate intimacy between the parties.
Yes, I know your son very well, Mr. Malone. Have you any objection?
No objection exactly, provided it is understood that my son is altogether dependent on me, and that I have to be consulted in any important step he may propose to take.
I am sure you would not want to be unreasonable with him, Mr. Malone.
I hope not, Miss Robinson, but at your age, you might think many things unreasonable that don't seem to me.
Oh, well, I suppose there's no use our playing at cross purposes, Mr. Malone. Hector wants to marry me.
I inferred that from the note he might. Well, Miss Robinson, he is his own master, but if he marries you, he shall not have a rap from me.
That is not very complimentary to me, Mr. Malone.
I say nothing against you, Miss Robinson. I dare say you are an amiable and excellent young lady, but I have other views for Hector.
Hector may not have other views for himself, Mr. Malone.
Possibly not. Then he does without me. That's all. I dare say you are prepared for that. When a young lady writes to a man to come to her quick, money seems nothing, and love seems everything.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Malone. I do not think anything so foolish. Hector must have money.
Very well. No doubt he can work for it.
What is the use of having money if you have to work for it? It's all nonsense, Mr. Malone. You must enable your son to keep up his position. It is his right.
I should not advise you to marry him on the strength of that right, Miss Robinson.
Violet, who has almost lost her temper, controls herself with an effort, unclenches her fingers, and resumes her seat with studied tranquility and reasonableness.
What objection have you to me, pray? My social position is as good as Hector's, to say the least. He admits it.
Oh, you tell him so from time to time, eh? Hector's social position in England, Miss Robinson, is just what I choose to buy for him. I have made him a fair offer. Let him pick out the most historic house, castle, or abbey that England contains. The day that he tells me he wants it for a wife worthy of its traditions, I buy it for him and give him the means of keeping it up.
What do you mean by a wife worthy of his traditions? Cannot any well-bred woman keep such a house for him?
No, she must be born to it.
Hector was not born to it, was he?
His grandmother was a barefooted Irish girl that nursed me by a turf fire. Let him marry another such, and I will not stint her marriage portion. Let him raise himself socially with my money, or raise somebody else, so long as there is a social profit somewhere. I'll regard my expenditure as justified. But there must be a profit for someone. A marriage with you would leave things just where they are.
Many of my relations would object very much to my marrying the grandson of a common woman, Mr. Malone. That might prejudice, but so is your desire to have him marry a title prejudice.
You seem a pretty straightforward, downright sort of woman.
I do not see why I should be made miserable poor because I cannot make profits for you. Why do you want to make Hector unhappy?
You'll get over it right enough. Men thrive better on disappointments in love than on disappointments in money. I dare say you think that's sordid, but I know what I'm talking about. My father died of starvation in Ireland in the Black 47. Maybe you've heard of it?
The famine?
No, the starvation. When a country is full of food and exporting it, there can be no famine. My father was starved to death. and I was starved out to America in my mother's arms. English rule drove me and mine out of Ireland. Well, you can keep Ireland. I and my like are coming back to buy England, and we'll buy the best of it. I want no middle-class properties and no middle-class women for Hector. That's straightforward, isn't it? Like yourself?
Really, Mr. Malone, I am astonished to hear a man of your age and good sense talking in that romantic way. Do you suppose English noblemen will sell their places to you for the asking?
I have the refusal of two of the oldest family mansions in England. One historic owner can't afford to keep all the rooms dusted, and the other can't afford the death duties. What do you say now?
Of course, it is very scandalous, but surely you know that the government will sooner or later put a stop to all these socialistic attacks on property.
Do you think they'll be able to get that done before I buy the house, or rather the abbey? They're both abbeys.
Oh, well, let us talk sense, Mr. Malone. You must feel that we haven't been talking sense so far.
Can't say I do. I mean all I say.
Then you don't know Hector as I do. He is romantic and faddy. He gets it from you, I fancy. And he wants a certain sort of wife to take care of him. Not a faddy sort of person, you know?
Someone like you, perhaps.
Well, yes, but you cannot very well ask me to undertake this with absolutely no means of keeping up his position.
Stop a bit. What are we getting to? I'm not aware that I'm asking you to undertake anything.
Of course, Mr. Malone. You can make it very difficult for me to speak to you if you choose to misunderstand me.
I don't wish to take any unfair advantage, but we seem to have got off the straight track somehow.
Jaker, with the air of a man who has been making haste, opens the little gate and admits Hector, who, snorting with indignation, comes upon the lawn and is making for his father when Violet, greatly dismayed, springs up and intercepts him. Straker does not wait. At least, he does not remain visibly within earshot.
Oh, how unlucky. Now, please, Hector, say nothing. Go away until I have finished speaking to your father.
No, Violet. I mean to have this thing out right away. Dad, you've not played this hand straight.
What do you mean?
You've opened a letter addressed to me. You've impersonated me and stolen a march on this lady. That's dishonorable.
Now, you take care what you're saying, Hector. Take care, I tell you.
I have taken care. I am taking care. I'm taking care of my honor and my position in English society.
Your position has been got by my money. Do you know that?
Well, you've just spoilt it all by opening that letter. A letter from an English lady, not addressed to you. A confidential letter, a delicate letter, a private letter opened by my father. That's the sort of thing a man can't struggle against in England. The sooner we go back together, the better.
Don't be unreasonable, Hector. It was quite a natural of Mr. Malone to open my letter. His name was on the envelope.
There. You've no common sense, Hector. I thank you, Miss Robinson.
I thank you, too. It's very kind of you. My father knows no better.
Hector.
Oh, it's no use hectoring me. A private letter is a private letter, Dad. You can't get over that.
I won't be talked back to you by that. Do you hear?
Shh, please, here they all come.
Father and son checked, glare mutely at one another as Tanner comes in through the little gate with Ramsden, followed by Octavius and Anne.
Back already?
The Alhambra is not open this afternoon.
What a sell!
Tanner passes on and presently finds himself between Hector and a strange elder, both apparently on the verge of personal combat. He looks from one to the other for an explanation. They sulkily avoid his eye and nurse their wrath in silence.
Is it wise for you to be out in the sunshine with such a headache, Violet?
Have you recovered too, Malone?
Oh, I forgot. We have not all met before. Mr. Malone, won't you introduce your father?
No, I will not. He's no father of mine.
You disown your dad before your English friends, do you?
Oh, please don't make a scene.
Anne and Octavius discreetly withdraw up the steps to the garden, where they can enjoy the disturbance without intruding.
I'm very sorry, Miss Robinson, but I'm contending for a principle. I am a son, and I hope a dutiful one. But before everything, I am a man. When my dad treats my private letters as his own and takes it on himself to say that I shan't marry you if I am happy and fortunate enough to gain your consent, well then, I just snap my fingers and go my own way.
Marry Violet?
Are you in your senses?
Do you forget what we told you?
I don't care what you told me.
Oh, tut tut, sir. Monstrous.
Another madman. These men in love should be locked up.
He gives Hector up as hopeless and turns away towards the garden. But Malone, taking offense in a new direction, follows him and compels him by the aggressiveness of his tone to stop.
I don't understand this. Is Hector not good enough for this lady, pray?
My dear sir, the lady is married already. Hector knows it, and yet he persists in his infatuation. Take him home and lock him up.
So this is the high-born social type I've spoiled by my ignorant, uncultivated behavior. Making love to a married woman. You picked up that habit of the British aristocracy, have you?
Oh, that's all right. Don't trouble yourself about that. I'll answer for the morality of what I'm doing.
Well said, Malone. You also see that mere marriage laws are not mortality. I agree with you, but unfortunately Violet does not.
I take leave to doubt that, sir. Let me tell you, Mrs. Robinson, or whatever your right name is, you had no right to send that letter to my son when you were the wife of another man.
This is the last straw. Dad, you have insulted my wife.
Your wife?
You! The missing husband? Another moral imposter!
You've married without my consent.
You have deliberately humbugged us, sir.
Here, I've had just enough of being battered. Violet and I are married. That's the long and the short of it. Now, what have you got to say? Any of you?
I know what I've got to say. She married a beggar.
No, she's married a worker. I start to earn my own living this very afternoon.
Yes, you're very plucky now because you've got your remittance from me yesterday or this morning, I reckon, but wait till it's spent. You won't be so full of cheek then.
Oh, here it is. Now you just take your remittance and yourself out of my life. I'm done with remittances, and I'm done with you. I don't sell the privilege of insulting my wife for $1,000.
Hector, you don't know what poverty is.
Well, I want to know what it is. I want to be a man. Violet, you come along with me to your own home. I'll see you through. Oh, that's still me. I hope you'll shake hands with me before you go, Hector. I admire and respect you more than I can say.
Oh, don't be an idiot, Tabby. Hector's about as fit to become a workman as you are.
Never fear. There's no question of his becoming a navvy, Mrs. Malone. There's really no difficulty about capital to start with. Treat me as a friend. Draw on me.
Or on me.
Who wants your dirty money? Who should he draw on but his own father? Hector, don't be rash, my boy. I'm sorry for what I said. I never meant to insult Violet. I take it all back. She's just the wife you want. There.
Well, that's all right, Dad. Say no more. We're friends again. Only I take no money from anybody.
Don't be hard on me, Hector. I'd rather you quarreled and took the money that made friends than made friends and starved. You don't know what the world is. I do.
No. That's fixed. That's not going to change. Come, Mrs. Malone. You've got to move to the hotel with me and take your proper place before the world.
But I must go in, dear, and tell Davis to pack. Won't you go on and make them give you a room overlooking the garden for me? I'll join you in half an hour.
Very well. You'll dine with us, Dad, won't you?
Yes.
See you all later.
He waves his hand to Anne, who has now been joined by Tanner, Octavius, and Ramsden in the garden, and goes out through the little gate, leaving his father and Violet together on the lawn.
You'll try to bring him to his senses, Violet. I know you will.
I had no idea he could be so headstrong. If he goes on like that, what can I do?
Don't be discouraged. Domestic pressure may be slow, but it's sure. You'll wear him down. Promise me you will.
I will do my best. Of course, I think it's the greatest nonsense deliberately making us poor like that.
Of course it is.
You had better give me the remittance. He will want it for his hotel bill. I'll see whether I can induce him to accept it. Not now, of course, but presently.
Yes. That's just the thing. You understand that this is only a bachelor allowance.
Oh, quite. Thank you. By the way, Mr. Malone, those 2 houses you mentioned, the Abbeys.
Yes?
Don't take one of them until I've seen it. One never knows what may be wrong with these places.
I won't. I'll do nothing without consulting you. Never fear.
Thanks. That would be much the best way.
She goes calmly back to the villa, escorted obsequiously by Malone to the upper end of the garden.
And that poor devil is a billionaire, one of the master spirits of the age, led on a string like a pug dog by the first girl who takes the trouble to despise him. I wonder, will it ever come to that with me?
The sooner the better for you.
That'll be a grand woman for Hector. I wouldn't exchange her for 10 duchesses.
It is an unexpected pleasure to find you in this corner of the world, Mr. Malone. Have you come up to buy the Alhambra?
Well, I don't say I might. I think I could do better with it than the Spanish government, but that's not what I came about. To tell you the truth, about a month ago, I overheard a deal between 2 men over a bundle of shares. They differed about the price. They were young and greedy and didn't know that if the shares were worth what was bid for them, they must be worth what was asked, the margin being too small to be of any account. You see? To amuse myself, I cut in and bought the shares. Well, to this day, I haven't found out what the business is. The office is in town, and the name is Mendoza Limited. Now, whether Mendoza's a mine or a steamboat line or a bank or a patent article,
He's a man. I know him. His principles are thoroughly commercial. Let us take you round the town in our motor. Mr. Malone and I call on him on the way.
Well, if you'll be so kind, yes. And may I ask who?
Mr. Roebuck Ramsden, a very old friend of your daughter-in-law.
Happy to meet you, Mr. Ramsden.
Thank you. Mr. Tanner is also one of our circle.
Glad to know you also, Mr. Tanner.
Thanks.
Malone and Ramsden go out very amicably through the little gate. Tanner calls to Octavius, who is wandering in the garden with Anne.
Tavy! Violet has married a financier of brigands.
Tanner hurries away to overtake Malone and Ramsden, and strolls to the steps with an idle impulse to torment Octavius.
Won't you go with them, Tavy?
You cut me to the heart, Anne, by wanting me to go.
Ricky-ticky Tavy, poor heart.
Oh, it belongs to you, Anne. Forgive me, I must speak of it. I love you. You know I love you.
What's the good, Tavy? You know that my mother's determined that I shall marry Jack.
Jack?
It seems absurd, doesn't it?
Do you mean that Jack has been playing with me all this time? That he has been urging me not to marry you because he intends to marry you himself?
No, you mustn't lead him to believe that I said that. I don't for a moment think that Jack knows his own mind, but it's clear from my father's will that he wished me to marry Jack, and my mother set on it.
But you're not bound to sacrifice yourself always to the wishes of your parents.
My father loved me. My mother loves me. Surely their wishes are a better guide than my own selfishness.
Oh, I know how unselfish you are, Anne, but believe me, though I know I'm speaking in my own interest, there is another side to this question. Is it fair to Jack to marry him if you do not love him? Is it fair to destroy my happiness as well as your own if you can bring yourself to love me?
Tavy, my dear, you are a nice creature, a good boy.
Oh, is that all?
That's a great deal, I assure you. You would always worship the ground I trod on, wouldn't you?
Oh, I do. It sounds ridiculous, but it's no exaggeration. I do, and I always shall.
Always is a long word, Tavy. You see, I shall have to live up always to your idea of my divinity, and I don't think I could do that if we were married. But if I marry Jack, you'll never be disillusioned. At least not until I grow too old.
I too shall grow old, Anne. And when I am 80, one white hair of the woman I love will make me tremble more than the thickest gold tresses from that most beautiful young head.
Oh, that's poetry, Tavy, real poetry. It gives me that strange, sudden sense of an echo from a former existence, which always seems to me such a striking proof that we have immortal souls.
What do you believe that's true?
Tavy, if it is to become true, you must lose me as well as love me.
Oh.
Tavy, I wouldn't for worlds destroy your illusions. I can neither take you nor let you go. I can see exactly what will suit you. You must be a sentimental old bachelor for my sake.
Anne, I'll kill myself.
No, you won't. That wouldn't be kind. You won't have a bad time. You'll be very nice to women, and you will be a good deal to the opera. A broken heart is a very pleasant complaint for a man in London if he has a comfortable income.
Oh, I know you mean to be kind, Anne. Jack has persuaded me that your cynicism is a good tonic for me.
You see, I'm disillusioning you already. That's what I dread.
Oh, you do not dread disillusioning Jack?
I can't. He has no illusions about me. I shall surprise Jack the other way. Getting over an unfavorable impression is ever so much easier than living up to an ideal. Oh, I shall enrapture Jack sometimes.
I don't doubt that. You will enrapture him always, when he, the fool, thinking you would make him wretched.
Yes, that's the difficulty so far.
Shall I tell him that you love him?
Oh, no, he'd run away again.
Anne, would you marry an unwilling man?
What a queer creature you are, Tavy. There's no such thing as a willing man when you really go for him. I'm shocking you, I suppose. But you know, you really are getting a sort of satisfaction already in being out of danger yourself.
Satisfaction? But you say that to me?
Well, if it were really agony, would you ask for more of it?
Have I asked for more of it?
You've offered to tell Jack that I love him. That's self-sacrifice, I suppose, but there must be some satisfaction in it. Perhaps it's because you're a poet. You are like that bird that presses its breast against the sharp thorn to make itself sing.
Oh, it's quite simple, really. I love you, and I want you to be happy. You don't love me, so I can't make you happy myself, but I can help another man to do it.
Yes, it seems quite simple, but I doubt if we ever know why we do things. The only real simple thing is to go straight for what you want and grab it. I suppose I don't love you, Tavy, but sometimes I feel as if I should like to make a man of you somehow. You are very foolish about women.
Oh, I'm content to be what I am in that respect.
Then you must keep away from them and only dream about them. I wouldn't marry you for worlds, Tavy.
I have no hope, Anne. I accept my ill luck, but I still don't think you quite know how much it hurts.
You are so soft-hearted. It's queer, but you should be so different from Violet. Violet's as hard as nails.
Oh, no. I'm sure Violet is thoroughly womanly at heart.
Why do you say that? Is it unwomanly to be thoughtful and businesslike and sensible? Do you want Violet to be an idiot? Or something worse like me?
Something worse? Like you? What do you mean, Anne?
Oh, well, I don't mean that, of course. But I have a great respect for Violet. She gets her own way, always.
So do you.
Yes, but somehow she gets it without coaxing, without having to make people sentimental about her.
Nobody could get very sentimental about Violet, I think. Pretty as she is.
Oh, yes, they could if she made them.
Yeah, but surely no really nice woman would deliberately practice on man's instincts in that way.
Oh, Tavy, Ricky-ticky Tavy. Heaven help the woman who marries you.
Oh, why do you say that? Don't torment me. I don't understand.
Suppose she were to tell you fibs and lay snares for men.
Do you think that I could marry such a woman? I, who have known and loved you.
Well, at all events, she wouldn't let you if she were wise, so that's settled. And now, I can't talk anymore. Say you forgive me and that the subject is closed.
Oh, I have nothing to forgive, and the subject is closed. And if the wound is open, at least you shall never see it bleed.
Poetic to the last, Tavy. Goodbye, dear.
He pats his cheek, has an impulse to kiss him, and then another impulse of distaste, which prevents her. Finally runs away through the garden and into the villa. Octavius again takes refuge at the table, bowing his head on his arms and sobbing softly. Mrs. Whitefield, who has been pottering round the Granada shops and has a net full of little parcels in her hand, comes in through the gate and sees him.
What's the matter, Tavy? Are you ill?
Oh, no. No, nothing.
If you're crying, is it about Violet's marriage?
Oh, no. Who told you about Violet?
I met Roebuck and that awful old Irishman. Are you sure you're not ill? What's the matter?
Oh, no, it's nothing. Only a man's broken heart. Doesn't that seem ridiculous?
But what is to be done about it? Has Anne done anything to you?
No, it's not Anne's fault. Oh, and don't think for a moment that I blame you.
For what?
For nothing. I said I didn't blame you.
But I haven't done anything. What's the matter?
Oh, can't you guess? I dare say you are right to prefer Jack to me as a husband for Anne, but I love Anne, and it does hurt, rather.
Does Anne say that I want to marry Jack?
Oh, yes, she's told me.
Then I'm very sorry for you, Tavy. It's only her way of saying she wants to marry Jack. Little she cares what say or what I want.
But she wouldn't say it unless she believed it. Surely you don't suspect Anne of deceit.
Well, never mind, Tavy. I don't know what is best for young men. To know too little like you or too much like Jack.
Tanner returns.
Well, I've disposed of old Malone. I've introduced him to Mendoza Limited and left the two brigands together to talk it out. Hello, Tavy. Anything wrong?
Oh, I must go wash my face, I see. Tell him what you wish. You may take it from me, Jack, that Anne approves of it.
Approves of what?
Of what Mrs. Whitefield wishes.
This is very mysterious. What is it you wish? It shall be done, whatever it is.
Thank you, Jack. I don't know why it is that other people's children are so nice to me and that my own have so little consideration for me. It's no wonder I don't seem to be able to care for Anne and Rhoda as I do for you and Tavy and Violet. It's a very queer world. It needs to be so straightforward and simple. And now nobody seems to think and feel as they ought. Nobody has been right since that speech that Professor Tyndall made at Belfast.
Yes, life is more complicated than we used to think. But what am I to do for you?
It's not what I want to tell you. Of course you'll marry Anne, whether I like it myself or not.
It seems to me that I shall be presently married to Anne, whether I like it myself or not.
Oh, very likely you will. You know what she is when she set her mind on anything. But don't put it on me, that's all I ask. Tavy has just let out that he's been saying that I am making her marry you, and the poor boy is breaking his heart about it, for he's in love with her himself. But what he sees in her is so wonderful, goodness knows I don't. It's no use telling Tavy that Anne puts things into people's hands by telling them that I want them when the thought of them never crossed my mind. It only sets Tavy against me, but you know better than that. So if you marry her, don't put the blame on me.
I haven't the slightest intention of marrying her.
She'd suit you better than Tavy. She'd meet her match in you, Jack. I'd like to see her meet her match.
No man is a match for a woman. except with a poker and a pair of hobnail boots. Not always, even then. Anyhow, I can't take the poker to her. I should be a mere slave.
No, she's afraid of you at all events. You would tell her the truth about herself. She wouldn't be able to slip out of it as she does with me.
Everybody would call me a brute if I told Anne the truth about herself in terms of her own moral code. To begin with, Anne says things that are not strictly true.
I'm glad somebody sees she is not an angel.
In short, to put it as a husband would put it when exasperated to the point of speaking out, she is a liar. And since she has plunged Tavy head over heels in love with her without any intention of marrying him, she is a coquette. According to the standard definition of a coquette as a woman who rouses passions she has no intention of gratifying. And as she has now reduced you to the point of being willing to sacrifice me at the altar for the mere satisfaction of getting me to call her a liar to her face, I may conclude that she is a bully as well. She can't bully men as she bullies women, so she habitually and unscrupulously uses her personal fascination to make men give her whatever she wants. This makes her almost something for which I know no polite name.
Well, you can't expect perfection, Jack.
I don't. But what annoys me is that Anne does. I know perfectly well that all this about her being a liar and a bully and a coquette and so forth is a trumped-up moral indictment which might be brought against anybody. We all lie. We all bully. As much as we dare. We all bid for admiration without the least intention of earning it. We all get as much rent as we can out of our powers of fascination. If Anne would admit this, I shouldn't quarrel with her, but she won't. If she has children, she'll take advantage of their telling lies to amuse herself by whacking them. If another woman makes eyes at me, she'll refuse to know a coquette. She will do just what she likes herself, whilst insisting on everybody else doing what the conventional code prescribes. In short, I can stand everything except her confounded hypocrisy. That's what beats me.
Oh, she is a hypocrite. She is, isn't she?
But then why do you want me to marry her?
There now, put it on me, of course. I never thought of it until Tavy told me. She said I did, but you know, I'm very fond of Tavy. He's a sort of son to me, and I don't want him trampled on and made wretched.
Whereas I don't matter, I suppose.
Oh, you're different somehow. You're able to take care of yourself. You'd serve her out, and anyhow, you must marry somebody.
Ha ha! There speaks the life instinct. You detest her, but you feel that you must get her married.
Do you mean that I detest my own daughter? Surely you don't believe me to be so wicked and unnatural as that, merely because I see her faults.
You love her, then?
Why, of course I do. What queer things you say, Jack. We can't help loving our own blood relations.
Well, perhaps it saves unpleasantness to say so. But for my part, I suspect that the tables of consanguinity have a natural basis and a natural repugnance.
You shouldn't say things like that, Jack. I hope you won't tell Anne that I've been speaking to you. I only wanted to set myself right with you and Tavy. I couldn't sit Munchins and have everything put on me.
Quite so.
And now I've only made matters worse. Tavy's angry with me because I don't worship Anne. And when it's been put into my head that Anne ought to marry you, what can I say except that it would serve her right?
Thank you.
Now don't be silly and twist what I say into something I don't mean. I ought to have fair play.
Well, Mamma, darling, you seem to be having a delightful chat with Jack. We can hear you all over the place.
You overheard?
Never fear. Anne is only... Well, we were discussing that habit of hers just now. She hasn't heard a word.
I don't care whether she has or not. I've a right to say what I please.
I've come to say goodbye. I'm off for my honeymoon.
Oh, don't say that, Violet. And no wedding, no breakfast, no clothes, nor anything.
It won't be for long.
Don't let him take you to America. Please, promise me you won't.
I should think not, indeed.
Oh.
Don't cry, dear. I'm only going to the hotel.
But going in that dress with your luggage makes one realize the choices and then breaks out again. How I wish you were my daughter, Violet.
There. So I am. Anne will be jealous.
Oh, Anne doesn't care a bit for me.
Fine, Mother. Come now, you mustn't cry anymore. You know Violet doesn't like it.
Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye, Violet.
The sooner you get married too, the better. You will be much less misunderstood.
I quite expect to get married in the course of the afternoon. You all seem to have set your minds on it.
You might do worse. Let me take you to the hotel with me. The drive will do you good. Come in and get a wrap.
I know what I shall do when you're gone, with no one but Anne in the house, and she's always occupied with the men. Not to be expected that your husband will care to be bothered with an old woman like me. Oh, you needn't tell me. Politeness is all very well, but I know what people think.
She talks herself and Violet out of sight and hearing.
Violet is quite right. You ought to get married.
Anne, I will not marry you. Do you hear? I won't marry you.
Well, nobody asked you, sir, she said. Sir, she said. So that's settled.
Yes, nobody has asked me, but everybody treats the thing as settled. It's in the air. When we meet, the others go away on absurd pretexts to leave us alone together. Ramsden no longer scowls at me. His eye beams as if he were already giving you away to me in church. Tavy refers me to your mother and gives me his blessing. Straker openly treats you as his future employer. It was he who first told me of it.
Was that why you ran away?
Yes, only to be stopped by a lovesick brigand and run down like a truant schoolboy.
Well, if you don't want to be married, you needn't be.
Does any man want to be hanged? Yet men let themselves be hanged without a struggle for life, though they could at least give the chaplain a black eye. We do the world's will, not our own. I have a frightful feeling that I shall let myself be married because it is the world's will that you should have a husband.
I dare say I shall someday.
But why me? Me of all men. Marriage to me is to me apostasy, profanation of the sanctuary of my soul, violation of my manhood, sale of my birthright, shameful surrender, ignominious capitulation, acceptance of defeat. I shall decay like a thing that has served its purpose and is done with. I shall change from a man with a future to a man with a past. I shall see in the greasy eyes of all the other husbands their relief at the arrival of a new prisoner to share their ignominy. The young men will scorn me as one who has sold out. To the young women, I, who have always been an enigma and a possibility, shall merely be somebody else's property, and damaged goods at that. A second-hand man at best.
Well, your wife can put on a cap and make herself ugly to keep you in countenance like my grandmother.
So that she may make her triumph more insolent by publicly throwing away the bait the moment the trap snaps on the victim.
After all, though, what difference would it make? Beauty is all very well at first sight, but whoever looks at it when it has been in the house 3 days? I thought our pictures very lovely when Papa bought them, but I haven't looked at them for years. You never bother about my looks. You are too well used to me. I might be the umbrella stand.
You lie, you vampire. You lie.
Why are you trying to fascinate me, Jack, if you don't want to marry me?
The life force. I am in the grip of the life force.
I don't understand him the least. It sounds like the life guards.
Why don't you marry Tavy? He is willing. Can you not be satisfied unless your prey struggles?
Tavy will never marry. Haven't you noticed that that sort of man never marries?
What? A man who idolizes women, who sees nothing in nature but romantic scenery for love duets? Tavy, the chivalrous, the faithful, the tender-hearted and true. Tavy never marry? Why, he was born to be swept up by the first pair of blue eyes he meets in the street.
Yes, I know. All the same, Jack, men like that always live in comfortable bachelor lodgings with broken hearts and are adored by their landladies. Never get married. Men like you always get married.
Oh, how frightfully, horribly true! It has been staring me in the face all my life, and I never saw it before.
Oh, it's the same with women. The poetic temperament's a very nice temperament, very amiable, very harmless and poetic, I dare say, but it's an old maid's temperament.
Barren. The life force passes it by.
If that's what you mean by the life force, yes.
You don't care for Tavy?
No.
And you do care for me.
Now, Jack, behave yourself.
Infamous, abandoned woman. Devil.
Boa constrictor, elephant.
Hypocrite.
I must be for my future husband's sake.
For mine. I mean for his.
Yes, for yours. You'd better marry what you call a hypocrite, Jack. Women who are not hypocrites go about in rational dress and are insulted and get into all sorts of hot water. And then their husbands get dragged in too and live in continual dread of fresh complications. Wouldn't you prefer a wife you could depend on?
No, 1,000 times no. Hot water is the revolutionist's element. You clean men as you clean milk pails by scalding them.
Cold water has its uses too. It's healthy.
Oh, you are witty at the supreme moment the life force endows you with every quality. Well, I too can be a hypocrite. Your father's will appointed me your guardian and not your suitor. I shall be faithful to my trust.
He asked me who I would have as my guardian before he made that will. I chose you.
The will is yours, then. The trap was laid from the beginning.
From the beginning, from our childhood, for both of us, by the life force.
I will not marry you. I will not marry you.
Oh, you will. You will.
I tell you no, no,
I tell you,
no.
Yes, yes, yes.
No!
Yes, before it's too late for repentance, yes.
When did all this happen to me before? Are we two dreaming?
No, we are awake, and you have said no. That is all.
Well?
Well, I made a mistake. You do not love me.
It is false. I love you. The life force enchants me. I have the whole world in my arms when I clasp you. But I'm fighting for my freedom, for my honor, for myself, one and indivisible.
Your happiness will be worth all of them.
You would sell freedom and honor and self for happiness?
It will not be all happiness for me, perhaps death.
Oh, that clutch holds and hurts. What have you grasped in me? Is there a father's heart as well as a mother's?
Take care, Jack. If anyone comes while we are like this, you will have to marry me.
If we too stood now on the edge of a precipice, I would hold you tight and jump.
Jack, let me go. I have dared so frightfully. It is lasting longer than I thought. Let me go. I can't bear it.
Nor I. Let it kill us.
Yes, I don't care. I'm at the end of my forces. I don't care. I think I'm going to faint.
At this moment, Violet and Octavius come from the villa with Mrs. Whitefield, who is wrapped up for driving. Simultaneously, Malone and Ramsden, followed by Mendoza and Straker, come in through the little gate in the paling. Tanner shamefacedly releases Anne, who raises her hand giddily to her forehead.
Take care. Something's the matter with the lady.
What does this mean?
Are you ill?
I have promised to marry Jack.
She swoons. Violet kneels by her and chafes her hand. Tanner runs round to her other hand and tries to lift her head. Octavius goes to Violet's assistance, but does not know what to do. Mrs. Whitefield hurries back into the villa. Octavius, Malone, and Ramsden run to Anne and crowd round her, stooping to assist. Straker coolly comes to Anne's feet, and Mendoza to her head, both upright and self-possessed.
And ladies and gentlemen, she don't want a crowd around her. She wants air, all the air she can get, if you please, gents.
Malone and Ramsden allow him to drive them gently past Anne and up the lawn towards the garden, where Octavius, who has already become conscious of his uselessness, joins them. Straker, following them up, pauses for a moment to instruct Tanner.
Don't lift her head, Mr. Tanner. Let it go flat so that the blood can run back into it.
He is right, Mr. Tanner. Trust in the air of the Sierra.
He withdraws delicately to the garden steps.
I yield to your superior knowledge of physiology, Henry.
He withdraws to the corner of the lawn, and Octavius immediately hurries down to him.
Jack, be very happy.
I never asked her. It is a trap for me.
He goes up the lawn towards the garden. Octavius remains petrified. Mendoza intercepts Mrs. Whitefield, who comes from the villa with a glass of brandy.
What is this, madam?
A little brandy.
He takes it from her.
The worst thing you could give her. Allow me. Ha!
He swallows it.
Trust to the air of the Sierra, madam.
And revives and whispers in Violet's ear.
Violet, did Jack say anything when I fainted?
No.
Oh, she's fainted again.
No, I haven't. I'm quite happy.
Tanner walks determinedly to her and snatches her hand from Violet to feel her pulse.
Why, her pulse is positively bounding. Come on, get up. What nonsense. Up with you.
Yes, I feel strong enough now. But you very nearly killed me, Jack, for all that.
A rough wooer, eh?
A rough wooer, eh? Now, they're the best sort, Mrs. Whitefield. I congratulate Mr. Tanner, and I hope to meet you and him as frequent guests at the Abbey.
Thank you. Ricky Tikki Tavi, congratulate me. I want to make you cry for the last time.
Oh, no more tears. I'm happy in your happiness, and I believe in you, in spite of everything.
You are a very happy man, Jack Tanner. I envy you.
Sir, there are two tragedies in life. One is not to get your heart's desire. The other is to get it. Mine and yours, sir.
Mr. Mendoza, I have no heart's desires. Ramsden, it is very easy for you to call me a happy man. You are only a spectator. I am one of the principals, and I know better. Anne, stop tempting Tavy and come back to me.
You are absurd, Jack.
I solemnly say that I am not a happy man. Anne looks happy, but she is only triumphant, successful, victorious. That is not happiness, but the price for which the strong sell their happiness. What we have both done this afternoon is to renounce tranquility. Above all, renounce the romantic possibilities of an unknown future for the cares of a household and a family. I beg that no man may seize the occasion to get half drunk and utter imbecilic speeches and coarse pleasantries at my expense. We propose to furnish our own house according to our own taste, and I hereby give notice that the 7 or 8 traveling clocks, the 4 or 5 dressing cases, the salad bowls, the carvers and fish slices, the copy of Tennyson in extra Morocco, and all proceeds devoted to circulating free, and all the other articles you are preparing to heap upon us will be instantly sold, and the proceeds devoted to circulating free copies of the Revolutionist's Handbook. The wedding will take place 3 days after our return to England by special license at the office of the District Superintendent Registrar, in the presence of my solicitor and his clerk, who, like his clients, will be in ordinary walking dress.
You are a brute, Jack.
Never mind her, dear. Go on talking.
Talking?
Universal laughter. End of play.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for yes, and thank you, Alana. Okay. Yeah, 6:37. Okay, there we go.
Not bad.
Yeah. Kudos to you gentlemen and ladies who had so much to say.
Right.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
And thank all of you who came in to fill in for people, Elizabeth and Roger and Sean. I really appreciate it.
Piffle.
Happy to do it.
Anytime.
Anytime. Thank you.
Cool.
Good night, all.
Bye.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, too.
Okay, as a final note, if anybody wants the video version of the National Theater production of Man and Superman starring Ralph Fiennes, just email me and let me know. And on that note.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Thanks, Maren.
Thanks.